Well, very good afternoon from Paradise Island here. It is the Atlantis, and it is the penultimate day of this $60 million guaranteed. I don't even know how to introduce this at this point. Like the day that we have coming up for these final 24 players is the biggest day of their tournament life, Kevin. I mean, here we go. Are you ready?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, huge end to the year.
It's massive, and the fact that we've got this today, these final 24 players, is, you know, for me in the booth, you just get to watch along as people flip for, you know, 6-7 figures in equity, and yeah, I mean, I guess the next 3 or 4 flips for these final 24 are going to be some of the biggest flips of their lives. So, yeah, yesterday we saw an incredibly action-packed day on the felt here in the Bahamas with day 3, playing down to the early hours of this morning, around 2:30. And it was on our screens all day long. And it wasn't the only poker, however, that was being played in the room. That 25K GG Millions single day turbo managed to get 287 entries. And although it was meant to be a one-day tournament, Kevin, what ended up happening over there?
Yeah, a little bit of a FOMO special at the end of the series. You know, 287 entered on that single-day turbo. That's a pretty big field to get down to 1, so they did have to bag up with 6 left as they played until probably almost 4 in the morning here. Jago Sturzenecker is leading that one with 6 left. They still have to play that one down today, and he's got over half the chips in play.
He's got over half the chips in play. He's looking for his first bracelet, but he has some very tough competition. In the other 5 players, he's got Ramiro Patron, Elis Parsonen, who, I don't know, has he just retired from 4-card tournaments now?
Unbelievable no-limit results for him lately. I mean, all year, really, but yeah.
Andrija Robovic, Yo Viral is still in the hunt over there, and Texas Mike.
Talk about a great series. I mean, Texas Mike had that close call with his second-place finish against Charlie Hook in the 50K PLO. He's just out there firing, playing everything, and, I mean, putting up results.
Yeah, 272K guaranteed over there. 1.5 million going to the winner. We'll obviously be keeping an eye on the Wsop Plus app, so yeah, we'll keep you guys updated about that. The Turbo Bounty Closer will resume today with 86 players remaining. Bracelet holder Darius Samuel leading the field in that one. And yeah, I mean, big day for those guys over there as well.
Is that the Darius who won the heads-up event against Faraz Jaka? Not to tease who we've got coming up in the final 24 here, but I'm recognizing that name, maybe where he got it, unless I'm mixing up the Darius there. But yeah, huge field obviously coming into, huge list of names coming into the final 24 of day 3.
That's right, yeah, that was the main focus yesterday, the super main day 3. We came out with 202 players. It was Martin Cabral that held the chip lead at the start of the day. But yeah, he just didn't really get anything going from the very beginning, the very first frame. He was on our feature table. There was a bluff at one point, which had it not gone through, he would have dropped down below 10 million. And he just never really seemed to get above the high watermark that he came with into day 3. And yeah, he ended up busting out in 56th place for 150K. Probably a bit of a bittersweet run for him.
Yeah, I would have to think so. You saw kind of a muted, a somber interview when he exited the tournament. Obviously, you have high hopes when you come in as day 3 chip leader, but it just goes to show how much distance you have to cover in a tournament of this scale, almost 3,000 players to start. You know, you can't just bag up your millions just because you had a good day 2.
Yeah, and there were bunch of other super high roller regs that we're familiar with that departed along the way, the likes of Schulman, Jaffe, Foxon, Nacho Barbero, also one of those guys that had a massive stack. He got bluffed off that ace-king for a chip lead pot. He was then out the door. Kaya Mokri, Lococo, Mateos, Lonis, anyone else?
I heard it was a similar story for David Coleman. I mean, he was chip leader mid to even late in day 3, got in kings against, I want to say, the pocket 9s of Natasha Mercier, and just couldn't hold up. I mean, yeah, it's just cruel. You have these highs and lows. The structure's a little bit faster than you're used to when you're playing for this much money, and it just goes away in an instant.
Now, Lonis, it's important to note, out-cashing Kyan Mokri by 87K means that he's leading the 2025 money list by just 36K. How many days left until the end of the year? Are they going to be firing some of these side events? I don't know.
Yeah.
But, of course, with $10 million up top, maybe we're not even talking about those 2 names in 48 hours' time, because there are still people in the field that if they go on and win this and take down the 10 million, they're going to run away with it.
Yeah, we will have to see how the tournament shakes out to see if one of these big names who's still left in the field can jump to the top of the list. But, I mean, let's stick on Lonis for a second because he was involved in perhaps the most talked about hand of day 3 on the wrong end of that wild bluff from Ryuta Nakai. Queen 10 offsuit, turning his hand into a bluff against a set of kings in a massive spot. I want to say everyone who talks about that hand is just like, oh, well, no one bluffs there. Like, I think I saw it being talked about on Twitter, Tony Dunst saying, I watched the whole hand from start to finish. Yeah. I still don't think anyone bluffs in that spot, even though Ryuta did bluff the Queen 10. I mean, just an incredible hand.
It was, yeah, and just the whole build-up to it, it was like a mystery hand as well, so we were like playing the guessing game, and yeah, Lonis making the fold. Maybe he's going to not be able to sleep for a couple of nights after that one.
Well, hopefully he can sleep soon because I heard he's headed straight to Vegas to play in a big buy-in tournament. You know, he's not done trying to cash this year. He's going to try and add to that total.
Now, we're going to turn our attention to day 4, the biggest day of some of these players' tournament career. We're calling it Moving Day as we, 335,000 locked up for these final 24. We are on a direct pay jump, $80,000 ladder between 24th and 23rd. So maybe things start off a little bit snug.
Oh, yeah, I think so. And we saw most of yesterday, the players were really paying attention to pay jumps. You know, every table break or so, you had a pretty significant pay jump. Everyone in the room aware of that. And, you know, at this point, we're talking about 3+, 4+ buy-in pay jumps just for little moves in the pay structure. So absolutely, I think all day that's going to be on the players' minds.
Now it's Pascal Lefrancois bringing in a small lead over Will Blass, and then we've got Daniel Ragemeyer, JNT, the other two players with over 100 million in chips. And the latter have started the day, you know, second in chips. 50K PLO champ Charlie Hook in here, 5th in chips. I mean, what a series he's having if he can, you know, reach the final table, and then who knows from there where he goes. But he's going to look back on this Paradise trip and have pretty fond memories, I have to imagine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, great experience, I think, for Charlie. I ran into him in the hallway this morning. He was saying, you know, just all the respect to the tournament guys who are out here doing this. We heard him speak about that in his interview after winning the 50K PLO. I mean, he's obviously a top competitor, and he's here to win this thing, but, you know, maybe feeling like the competition is pretty stiff.
Jacka, Benny, Wasserson, Gravy, Spitali, all bracelet holders still in contention of this one, so we'll be keeping an eye on those. And then, of course, making it through to the final day will end up securing these players 1.1 million if they can make it down to the final 8.
I mean, it's an unbelievable sum of money. You know, we've talked about all the big names, but there's some players out there who will just have a life-changing result here if they can make the final table.
Truly life-changing next 24 hours for these final 24. If they can make it down to that final table and then come back tomorrow playing for 10 million, as we're going to throw it down to Jeff, who is going to be introducing the final 24 here.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main Event. 24 players remain, all guaranteed $335,000. We play down to a final table tonight. Let's say hi to that final 24 as we take you across all of our stages. 2 of the remaining 6 Americans right next to each other in Isaiah and Iwas. We have 2 Brazilians at this table, including the GG ambassador, Felipe Ramos, one of the shorter stacks pointing to that Brazilian flag. What's the mindset like for you going into today?
BGs, staying alive.
Okay, staying alive. That's a good way to do it. Just keep staying alive when you're that short stack. Taryn's in this empty seat. He's got a rowdy rail. He is the shortest stack. We're going to hear from that rail if he manages to spin it up. Pascal is our chip leader. Do you feel any sort of pressure that accompanies that title?
Not really, just going to do my thing, and we're still very far away.
Still very far away. No pressure just yet. Although you could say a little pressure for everybody. Let's go up. Let's hop up to the main stage. Don't trip on the stairs. Don't trip on the stairs. Okay, good. We made it. And a lot of chips are on this stage. William Blaze in seat 1 got the chips in with kings against Alex Kulev's aces. Spiked the king to bust Kulev, taking you around that table as we will indeed have an action-packed feature table. There's a reason we put these guys up on the main stage. We have JNT here, Mr. Main Event. guarantee you he will be in the mix. We have Charlie Hook here, coming off a 50K PLO high roller bracelet win. Just a wild week. Are you running off fumes, off adrenaline, off a mixture of both? What?
Well, I was, and yesterday I was being a little bitch, and I kept on saying, I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm tired. And I just did an interview saying that, like, my wife's home with 3 kids. Like, stop being a bitch and saying you're tired. Like, she's the one making all the sacrifices. Like, I'm able to be here and compete because she's tired. So I had to suck it up and stop thinking like that.
There we go. Great mindset shift by Charlie Hook. Let's take you around to our third and final table. We'll start the day on an $80,000 pay jam. You could easily make the argument that this is the biggest day 4 in poker history. TJ Reed is here. TJ, tell me what it is like to walk in to day 4 of a poker tournament.
This isn't any day 4, like you said. This is the biggest day 4 that has ever been, probably. So we're coming right into a pay jump. I'm sure these guys know this, and we all want that. But then after that, anything goes. And you know, 10 million up top is pretty exciting.
I would say so. Natasha running for the hills. She is indeed the last woman standing. It's a title that we asked her about. Did it mean anything to her? She said, I just want a final table. Well, she can get to that final table today. Leonard here. Benny Glauser, the 8-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. Could his 9th be his first in No Limit Hold'em, and could it come in the Super Main? Daniel, one of the chip leaders. Faraz Jaka is here. Faraz, do you feel a certain electricity, buzz in the room with just 3 tables left in this tournament?
You know, for me, I'm just treating it like another day in the office. There's still a long way to go, but yeah, the moment is epic, as you can see.
Good luck treating it like just another day on this platform. Best of luck to you guys. Lucas representing the great country of Lithuania. And with that, we send it to Andy Tillman, who will kick off the action on day 4.
All right, players and dealers, welcome back for day 4. They're in the super main event here at Wsop Paradise. We're action back underway here with 36 minutes left in level 31 with that 1 million small blind, 2 million big blind, 2 million big blind ante. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. That's 1 million, 2 million, 2 million.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Tillman. For some, it's going to be a heartbreaking day. For others, it's set to be the most exhilarating day of poker that they have ever played. 24 left with $10 million up top. I cannot overstate how much money that is. Simply life-changing. Unless you're J&T, in which case it's like, you know, another day in the office. Probably made that much in passive income and royalties in the last 10 days. But other than J&T, for everyone else, life-changing. Let's go.
I don't think J&T's here for the glory.
Oh, he's here.
I don't think he wants to.
Mate, we call him Mr. Main Event. He's out here battling.
Oh, yeah.
Month in, month out. So we have got all 3 tables covered. So you guys won't miss a thing. There's some real short stacks out there. Peter Chen, Taran Palmer, sub 10 bigs. It's going to get dicey for some of those shorter stacks. They're going to be feeling the pressure immediately. So here we go. Day 4, the 25K Super Main. Everyone guaranteed 335,000 for their efforts. Pascal and Francois, tournament chip leader, just 1 blind. William Blaze second in chips, kicking things off with an open here. He's going to run into Luke Martinelli.
Mandatory 3-bet here for Luke. Just 5 big blinds against the effective chip lead open. That's going to limit Ravid Garbi's options with the ace-deuce suited. He might have been willing to jam this against Blaze.
And the idea here, just the 2.5x with the ICM, just doesn't need to go big.
I would prefer a slightly bigger size, to be honest, because Blaze has the flexibility to just peel and see flops a little bit looser. King
Right.
6 suited not qualifying there, but you know, King 8, King 9 suited might take a flop. Some live hands like Jack 9 suited might take a flop. I do think the pressure's high enough at this stage in the tournament to start charging the chip leader a little bit more.
Right. Man, I want to see, you know, who gets after it. Early day 4. It's tough, man. It's tough to separate yourself from the money that's at stake and pull the trigger in some spots and not be human. If you're in here from a satellite, if you've, you know, you've got like half your own action, you've sold half to your friends or whatever it is, it's so tough to not see these 80, 90, 100 plus K ladders.
Yeah.
And not let that affect you. Especially if you're like, your typical ABI is like, I don't know, 5K, for example.
Yeah, and add to that the pressure of this being just the start of the broadcast. They, you know, have been getting hyped about this moment all morning. A lot of players come out with a more conservative approach. Just trying to settle in the early parts of the day, and we got William Blaze opening for the second hand in a row. We'll hold back his cards for now.
Yeah, a little mystery hand to kick things off.
And J&T showing a little discipline in the small blind.
4, right?
And Charlie Hook, no need to pass on this. Qualifier in the big, 45 effective.
Ooh la la. Top pair and a gut shot. Hook didn't take much time before checking it on over.
Yeah, it looks like a 0 lead strategy on the 6 high connected board if you're checking over quickly with 6-4.
Flop goes check, check. Overcard and flush completing 9 of hearts. Hook comes out firing. Around 25% pot.
I like leading here. I don't think it's too thin, especially against a chip lead open. William's going to have plenty of offsuit hands that pick up a flush draw on the turn. He's rarely going to have a pair on this texture.
17 million in the middle. Clear value bet here for Hook, right?
Yeah, and 6s and 4s are actually pretty strong. I
3.7.
mean, block bet seems to be what's coming here. 3.7 quarter pot. I think 2 pair could have even gone larger, like 66%. I don't think it's too thin.
Well, given that this is a mystery hand, Kevin, I've got a funny feeling that our man William's about to come in with a raise. And I do wonder if Hook ends up leveling himself into making a decision based on this small
28 million.
river bet.
That is a chunky raise. Full pot here. And not much time needed to put this together. I mean, there's just so many flushes that Blaze can have here. He's going to open from +2 with any suited hand, 2 cards, 8 and higher. A lot of value, and probably Ace-5 is also going to be willing to raise on the end here, just given that Hook went block. I think Ace-5 is strong enough to make a big raise.
When it comes to reverse engineering this spot for Hook, kind of feels like a bit of a guessing game, if I'm being honest. Flop went check, check. Hook probed turn for 25%. What are some of the key things that we're kind of thinking about right now?
Well, you want to find natural bluffs if you're thinking about calling, right? So how is Blaze going to have some key bluffing card in his hand? Would he check back flop with King, Queen, King of Hearts? Maybe, you know, it's reasonable. Would he check back flop with any ace high with the ace of hearts? Probably.
Total.
Challenging the absolute blender here.
Sixes and fours just doesn't really interact with any of the bluffs or any of the value.
All right, lets it go. And it's a very good laydown. William Blaze with the king high flush. Okay, Hook manages to get away from it for, I mean, it feels like he lost them in there, Kev.
Yeah, I would agree. I think he easily could have started flop with a lead, could have bet bigger on the river, and some people definitely just end up calling the raise, giving Blaze credit for having a lot of bluffs there. Wonder how much just that start of the day dynamic plays into, you know, that hand was played pretty quick until Hook had his decision against the raise.
Yeah.
So, like, part of the equation is, did this guy really just show up today ready to blast 30 million of his chip lead?
Oh, well done. Well done, Hook. Fantastic fold. Gave a shout out and some love to the wife back home who's been looking after the kids while he's out here getting it done on the felt. I'm sure his family are watching and very proud with what Hook's already achieved here in the Bahamas. A few people mentioning that Garvey's tanking unnecessarily. They are on an $80,000 ladder, and there are 3 sub-8 big blind stacks over on the reef table.
Yeah, that ladder particularly relevant for the players at the bottom of the chip counts. J&T. Probably just going to take this one down unless
14 million, I think.
somebody wakes up behind. Non-standard 3-bet with the pocket fives. This is the kind of aggression you have to deal with when Mr. Main Event is at your table.
Yeah, Thomas just get a slap on the wrist. JNT's like, sit back
The
down,
stream's
son.
delayed 1 hour. Sir? Oh, he's got headphones on.
Apparently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Power of the button. This is the thing that you were talking about yesterday, like J&T in spots where most pros would end up just playing like single raise
Like
pots,
there's someone who has like
six big
24
blinds in the
time
middle,
banks
whatever.
and he has 1 chip left, so he's gonna use them all.
J&T forces you to play 50 big blind pots.
Yeah.
I think he's basically all in now.
Yeah, he has 1 chip left and like there's 4.
And when you're
12 minutes.
playing for 6-figure pay jumps,
Okay, here we go. Fellas, we got an all-in and a call. I think you guys have time to talk. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. It's just you're gonna. They got time, right?
What I did yesterday the whole day.
I would get your all's thoughts, but I just want to go to the source. If that's okay, let's go. Yeah.
Time, that movie. This is Justin Timberlake in real life.
This is just that's a good reference. I think it's okay to talk to you now, right? Like that's fine. How many time banks do you have?
I have 24.
24? You haven't used 1 time bank until today.
Nope.
And how many do you plan to use now?
As many as I need.
Okay. Call comes in, says he has 20 seconds. Andy here also. So he will not be using all the time banks. We're going to see an all-in and a call soon. There is that call. Here we go. We'll show down the hands. Nines against the ace-8. Peter in good shape right now.
Ace 8, 9, 9.
Yeah,
Ace 8, 9,
What? You can't do it?
Yeah.
Really?
Tournament director explained when it's obvious stalling that they can make a decision and give him a 20-second clock. 2, 4, 6, 8. The all in for about 11 million. Queen 9 deuce. A decent flop, I would say, for Peter overall.
9 no flop, dobro short.
Jack 10.
De boa.
No club either.
Tinha 6 blinds.
I think you're pretty safe. Another queen on the turn. And Peter will double up. And now you have more time banks to use.
Yeah. I guess I don't really have a use for them otherwise.
You seem to play pretty fast. If you haven't used one in 4 days, well, congratulations on the double up. Let's go back to you guys.
Well, that's a double for one of the shortest stacks in the room.
It was weird because you have like
Who was it?
you have like 30 time bank,
Was it Wasserson?
and the floor tell me you can't do it.
Oh.
It's not allowed.
Yeah, they were saying
That's
that
silly.
yesterday too.
That's silly.
Who was all in?
Sorry?
Who was all in over there?
NPTs, they have a rule that you cannot do it.
How it's impossible if you have 30 times, so you can use all the time.
Isn't your time your time?
Why it's not allowed?
I don't know. It should be,
It was weird.
in my opinion. If it's in their rules, though, it's in their rules. But if you save your time banks and haven't used them for decisions, then shouldn't you be able to use them for whatever you want?
That's the rule. In the
Play
there's
4
no
days
decision like-
events
like
weekly.
basically-
They just need to make it that everyone's doing the same thing, different floor guys.
So could you just put half your
they
stack
need a
in, and then
concrete
that's what
decision.
they did in EPT once.
Yeah.
They said, no,
That's not allowed either.
That's not allowed.
But that's a decision.
Then they like removed the rule.
But you have a lot,
that's
really,
just,
like
there could be
30,
strategic reasons why you could
Yeah.
format half your
You didn't
stack
use
and
one.
fold,
Yeah.
right?
all the
Like,
4
you know,
days.
Legitimately.
Really, it's like,
I don't know.
or like
I'm indifferent
you
on.
jam half your stack.
I'm
and there's
indifferent
four
on
lanes, and then now you've got
what's right
decision,
there.
right? And like you have to use your time banks for that. So like, it's just it looks bad for TV. That's what they're doing.
D'Souza with an opportunity here. Jackson 40 big blinds on the button. And this is the kind of thing where I think JNT manages to escape big confrontations sometimes when you're not willing to play the big pot with jacks against him.
what?
I think he had like 5 big blinds, so you can use it before.
Oh, you just before he puts it in. Yeah, just wait. Yeah.
6 is headed post flop, starting with a check.
Don't think JNT is interested in folding a board like this.
No, his hand definitely strong enough to call once. Could pick up some draws. Could have the best hand.
Souza's going to have to dig deep here, especially on that tag card. JNT could come out firing.
This is a nice find from D'Souza. Opens the door there to face turn check raise, tries to get the thin value. I think Jacks is a standard check back there, but he recognized that the hand was best. Got a fair bit of equity to fold as well for just 30% pot.
Okay, here at one of our outer features, Taryn all in. Julian's made the call with 2 jacks.
We need 6. We need a 6.
Taryn has 6s. Rail screaming for the 6. They're going to go bonkers if he hits it.
666, baby, the devil.
This Rail feels a 6.
You didn't sound like it. Can you say it like more? I feel a 6. There we go.
Really, he really feels a 6. We'll see 3.
6 or hearts. Ooh.
Jack, 5-3. Backdoor straight draws are available.
Or a 6. No, you don't want a 6. You want a 4. Yeah, you get 4?
Yeah.
6 is not good. Oh, he's got a jack. Oh, he's got
That's
a
true,
jack.
yes. The turn is king. That does it for Taryn Parmar out in 24th for $335,000. Just battled throughout late day 3. Couldn't spin it on day 4. Brought a lot of personality, excitement, entertainment to the table. He's out the door in 24th place for $335K.
He left his
Taryn.
All right, so our first elimination of the day. We're down to 23, so that should speed up the pace of play a little
now
bit.
I can call you when you shove me all in.
Yeah, no pay jump until we get down to 15. So no explicit reason, at least to slow down every hand.
Yeah, everyone now guaranteed $415,000. Once we get down to 15, we'll be locked up 520K, so 105K ladder in 7 bust outs time. I didn't know we were going to get Jeff Platt going around for every all-in. It's, you know, he's already getting blamed a lot. You know, people already blame him for bringing the run bad. They've now got him there table side, calling the action. Everyone that busts is going to hate him.
That's true.
It's like the WSOP are deliberately trying to get people to not want to be around Jeff.
And there's no flip side to that. There's nobody who wins and says thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, but there can only
for
be
your
one.
great announcing.
Yeah, I see. I understand where you're coming from, but there can only be one winner. So only the person that wins the tournament is going to be happy that Jeff was there the entire time.
That's true. Everyone else
just
is going to have
like,
their bust out called by Jeff.
Yeah, and they're going to be like, wow, hang on. Jeff was the common denominator here. He must be the run bad guy.
Well, you know, better him than us, right?
I agree. But still, I love Jeff, you know. I don't, he's been dealing with this for a long time.
D'Souza with a real hand here. That's a big fold to the William Blaze 3-bet. I mean, he just has it again. Ace-King suited.
You started in 26.
But
no, I start 25, so now like
that's a real signal that D'Souza does not want to tangle in big pots with Blaze, and we've got a long way to go before a broken table.
So much ahead.
First look over here. This is a fun table. Leonard coming in with the limp off of, what, 38 bigs?
Covering stack. Could see Benny reading this as weak when there's the opportunity with the covering stack to just apply pressure and in general raise your stronger hands. So we see a bluff raise here from the 10-5-0. Maui did not limp ace-5 suited to fold, nor to 3-bet. Just limp calling.
Wow, 10 of spades window card. It's getting a bit excited there for Benny. Ace behind though. 15 million in the middle. Things not looking great for Benny. Does have that 5 of spades in hand.
Understandable small c-bet here. You don't expect Leonard to have a lot of aces. Pre-flop, a number of them would raise. So this just seeking value on the flop.
$21 mil in the middle. Some bailout river cards for Benny.
And I do expect Benny to check behind turn, because even though he might not put Leonard on a lot of top pair hands, there's a great deal of better tens that are consistent with this line so far. Limp call pre-flop, check call flop. Basically any offsuit 10 from 10-8 to king 10.
There we go. I told you. There's bailout river cards. Just get the 4-3. One insane run out.
Yeah, both players with a straight, and backdoor flush completes. A lot to think about here in terms of bet sizing. I would say Maui the one with more flushes in general, given limp call pre-flop. And also check, check turn. This 5 about as good as a hand as Benny's going to have in this spot. So this kind of block bet, quarter pot sizing, I think more inclined to try and get paid by like pocket jacks, pair of 10s, maybe even a really light bluff catch.
Mandatory race for Benny, in your opinion?
Feels like a raise spot. I think you're up against something as thin as like ace-7 for value. So when you've got a straight, there's just so many hands in between.
Right.
Got snapped. Chop it up.
Wow, Leonard does not look happy. I don't think I've ever in my life seen him react like that. We've
Really?
been calling the action on this guy for years.
Oh yeah, he can wear it on his face, yeah.
Okay.
He's out there to compete. I've seen it at the table.
Clearly I haven't been in the booth during that time. That was... All right, gloves are off. Let's go. Day 4. I like it. Why not get spicy out there? Was that directed at Benny or the run out? Was it a bit of both?
I think the run out. Just like Benny's hand looking, I mean, other than a light pre-flop raise, like pretty straightforward hand.
Yeah. He's just like,
I think he's just like, how am I not good right now? Like, how did I make a straight?
4-3,
Yeah.
Fair. Charlie Hook back in action against William Blaise. Hook just made that very impressive fold with 2 pair.
This is our first time seeing Blaise with just total dust. And he's been pretty active to start the day. Checks it back.
Felipe Ramos all in and at risk with 2 jacks up against the king 9 suited. LeFrancois, our chip leader. Ten, 8, 5, 1 club. A few backdoor draws available. For now, though, only a king would do it. The turn card is the deuce of spades. Only a king eliminates the GG ambassador. River card is indeed a king. And with that, we say good game to Felipe Ramos. Hell of an effort, hell of a run. Out the door in brutal fashion.
Well, we promised you heartbreak today. That's going to be one of the most heartbreaking rivers you will see. Felipe Ramos, 3-outed on the river for his tournament life. GG's, my man. Really one of the nicest guys in the business. Does so much to try and help promote the game, grow the game. Loves the game. Have to come back next year stronger. Man, that one hurt us here in the booth. I'm sure it hurt the thousands of you watching around the world as well. That stings. There's 10 million up top. We're down to 22.
Just a sick, a brutal way to end it. What runs through your mind right now?
I mean, I'm very blessed to be here. Yeah. Very blessed to make this far, you know. A lot of better players didn't make it. So I'm always happy about having opportunities. And I'm blessed with this opportunity.
It seems like a great outlook that you always have, win or lose. How do you manage to keep such a positive mindset in a game that has the potential to bring you down?
I mean, I love playing poker. You know, a bad day at poker would be a better day than a good day somewhere else.
Great point.
So, of course, you want to win. Of course, you don't want to lose anyway, especially that way. But at the end of the day, like I have like a big support from my family. They help me to go for it, to achieve whatever I'm trying to achieve, and that's what means the world to me, you know.
Not only a deep run in the Super Main, but a second place finish in the 10K game. You can't tell me that the lifestyle changes you made doesn't have an impact on the felt, right?
It does. It does. It's massive, guys. It's very massive. Like your energy levels, like you rest better, you sleep better, you like have more flow in everything you do. And they actually made a big part of the change of this year, of 2025. And I think 2026 can only get better.
There we go. Love to see it. Well, we must say you represent the game very well. Admire the way you handle yourself. Congratulations on a tape run. There he is, Felipe Ramos.
11-5.
Oh, humble in victory, gracious in defeat. Here's Felipe Ramos. What a guy. Oh, it could be down to 21 here. Franco's going to run this against Lucas. His final 6 blinds.
A 7, a rey. A 7. A rey.
So we already lost Taran Palmer and Felipe Ramos on the other table. Are we about to see Franco bust out here? No. 10-7-6. Spikes the 3 outer. The Argentinian's going wild in the chat.
Dama.
Calling for a queen.
16 sale dama. How much is it exactly?
Wow, what a life.
11-5.
What a moment to spike a 3-outer.
If you don't believe us when we say how big of a spot this is for so many of these players, just watch the way they handle themselves out there. 5 big blind double up, we're getting the fist pump. That somber, bust out interview from Felipe Ramos. This is
20 exactly?
absolutely life-changing opportunity. And Garby is going to need some help.
Yeah. What do you think about this spot, by the way? 10 bigs, ripping it in. I mean, pretty flat until we get down to 15, right?
Yeah, I think I would have taken this spot as well. I want to say this is 7-handed potentially as well, or have they not lost anyone at this table?
I don't believe they've lost anyone yet. But here we go.
Bender asks for the rest.
Cards on their backs. Garvey is the all-in player at risk. He's got 2 bracelets. Looking to make it 3 here, but he's going to need some help from the deck. Queen, 9 or a heart for a sweat at least. Well, he's just dead on the turn. Bernhard Binder up to 120,000, 120 million rather. Playing 60 big blinds. He's one of the tournament chip leaders. Might even be the tournament chip leader now.
The variance is in so many ways. Like
It's, yeah, it's the most, you don't even think about it most of the time. Even sometimes, like, the board runs
GG's
out,
Garby.
you're bluffing, the
He's going to head to collect $415,000 for his efforts. Back over here, Lucas, who just got sucked out. That's another thing as well, Kev. You're playing for 10 mil. How do you just like mentally reframe getting 3-outed? Yeah, it's so easy to fall into that like victim mindset. Of, okay, I should be playing 25 bigs. I should have 50 million right now. Instead, you know, I'm now nursing a 12 big blind stack.
It's hard to snap out of it. Really hard on this stage. By the way, I think Franco's going to take this spot.
He's going to be running it again.
Allez.
This could be quite the spin up for Franco if he can just hold here with the 6s. Go from what, 11 million to 48 million in just a couple of hands.
One for you, one for me.
Daniel Raymer just looks cool as anything. Franco
fishy, you know?
flopping bottom set.
Tough.
King, 10 or a diamond needed for a sweat.
Vamos.
Man, what an orbit for him. What a start to the day for him. It's up to 48 million. Is that Martin Cabral in the background?
One for you, one for me, huh?
Yeah,
Is
I
there
lost
any
to
doubt?
him.
Oh, to him.
I lost to him in Sharks versus Ace Queen.
Gotcha.
100 million pot. No, 80 1,000. I had 22 hands. Last 2 hands of the day.
Now you're even.
Now we are even.
Now you're even.
Oh, wow. Did you hear that? So last 2 hands of the day last night, he lost the 80 million chip pot, apparently.
Really? I was just checking out this man's profile, Franco. No stranger to WSOP success. He won the Millionaire Maker in 2024,
Wow.
just a year and a half ago.
What a life. So he knows the thing about these large field
Big blind level.
minefields.
Big blind level.
So blinds going up to 1.3 million, 2.5 million.
Suited ace and 20 big blinds for Benny Glauser. He'll get things started. Franco can sit this one out, I think. Enjoy your spin for a moment. Or is he getting right back into the action? Would be kind of a light 3-bet bluff. He gave it some thought.
Just catching up on this Jesse Lonis hand going viral. Sean Deeb throwing down the gauntlet. Saying bad players also make bad folds. We can run back last year's bet as much as you want. Okay, Sean Deeb.
Storylines for next year's summer series already underway.
Yeah. Sean just wanting to get the bets in now. Got a little mystery hand brewing. We got 3 snowmen. Is it snowing out there? Benny ace high. One of those ones where it feels like you don't want to just give 6 outs a free turn.
Yeah, with trips on board, the pre-flop raiser can be very, very aggressive. Just so hard for Natasha in the big blind to have connected in any way. You've either got quads or some kind of dusty backdoor. Nothing much in between.
What about pocket pairs? 5s, 6s, 7s. I guess with ICM maybe even like 9s and 10s in there.
She might have some, yeah. Benny opened from +1.
Right.
So not exactly a clear 3-bet with all the pocket pairs, even though it's just 20 big blinds to start the hand. I think some of them would have just jammed pre. Some of them would flat. I think that's the question for Benny's hand now is there enough value to get with this low full house, 8s full of 4s? Or am I sometimes just, value cutting myself against pocket 7s, against slow played 4/8s? Even blocks an ace. So getting called by ace high is harder. Oh, she's asked to see his chips.
Yeah, she seems pretty interested in this one. Wow.
Whoa.
She just ripped it in.
This was not crossing Benny's mind, I don't think. The threat of jam, I mean, maybe you expect to face a click raise sometimes.
Bro, is this just quads only?
Benny just being asked for his tournament.
Is Natasha just putting Benny on those big pocket pairs that you mentioned? Queens, kings, aces.
I can't count. I can't stop the clock. If it's obviously more than your stack.
You're not allowed to? Okay.
Do you believe that's correct?
Since when? They were doing it all day yesterday.
Oh, and that's apologies, she's actually all in. So I do think they. I was thinking that she hadn't gone all in, just made a bet. But given that she's gone all in, they do typically count it.
All day yesterday, they were counting the player's stack.
Sometimes
I'm so confused.
Coming back 3 tables, they might get different instructions. You know, it's a little easier to manage the
Yeah.
whole tournament at this stage, so it is possible that changed today.
And he folds.
No way. Just a queen high flush draw.
Wow.
I mean, I didn't even have the chance to say what is jamming a flush draw accomplish when flush draws are drawing dead.
Wow.
Of course, could have just been trying to clear out ace jack. I don't know that she expected a full house to fold.
Something tells me that's going to make the highlights.
We will see on review.
Something tells me that one's going to get clipped. 1.3 though. Don't go cheap now because you want a big pot.
I mean, Natasha Mercier, take a bow.
I read?
Yeah.
She probably had a good house.
Oh, hang on, JNT. What? Wait, what?
This is...
Guys, this is a 200 million chip pot. This is this is like 3 times tournament average. JNT's flop top 2. Thomas picks up outs on the turn. He's looking for a jack to win the main pot. There's a 140 million chip side pot between Charlie and JNT. Charlie's looking for a queen or a 10. He's got 6 outs, otherwise he's doubling JNT up. Oh my word. What is going on today?
How much do you have? Brutal.
Just the biggest flip of the tournament. Ace King against Queens. JNT's your chip leader.
Kevin, I'm legit at a loss for words right now. We're like 30 minutes into the day, and these guys are playing 200 million chip pots. Just 3 times tournament average. We got another all in over here. We're down to 20 players.
Wow, did Ribeiro call a jam? Blind versus blind, king 8 suited. Putting himself at risk here.
Certainly looks that way.
Pascal trying to KO another Brazilian and do it in brutal fashion. Here he has king 8 versus Pascal's king 7. Ace 4, 6, 2 hearts. Couple backdoor draws available. For now, Pascal looks for a 7. Turn, though, is a deuce. See if we have another dramatic river to eliminate. Brazilian. The river, though, is an 8. That's a double up for Ribeiro. Guess.
All right, the show goes on.
Things are moving quick out there, Henry. Pascal Lefrancois started the day as the chip leader. He's now got 35 big blinds.
Can we just talk about the hand before that, the mystery hand, where Natasha Mercier just dunked on an 8-time bracelet winner, check jamming turn with a queen high flush draw. I mean, what in the world? And TJ Reed, by the way, with the soul read, he's just like, I got a funny feeling you're up to no good right there. Like, his spidey senses.
It just didn't add up for quads.
1.3 million. So 2.5.
Wow, JNT's playing 220 million chips right now. 220 mil. What on earth? What on earth is going on?
Oh.
I can't believe this. Well, maybe the perfect timing, because we've got someone that can come in and actually calm us down a bit after this hand. the 2022
I would have had like 270 million.
WSOP main event champion. Espen Ulin Jorstad jumping in the booth. Can perhaps break down the madness of what's going on. Probably better than anyone else, given that he's won an event of this size. As we welcome him into the booth. Espen Jorstad. How's it going, my man?
Very good. Oh, I hear myself. This is weird.
Yeah, you can hear yourself.
You're supposed to. That's a good thing.
Oh my god, this is... Yeah, all right.
Do you not remember this from the streaming days?
I need to turn myself down, that's for sure, because now I'm getting a... Okay, this is better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
No, I'm good. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're better now that you're here. I mean, it's...
We're recovering from shock.
Yeah. I remember you had some pretty shocking hands deep in your main event win. I want to say like day 7, aces against ace king, and some other like crazy hands. But this is just absurd. We just saw like a 3 times average pot B play J&T, scooping it with ace king, all the money going in pre. And yeah, they're flying through this one. We're just getting Espen set up with the headset. We'll give him a try. This is an old gamer. This is an ex-streamer.
All right, this is better. Yeah, the volume on the headphones were so loud, my head was...
There's probably Ali in there before. Ali... yeah, Ali loves it really loud in his headset for some reason.
All right, there we go.
Blaze
oh wow, J&T with 210 million.
Just like overwhelming chip leader. Overwhelming chip lead. With
Big main event expert. I feel like in all the Tritons as well, every time there's a main event, he just does well.
I don't know how. I think it's just based off of pure aggression. It gets the job done.
You can't fold big hands to him. He plays big pots all the time. I mean, ace king against queens of Charlie Hook, like it's a pure cooler for 40 big blinds, but just on the right side of the big ones.
Yeah, and it's tricky to play against. You see him like 3-betting pocket 7s here, right, versus hijack, which is a play that's okay. Like, it happens in theory as well, but like most people are just going to play this as a pure flat, right?
Yeah.
So it's very unpredictable. It takes these lines, and you don't really know. It's hard to put him on hands a lot of the time, I think.
Yeah, this is what Kevin was saying yesterday. Is like in a lot of spots where if it was like you and Kevin in the hand, you'd just be playing like a single raise pot with 6 big blinds in the middle. J&T somehow forces you to play like 40, 50, 60 big blind pots all the time.
Yeah, he's even getting value on the flop here. For now, at least.
That's 25 mil in the middle. 28 now. William with the flush draw.
So what else has been happening here today? Any big upsets? Any...
Yeah, Felipe Ramos just got 3-outed for his tournament life. On the other table, one of the nicest guys in the business.
Yeah, I like him a lot. That's sad to hear.
What else do we see, Kev? So Natasha Mercier.
I mean, the bluff against Benny Glauser just now needs to be broken down at some point.
If we get the chance. Yeah, go on, give Espen the rundown of that hand.
So blinds had just gone up. Benny opens off of 20 bigs from +1 with ace-4 spades. Natasha defends her big blind. It comes 8-8-8. Trips on board. Check. C-bet. Call.
Like a small B25 or whatever.
Small size from Benny.
Yeah.
Turn is a 4, so Benny makes 8s full of 4s. He goes for second barrel like small. I think he bets 3 big blinds on the turn. And Mercier dunks it in for 40 million.
Oh my god. Would you even bluff here?
You gonna call for your tournament life? With ace-4 here, or are you out?
I mean, what does she have? like you expect her to have like 5s, 6s, 7s, I guess.
Yeah, we were discussing she would probably flat pre-flop because it's a +1 open, not the most attractive jam. Like even out of the big blind, not the most attractive jam.
What, she just had like 9-10 suited or something, or what?
Queen deuce of hearts.
Queen deuce of hearts. turn flush draw and just ripped.
Floats flop with the queen deuce, mate.
He folded.
He folded?
Yeah.
Wow. Sick.
Crazy hand.
That is crazy, yeah. One of those plays where if you get snapped by kings, you're just like, you look really stupid.
It's just like, oh, I have 0%.
Yeah. For no reason. And then when it goes through, you look like a genius.
I think the small bet might have done something there, right? Just kind of like, I don't believe you got it right now.
Yeah, she probably felt he was just trying to milk with like ace-jack or ace-king or something like this, you know? And she was like, I have live flush draw, I have a queen, I have a deuce, I have a lot of live cards if I get called by these hands.
Wow, we could be down to 19 here. Barrow. How do we feel about Goldman taking this spot from the small blind, by the way, for 6 bigs?
Seems very standard to me, no?
Yeah. But it's queen 6-3. That's 6 the only club.
Oh, it's versus
it's got button open.
For now looks for a 9
small
or 7.
blind jam with the 9-7.
Oh, I thought he open jammed the small blind. Now I see.
Turn, though, is the ace of diamonds. 9 or 7 for Isaiah to stay alive. River, though, is a queen. We say good game to one of the remaining Americans. Out in 20th for $415,000.
Wow.
Showed up at the Isle to play a cash game. The cash game wasn't running. So he said, I'll hop in a satellite, in a 3K satellite for the Super Main. And he turned that 3K into 415K. Not too shabby, guess.
I mean, those are the spin-ups you dream of, right? You come into town to play some cash. Cash games on run, you're like, all right, I'll flick a satellite, win a seat. 5 days later, you're going home with 400K. I mean, that's a pretty sick story.
Decent, yeah. About the spot, versus button open, I think I would probably fold, actually, with this stack. It is... Like, I understand probably what he's thinking, though, that there's, like, big blind and big blind ante in the middle, so he's getting 2 dead blinds in there, and he's going to be live most of the time versus a button range. Usually behind, but live at least, with a decent overlay of chips in the middle, but, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's... You could even justify, like, flatting if you think you're on a low enough ICM situation and trying to just get a good flop and check fold when it comes like king, queen, deuce, but... A lot of players just not playing off of 6 big blinds with that many actions. They just think, oh, it's a jam or fold spot, and this feels like a qualifier.
Yeah, it could be an interesting idea, actually, to just flat the small blind there. And then if the big blind happens to squeeze, you just call it off for your tournament life, because at that point you're getting really good odds, right? But that way you can see some flops, and you can have some fold equity post-flop. Maybe you flop like some draw, and you can donk shove and get a fold, you know? So it gives you a bit more options like that. Maybe you can check fold if it just comes like ace, king, queen, red, you know, or something. It's, yeah, an interesting idea. I don't know how the pay jump situation is right now.
No ladder until we get down to the final 15. Everyone currently guaranteed 415,000. Once we get down to the final 15, we'll be locked up 520K. Of course, the real pay jumps coming once you get down to the final table. Yeah, 19 left.
That's a familiar face. He final tabled the main event in Vegas the year I won it. Spitale.
Oh, did he really?
I believe he did. Or did he? Or did he final 2 tables?
We had in the notes that he won the Millionaire Maker last summer in 2024.
You just wanted to say that you won the main event, didn't you? You're just like, oh, I remember that guy. He was
yeah,
at
to
the
everyone
table.
listening, if you weren't aware, I did win the main event. Yeah, there. Now I got it.
There we
no,
go.
That was not the intention. I do think he...
Let's have a look.
I think so. Am I?
Checking in on this.
Feels like something I should know.
Kev, you got it. You having a look?
I'm very close.
All right, Lucas, in the meantime, getting it in good. Blind v blind.
I think it was a different guy, Espen.
No.
In the meantime,
I'll find the tournament.
We've got an 8-high flop. But Daniel's actually picked up outs in the form of a wheel draw. Be a dirty way to do it.
Swap the deuce for a 4.
Someone else passed.
Lucas just one card away from doubling up. Can he hold? Yes, he can. Back up to 45 mil. Not quite out of the woods yet. Short stack duties belonging to Terence Reid. He's on 7 bigs. Peter Chen over on the reef table playing 11. Charlie Hook down to 13 bigs after losing that monster flip.
We went from 20 to 19 like 5 minutes ago.
Did it?
Yeah. So it might be gone already. I didn't see who it was either. I just saw the number.
Dropping like flies. We might be down to the final table in just 2 levels. Who knows? Did you find out?
No, we were looking at Hen Mob, and there is the 14th place finisher in that tournament is unknown. It's like removed from Hen Mob for some reason.
But it's not Franco because his Hendon Mob is unblocked. And
Yeah.
it shows here that he won the Millie Maker.
How did I get that wrong?
I think you're talking about the guy that had ace-king against your aces.
No, no.
Because he had the tattoo on his arm.
No, no. This was Tom Kuntze.
Ah, okay. Okay. Then I don't know.
Austrian, German, bro.
It's okay, it's been 3 years, you've just completely forgotten the
Oh,
tournament.
wait. Was it... Could it have been the tag team event and that my brain is just like so blurred up that I... No, there's no way.
Kevin, have a look at the tag team.
I'm going to do my best to make Espen seem like a normal, sane person on this broadcast.
Currently got 20,000 of you watching over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel. Appreciate you guys joining the show.
It was the tag team event. He got 4th in the tag team event. That's where I have him from. Oh my god.
You know, the mini-main event.
The mini-main event, yeah. To be fair, those 2 weeks are so blurry in my head. That was intense. But yeah, now it's clicking. Thank you for finding that.
How's your first time commentating going?
Yeah, great so far. No blunders.
It's alright, mate. It happens to the best of us.
Grozorg is in there as well. He's a dangerous one with chips for sure.
Yeah. He's currently got...
Very good player.
39 bigs. J&T just has 2 times what second in chips has because it's J&T. When does he not? Missed the main event himself.
Raise 5 million.
Yeah. Lukas Rutkauskas? I don't know him actually. There's a lot of good Lithuanian players right now. Him I'm not so familiar with, but I've seen him with the other Lithuanians, so I assume he's part of that crew to some extent.
20 million?
Or at least friends with them. I like his decision to fake shove for half his stack here, leaving himself a bit of a escape route if it goes jam behind him. He's effectively saying that he's all in. He's not... yeah, he's not 3-bet folding ever, obviously. He's just leaves himself the option to 3-bet fold if 2 people get it in behind.
He's had a really swingy start to this day, but great to see him back up to 22 bigs. Bit of breathing room. Yeah, he seems very solid, and I have to agree that that part of the world, the Latvians, the Lithuanians, seem to be crushing it. You think he's part of Polikov's crew?
I would know if he was, I think, and I don't think he's part of that crew. But I've seen him talking to those guys, so he probably knows them to some degree.
Pass. Pass.
Raise.
Raise. 5 million.
Lucas is going to get sevens back to back, and his spot's a lot closer now. 22 big blinds in the cutoff against the hijack open. What do you like here?
Does elect to pass, yeah. I think it seems very close as well. It's also the guy opening is not overwhelming chip leader, right? If this was an open from someone with a lot of chips, where you expect him to open really wide, I do think I would just stick it in with the sevens, or do like a half stack jam as he did before.
Yeah, I think Natasha Mercier covers in the big blind.
All in.
Oh, Terrence Reed, let's go, man. 5 bigs, 5.5 bigs in a dream.
12 or so.
700k in live cashes on his Hendon mob. Typically a circuit grinder. One of the biggest spots of his life. We're supposed to remain impartial in the booth, but you know, for the people that still believe in the poker dream, it's hard not to.
Flat, we're all in.
To root for the ace king. That's dangerous. He's calling over
Brave.
Jeff Platt. That's
Brave,
very
man.
brave. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that.
Interesting flop.
Top pair, top kicker against an open ender would be a brutal way to go. Reed asking for a king. Fades the turn.
There is the set for our Lithuanian bro.
Stop it. 7 outs once for Daniel to break Terrence's heart. Doesn't find it. Reed up to 12.5 bigs.
Huh?
So smart.
The dream continues.
So smart. If king's on the turn, then he takes away his 8 outs. Genius.
Man, what a terrible start to
Insights
the
like
day
that.
for Daniel. Came in
Got me
3rd
ready
in
for poker
chips.
word, baby.
What's the average stack at this point?
Good question.
I think we're in the neighborhood of 30 big blinds. I can do some back of the envelope confirmation, but
Sounds
producer
about right.
James seems to agree, about 30 big blinds average.
Sounds like a 32 big blinds at this point, yeah.
What's some sage wisdom you can drop on these remaining 19? It feels like at the moment, and maybe it's just been card distribution, but are people trying to force it a little bit, trying to win the tournament right here, right now?
I did see some pretty wild hands from yesterday's stream, at least.
Yeah.
I saw this ace-10 versus ace-queen pot,
Oh,
which
the
was
6-bet pot.
unreal throwback to 2011, as you mentioned, where clicking back and forth was like all the rage. You would just like take 9-4 offsuit and go for the 7-bet click, you know? That doesn't really happen much anymore, until yesterday, that is. Pretty sick that he calls it off with ace-queen as well.
He didn't even waste his time. He was just like, yeah, okay, cool.
They must have some history, those two guys, or yeah, that was pretty insane.
Terrence likely to take an open jam spot here. He's thrown a time bank in, 12 bigs on the button, king 10-0.
Raised to 13 million.
13 million, thank you.
He does the same, goes for the half stack jam, which I like.
So Natasha going to take this spot. What's this? 12.5 bigs effective against Terrence.
I mean, she only has to call 5 bigs for now. Leonard behind with a healthy stack, I believe.
All right, Reed. Taking it down. Back up to 15 bigs.
One scary thing with
I was
doing
curious what he's
this
going to say to that, because
into
13,000 doesn't mean anything.
into people with a lot of
Like
chips is
call?
that the big blind can actually play quite a bit wider calling range when
Yeah,
you
I
do
know.
the half stack jam
think it's
like
probably
that.
correct.
He can actually just play a bunch of calls and then start leading a bunch of low flops and stuff like that. He can make your life quite difficult if he has a lot of chips. So there is some downside to doing this as well. I think in this spot actually it's going to be one of those where you play two jamming ranges actually. If you use a solver, you would have like one jamming range that's just all in, and you would have like a half stack jamming range that's a bit more polarized than the full jam range.
Yeah, you're saying you don't want to put yourself in a dicey spot with like exact middle of range where you let the big blind just flat start playing flops and there's actually a significant amount of chips behind.
Exactly, yeah. So all your very like obvious ones like ace king off, ace queen off, ace jack off, pocket nines, pocket eights, pocket yeah, you know, like this very middling, strong but not insanely strong hands will go into full jam, and then you will play like half stack jam with like aces, kings, ace king suited, king 10 off, like more the top and bottom of that range.
Man, that's the throwback in the chat. Ricardo saying it's Overbet Express. Where the hell's Ben apart? And Jonas. We need both of them.
That is a funny throwback. I actually just spoke to...
Oh!
4-bet rip from Reimer.
Oh.
Reimer's just had enough.
This is also deja vu from Andy Wilson's spot, where he did exactly the same thing with exactly the same hand. Jack 10 of diamonds, right?
I don't know, I wasn't in the booth for it.
It was a big hand from yesterday's stream where he opened early position. He got 3-bet by an aggressive Brazilian player, I think, in cutoff or button. And he 4-bet ripped it with Jack 10 of diamonds. And he happened to run into queens, unfortunately for him. Yeah, so he lost a big chunk there. Here it did work out because ace queen off was in no position to call it off. But yeah, kind of similar spot.
Wow, that was pretty gangster.
So you're saying ace queen off can call a 6-bet, but not a 4-bet. Lucas obviously using that as a very slim pre-flop bluff, 3-bet folding, early position versus early position.
Yeah.
It's just a nice, it's a nice find from the Jack 10 suited. It's hard to do.
Yeah, it's one of those, right? Like, if you get it through, you look like a genius. If you get snapped by queens, you don't look like a genius. So it's...
I'm only here for results.
True. True. Yeah.
Aren't we all?
Play roll in.
Have you seen the Jesse Lonis hand going viral, the King's Fold?
I did see that hand, yeah.
And some of the conversations on socials.
I have not seen those. I have not. I would assume they're very polarizing.
I mean, I think for the most part, Kev, correct me if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, sorry, is that a lot of people are just agreeing with his fold and that it just felt like a really underbluff spot. But then you've got Sean Deeb throwing down the gauntlet saying, yo, let's just book as many bets as you want next summer. Like, I want to cross-book you for the whole series.
Oh my God.
Clearly the two of them have some kind of pre-existing spat. But I think we should be calling it the Ryuta Nakai hand because he's the one who ran the amazing, like, that's just a nasty bluff in a huge spot.
Yeah, that hand versus Cabral was insanity. Is there footage of that anywhere? I want to see Cabral's reaction when he gets called by the
King 8?
Yeah.
What, Kyan's
Oh, you're
one?
talking about the different hand.
We're talking about a different one. We're talking about Jesse Lonis against, who was it?
Nakai.
Nakai.
Yeah, Ryuta. I think I'm getting his name right.
I thought you said Kyan.
No, Ryuta Nakai.
Ah.
He's the one who bluffed Jesse on the river with Queen 10.
Yeah. No, that was a savage bluff with the Queen 10 there.
But no, the one with Kyan against Cabral, unfortunately, there's no video footage of that.
Yeah, that was epic hand of poker as well.
Natasha coming in with the hijack open. Gets the ace-6 to fold.
That's a pretty loose open.
Yeah,
I guess she's covering everyone behind, but still, it's, yeah, not an open that everyone would take, I think.
It's emblematic of that kind of older school approach to chip lead poker, right? Like even a small margin chip lead is treated as if you've got total flexibility, like total dominance over the table.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you don't have that?
Well, I mean, Raymer has 85, 90% of the same stack, right? Like real damage could be done to Natasha in this hand.
Especially if a non-spade 7 rolls off. Natasha's going to continue here.
5 million.
Playing down to 8 today. Already had 5 eliminations. I see it coming out with third pot. It's going to get the job done.
Interesting. I think I would have liked to see a peel with pocket 7s there, even without a spade. I just think for 1/3 pot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know her c-betting strategy, of course, but it could just be a board where she's just deciding to bet range for 1/3, and then you're up against a lot of under pairs and a lot of ace highs and whatever. That's just gonna check it down with you, right? It's not like you're gonna have to call multiple streets every time you call the flop there.
And we really just wanted to see if the 7 was coming.
True. But yeah, it's true, like you say, like she's allowed to open a lot wider if she has like the J&T chip lead, for example, where she has like twice as many chips as anyone else, because then post-flop she gets to leverage that by just putting immense pressure, betting flop, turn, and river a lot of the time, right? While if you have slightly more than your opponent, you can't really be as much of a savage, because your risk premium is also very high if they're close to you in chips.
What do you think about this spot here? This is what, 15.2 bigs under the gun?
It's the 15 million.
I would think that you don't want to play much of a jamming range here at all with this ICM. So I would probably just play raise myself with this one.
Like min? Like 5.5 million?
I would play min, yeah. You could argue for sizing up a little bit if the big blind is like the chip leader or something, but I think min raise would be the preferred option here. They're playing 7-handed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Feels a bit much to play a jamming range UTG 7 for me. What do you think?
Kev?
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, I was just thinking about what the risk premium is exactly with 3 tables left. It's kind of one of those spots where it feels like it's massive, but in reality we're playing for 400,000 now and 10 million later. The gap is pretty huge, but there's still a fair bit of risk premium, of course. Final 3 tables of any tournament, even with a top-heavy structure.
Yeah. You could also argue that min raise is going to overperform as well. I do think the big blind will maybe fold a bit too much in the current situation. I would assume that these payouts are going to be life-changing money for most of these guys.
Call. Can show you the action now. Julian with the ace-3, Faraz Jaka with 2 kings.
Looks like button open. Julian
Button
rip out the
versus
small.
blind. Julian, the one at risk. Queen Jack 6, clean flop for the kings. Turn card is a 5. Only an ace saves Julian's tournament life. And the river is a 3. We can say good game. Julian Pineda out in 19th for $415,000. Frajaka scores the KO. Adds to what is an already pretty healthy chip stack.
GG's. We're down to 18. Then you just love, you just come with the min on the button. Small blind rips in. It's 10.5 bigs. Just get to click call with the Cowboys. Fades the ace on the run out. Faraz is having one hell of a day so far already. Now up to more than 100 million in chips.
I think it's going to count. It's a little over 40.
Yeah, tough spot actually with ace-3 off in the small blind there, I think, if you should go with it or not.
17.
Depends a bit how wide you think Faraz is opening, which again depends what stack the big blind had in that spot.
Yeah, I was going to say Peter was in the big blind, and he's, I believe, still one of the short stacks in the room, so that was probably a polar open from Faraz on the button. I don't know exactly how much Peter has right now, but he was short, like sub 20 bigs for sure.
I mean, if it is, then yeah, Faraz is going to play quite substantial jamming range on the button, right, with all his like strong medium stuff, and then play min race with like the strongest and the weakest part of the range. So ace-3 off, yeah, I don't know, it's going to be close, I think.
J&T just in here getting a count with 5-4-0. Let's make sure that Hook isn't so short that we're going to spin the wheel.
I had 8s. Blind on blind.
Or me.
Pocket 8s. Blind on blind.
It sounds like Hook got a couple of jams through. Blind v blind, and now small blind versus button. Trying to spin it back up. So here's how things look at this, man. This is pretty absurd. Like chip leader on the palm table would be like 4th in chips on the lagoon table. So we've got what? 4 sub 15 big blind stacks. If they keep playing at the pace they've been playing, really might not take us long.
Yeah, I've been pretty surprised watching the stream over the last couple of days of how willing people are. It doesn't seem like people are that scared, you know, like it is, as I said, like I would assume it's life-changing money for most of these guys, not J&T, but most of these other guys, you know, and it doesn't seem like it's affecting people too much. People are very willing to go with it seems like.
Well, we're going to be going with it here.
For sure.
Benny's got ace-king, Daniel's got jacks. Already seen one of Benny's outs in Natasha Mercier's hand. We're going to be off to the races.
Dreamy spot when you get to squeeze jam here, when you have a caller as well, some extra dead money in the middle.
All right, here we go. Deep old exhale there from Benny, understandably so. What a flip. 21 big blinds in the middle. Good luck calculating how much this one's worth.
Yeah, this is a massive equity spot. Not one you want to be flipping in. When
Right.
you get it in with ace-king here, you're doing so good against range that you're kind of sad when you see that you're actually flipping.
You're just like, how does the guy not have ace-jack, ace-queen? Here we go. Massive flop incoming.
Wow.
King, 4.
I mean, Benny is not going to take this for granted just yet, though. I saw some absolutely brutal runouts he was playing yesterday.
Don't
in all
say
ins.
that.
No, I mean, now he can.
Now he can finally
breathe.
breathe. He turns Daniel dead.
I don't think
And
I could have taken it again if the same thing happened. Yeah.
Daniel.
Exactly, he mentioned it as well, yeah.
He's scarred.
Came in as one of the tournament chip leaders. He's down to 20 bigs.
Tosh, look at that big smile on his face. He can't even contain it. Oh my God.
I lost like the last 4 all-ins in a row.
Strong to still be in the tournament after losing 4 all-ins in a row.
It was pretty crazy in yesterday's stream. He was all in with overpair versus underpair and got rivered like 3 times or something. It was absurd.
Really?
It was absurd.
Wow. Yeah, I heard that David Coleman had like chip lead with 50 left, and then he just gets 2 outed by
And
Natasha
again,
Mercier,
Archie.
king
Wow, what
against
time to be
9,
alive.
kings against 9s. Like,
So brutal.
yeah, pretty disgusting spot. You got to fade a lot of those.
Yeah.
I also remember in the 2022 main event, someone, I don't need to name any names, got it in with Queen Jack against Kings. I also remember, and again, I don't need to name any names, but on a 9-7-4 board, River came 4, someone had quad 4s against pocket 7s. Again, don't need to mention any names about how well you have to run in these tournaments.
These hands never happened. I was just redlining people.
Oh, no limit.
No, this might have happened. Yeah, the queen jack
Fucking
suited was a
close.
blunder from me for sure. I remember
Just
it.
a
It was
flip
like
for
I
$1
opened low
million,
jack.
I mean,
I had like
jeez.
40 bigs, I think.
Yeah.
I think it was
Next
cut
games you
off that
can
three
mostly
bet
only
me,
lose one bet
and
at
I 4-bet
times.
ripped it on him. Kind of similar to the jack 10 suited we just saw, like kind of similar spot. But this was like day 5 or something. It wasn't like super deep. It was like maybe 100, 200 people left or something like that.
Okay.
And I 4-bet ripped it in his face. He snaps me off with kings. Flop comes king high, and I just run out of flush. And yeah, I have a big stack instead of being out of the tournament. So yeah, skill game.
I mean, yeah, that's how you win 10 million, right? One of these guys is going to do the same. Natasha coming in with the open on the button. Daniel sub 20 now.
Call feels standard, but I do think it's a tempting spot to just jam on the chip leader if you know that they're getting out of line. Just like run your equity.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of those that for chips it would be kind of a natural call probably. But with ICM you're more incentivized to just take the pot down, right? You're not as incentivized to play post flop out of position versus chip leader. So a lot of the calls in GPV will become jams in ICM.
Is that 5 into 13 million?
Yeah, pretty sizable c-bet from Natasha. Daniel setting the trap.
It's an interesting hand in terms of what your calling range is going to be versus bet here, right? Because you're not going to have that much ace-x, because most of it, you're just going to slam it pre-flop, I think. So when you're check calling, you're... I mean, you also don't have any pairs because you're just jamming them pre. So you have gut shots or you have a jack, basically. I would think that this might be a spot where you just want to play min-raise and fold, where maybe you don't want to play calls at all because your range is just...
17 million.
Whoa.
Well, he's induced the bluff from 9 high.
It does
really
seem
nice quick check on turn, quick check on river.
He's playing it as if he has king 10, basically.
Well, Natasha with ill-timed aggression. Daniel's going to be back up to 80 million.
I guess you just min-raise here instead of jamming.
Going to use a time bank.
Yeah, definitely still expecting to be able to get value. I mean, once in a while he's coolered by pocket fours, but this is just a spot where you expect Natasha to have like ace-5 offsuit sometimes.
Play all in.
Wow. What an absurd turn of events here. Natasha's just blundering for 22 million across flop, turn, and river.
I don't even know if she, like, I feel like her hand is a pretty nice one actually for bluffing river. Like you unblock the 10, queen, and king, which is what matters on the river. And at the same time as you're blocking jack 8 and jack 9, which are going to be a very natural defense for the big blind, right? So like combo-wise, I think she has like a great bluffing hand.
I don't think it's a blunder either. My only change would be size a little smaller on flop, size a little smaller on river maybe as well. But like betting flop and river seems totally normal to me.
Yeah, I would agree. Because on the river you're kind of you're targeting like the king highs and the queen highs, right? Like you're not really targeting an ace because it's such a small part of the range, I think.
Right, 18 left, 40 minutes left on the clock. For this level. Over-unders if we get to the end of the level before we have the final 2-table redraw.
The way they're playing, there's going to be 33 minutes on the clock when we get to the final 2-table redraw.
It's actually
right?
been insane. I just fully came back with the expectation that we were going to be seeing, you know, a lot of like slow play, stalling, similar to what we saw yesterday, especially given the size of the pay jumps. Instead, it's been quite the opposite.
Similar spot as before with ace queen. Very early position with, in my opinion, a bit too many big blinds to jam maybe. This one is getting close. It's like 14, right? 14 bigs.
Yeah, that's right. And I believe we're six-handed over here.
Yeah. Six-handed here, it's a bit more attractive for sure to just jam it in. But I don't mind this. It's, yeah. I think it's going to be very close in either direction.
Lucas in the big blind with rags. Raise and take for Franco. What happened to you in this tournament? I feel like you just couldn't get anything running.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, just felt like every story was just like, okay, yeah, lost the big pot.
Yeah, I didn't even lose a big pot ever, really. I got up to like 2.5 starting stacks, and that was like the most I ever had in this tournament. And I was in for 6 bullets. So yeah, you're right, I didn't get much going. I was having a profitable trip before this tournament, but obviously now firing 6 bullets in this and 1 bullet in the 25k turbo one-day event as well, it's no longer a profitable trip. But that's fine. I've enjoyed Bahamas a lot. I think it's a very nice place to come in December, especially like now I live in a warm country anyways in this time of the year, but especially if you live in Northern Europe or whatever, and December is like a very cold, dark, gray month. Coming to Bahamas to play poker for a couple of weeks and go to the beach every day, get some sunlight, you know, I think it's, for me, it's like a very, very nice poker stop before I'm going to fly to Norway after this, where I know it's like 0 degrees and dark and gray, and yeah. So having this, getting some vitamin D and beach time before flying there, I think is awesome. So I don't really mind that I lost some money here. I still had a very great time.
I love it. Yeah, gym, sunshine, beach, poker.
No, and everyone is here, right? It's a very social trip. You meet friends every day, no matter where you go. If you go to the beach, or if you go to the gym, or if you go to any of the restaurants here at the poker table, you're just surrounded by friends and like-minded people, right? So it's, yeah, I love it.
It does feel that way. This does feel like the most socializing I've ever done this trip as well. Just like everyone's in town.
Yep.
Like most of the Kevin was saying yesterday when we started doing the walkthrough on day 3. There's like 202 players left in the field. We were literally naming everyone at every table. Like we just knew half the field. It's amazing. Like everyone's here.
Cheeky memories. Luke gets through. King 5 suited in the cutoff.
Yeah,
I like the find.
Yeah, it's a bit out there. I think it's like completely fine. Like, what are you gonna shove there? Like King 8 suited, maybe? King 7, King 8 feels like the line.
Yeah.
For like 10.3 bigs or whatever you had. So usually you're gonna play min raises there, right? Because you're gonna be inducing with aces, kings, queens, ace king suited maybe, stuff like that. So you do need to have some raise folds as well to balance out that part of the range. And you usually want to take high card type hands that are just not strong enough to shove, right? King 5 might be stretching it a little bit, but not completely ridiculous.
Yeah. And it's not like it takes awareness to find bluffs. I think that it tends to look really strong to the average person. It's just like, oh, you got dealt aces in the cutoff, like trying to get cute.
I agree. I do think these races will outperform quite a bit.
See if he gets any action here with the 10s. JNT's the cutoff with Queen Jack.
Well, feels like calling hand if JNT does play it. Would have been a ridiculous way to find his way into a pre-flop flip if he 3-bet this, but...
Oh my god. Yeah, that would be sad.
Still as played. Big flop incoming for Martinelli.
Oh my word. Here we go.
And that is a big flop for Martinelli.
Middle set, checks it on over to JNT. And he is pretty much guaranteed a double here. Although, it sounds like this has been the spooky tournament late last night. A couple of sick run-outs.
Question is what you do now. It does feel like you're just over... Like, shoving here doesn't feel... I don't really think you want to play much of a racing range that's not all in here.
Yeah.
And going all in feels like your hand is just kind of too strong. It's even have the 10 of hearts, right?
Oh my word.
Wow, this might slow things down. Could go... No,
This
he's
is
reaching.
JNT.
Nothing slows this
Okay,
man down.
now I assume it's going to go bet jam call, obviously. Yeah, good luck to Luke dodging 8 outs on the river.
JNT had 5% on the flop. It's gone up to 18% on this turn. Turning an open-ender would be a disgusting way for Luke Martinelli to bust. Off the flopping middle set.
All in.
There's the jam.
Homeg.
JNT is just going to ask for a count, but here's that's only 7.7 million more.
Yeah, he's just making sure that he didn't misread the stack or something.
Here we go. One of the biggest rivers of Luke Martinelli's career. Incoming. Just needs to fade the 8 outs for his tournament life.
Okay.
You can tell he's
stressed.
He's always smiling though. You've got to give credit where credit's due. Manages to hold.
Little cortisol spike there right before the river was dealt.
Yeah.
Just a tiny one.
It's just like, how does this guy just have 8 outs? So, Luke Martinelli bouncing back up, playing 71 million now. He's got 1.3 million on his Hendon Mob. Can practically double that if he can reach the final table today. Final 8 will be walking away with 1.1 million.
How much do we know about this guy? He's unfamiliar to me.
Luke?
Yep.
Australian circuit grinder. Best score taking down the WSOP circuit high roller in Sydney. Most of his results coming from Australia. So
that's why he's unknown to me, because I've never set foot on that continent. Yet. I've heard
worth a trip.
That some tournaments are coming back there now. It might be something to consider in the future.
Man, what a sweaty run out that was. JNT, just a flesh wound for him, still the overwhelming tournament chip leader.
This guy is a big savage. I've played with him online quite a bit, and he is a very strong tournament player.
Bernard Binder.
Yeah.
He put people in the bin.
He does tend to bin people, yeah. Played with him in Triton as well. He's playing very high now and very strong, aggressive opponent.
Check back from Blaze, Queen Jack suited. Feels like there was value available. Takes the conservative route against the aforementioned Binder. I mean, maybe just a little bit of not the guy I want to tangle with sort of situation.
He might also have picked up on the fact that Binder is very aggressive and he doesn't really want to get limp raised with Queen Jack suited here. It's kind of a disastrous situation if you do.
Yeah.
You'd probably have to take a flop, and now you're playing a gigantic pot. Like, yeah. I don't know. I would personally have raised the Queen Jack suited, but I don't think it's necessarily like a big deal.
It's one of the hidden advantages to playing like a savage is people tend to stay out of your way and let you realize more equity. 10-6 suited gets there on the turn.
For sure.
This little B66 on the turn.
Yeah, he's going to get some value if it goes. I mean, you could raise Queen Jack here as well, but I assume he's going to call most of the time.
Clean river for Binder.
Yeah, question now is if he wants to seek more value or if he checks to get to let Blaze bluff with a hand like 7-9, Jack-9. I think Queen Jack probably a bit too strong to bluff. Problem with having the 6 of clubs is that you're blocking a lot of the hands that Blaze would bluff when you check. So I would think that Binder just goes
4.3.
for some value himself, and he does.
Doesn't go big. I believe it's hit 4.3. So quarter pot. Interesting proposition being laid here for Blaze.
It doesn't look like much hand, but I like that Williams still chewing on this one a bit. Like you expect to beat every bluff with Queen Jack high, and you maybe even block a little value.
Yeah, I would never think that Binder is bluffing king high here. He's just going to be... But it's not hard to find bluffs here, right? He's going to have so many like 4, 3, 7, 9, 6, 7, Jack 9.
Well, it's paid him off.
Call, yeah. Doesn't seem ridiculous to me.
Binder's up to 159 million chips now, second overall. Got a few questions. First one being, who is our guest commentator? Being asked in the chat is the 2022 WSOP main event champion, Espen Jorstad. Some questions for Espen as well. Are you ever going to return to vlogging like Danny Negreanu?
I wouldn't say never. It's something that I have done a couple of times in the past, and it's not something that's very natural for my personality. I'm not really the guy who's out there like, hey guys, welcome to, you know, I'm not this guy. I'm more of a laid-back, kind of quiet guy. So it doesn't suit my personality all that well, I think. We did get really good feedback, though, on the Triton vlogs we were doing when I was vlogging last time. I think people really liked the content, but it is a bit more niche, that content style, so I'm not sure. Yeah, wouldn't write it off, maybe in the future, but nothing planned.
All right, well, back over here, Benny is trying to dunk on Reed.
Yeah, this looks like a second barrel from hijack against the big blind in a single raised pot. Reed has a very strong bluff catcher, but you rarely beat value uncomfortable. Rivers incoming.
Interesting. I'm wondering if Benny just follows through here. He does have the 10 of diamonds, blocking some flush combos.
Yeah, Reed could absolutely have ace 10 of diamonds, queen 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds in range. It's nice to remove these combos and just make it a little more likely he's got queen jack.
This would be a savage bluff from Benny. It's for his tournament life as well if he does decide to pull the trigger here. And let's reverse engineer it. The line seems so strong. Open hijack, bet flop, B50 turn, jam river.
King.
He's given up. Terrence Reed's up to 95 million chips.
Would be interesting to see as well if he followed through, if Terrence was going to call or not. Because it's only half pot on the river. It's not that big of a jam, right? And you have a decent bluff catcher. You would prefer to have a diamond, of course, but the 5 unblocks a lot of the bluffs that Benny would have, right?
Round 2. Over here, Binder against Blaze. What's this gone? Open button, min. Blaze calling out of the small. Big blind getting out of the way.
Yeah, looks like it went check, check, flop. And now Binder is bluffing, semi-bluffing the turn. For full pot, actually. Big bet. Kind of an interesting one to check back flop and then go for full pot on this turn.
Yeah, the claim being made is like king, queen, queen, jack, this kind of hand class. Maybe, you know, queen 4 suited or pocket 4s once in a blue moon.
Yeah. Gets it done.
Binder's looking very solid right now. Up to 170 million.
Yeah, he's dangerous for sure.
I think he's odds favorite in terms of online experience to close this one out.
Yeah, if I would have to put my money on someone right now, I would put it on Binder.
this another one of those spicy min raises out of the cutoff off of a short stack?
Yeah. I think maybe I would have passed on this one personally.
Threes are feeling a little dicey too, but Reed does have some chip stack buffer now to almost 40 bigs.
Yep.
Just really feels like against the narrow range we
What?
expect. I'm sorry, what?
Excuse you?
What on earth? It's going to work.
We've just got a dead read on weak pre-flop hands.
Did she see his hand, or wow?
Natasha Mercier has just been dunking on people today in the most absurd way. That Queen Deuce hand earlier, now the 9-6 offsuit. I mean, what is going on?
It's because it's a big meme hand, or?
I don't know. There's 10 million up top. I'd like to think, you know, the memes kind of take a back seat. I think you're spot on with your read that she just sensed that this was nonsense and we're in. You know, good luck calling it off.
Wow.
I mean, I give a lot of credit to the players who are willing to just like run with a dead live read, regardless of hand combo. I mean, you know, maybe felt like she was just only risking 12 bigs there because the min raise was from a 12 big blind stack. You think Terrence just announces every like actual big hand in that spot, so when he flats, she thinks it's the dead money.
And she could be right.
That
I
could absolutely be right.
I think Terrence should play flats with some really strong hands there, but he might not.
Yeah.
Race.
Now you're starting to understand how you fired 6 bullets in this event. Yeah, like it's setting in. Like the theory that you guys have studied with your solvers, it doesn't exist here.
Seems like it's useless, yeah.
Here we go.
3-bet bluff incoming.
Wow, she's feeling herself now. She's
I mean, this looking like she's got a target on Terrence Reed. And 10-9 of hearts doesn't have to fold here.
I would never fold. I would always take a flop in position here. She made it really small as well. She's giving him an amazing price. He's in position and he's covering stack. This is like pretty dreamy spot, to be fair. Especially if he's got like some intel that she's a bit out there.
He did have like a pretty sick read on her in the Queen Deuce hand, right? Like he immediately, he was the one that voiced like, I feel like, you know, you're up to no good there. They've been playing a long time.
There are some spicy flops here. This is one of them.
Here we go. Strap yourselves in, ladies and
She
gentlemen.
jammed.
Count, please.
What?
She's gonna get called here.
Oh my word.
He's not folding. He's covering. He has top pair. He has a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. He's not folding. She's gonna be all in here with 26% equity.
This is for, I mean, if Terrence calls and holds, he's going to be second in chips. Natasha with the 2x pot jam on the flop. I mean, potentially one of the biggest implosions we've seen this year in tournament poker.
I mean, the hand is not over. She has 26%. She has a straight draw, she has an overcard, she has a backdoor flush draw. But there's no way he's folding here, right?
I mean, it's easy to see monsters in these spots. You think like, oh wow, you just had jacks pre and, you know, got the 10 high board and I'm in terrible shape. I'm sure these thoughts are running through his mind. He's trying to see where do the draws come from.
61-7, I think.
Those are 5Ks, right?
You 3-bet me out of the small blind. How do you have 6-7? How do you have Jack-9, you know?
And I guess with the delayed feed, nobody knows the hands that we've called the action on in the last, you know, 70 minutes or so. So these guys aren't privy to like the Queen Deuce, the 9-6, the 9-8.
No, they haven't had a break yet.
Wow.
But
Okay,
Terrence
thank
has
you.
had a pretty
61
sick
million.
read on her.
Start my clock, please. Tasha. A little bit of a gangster, huh?
Not just a little bit.
What do you think I have?
I don't care.
God, it's such a good bet.
Terrence trying to extract some information with the speech play. Natasha giving nothing away.
How can I fold? How can I not put the chips in with this hand? You're just gonna show ace queen to the world.
she's like, I wish I had ace queen. Actually, Jack 7 has more outs against 10-9
Yeah,
than
she has
ace
more
queen
equity
does.
with this
Yeah.
one versus the 10 specifically.
Yeah, that's true. One absolute savage. Win or lose?
I fold.
Whoa!
No.
Oh my word.
Wow.
Maybe like jacks, if you think. You think like jacks?
They stand.
No, we-
You think so? We will talk later, okay?
I think king's minimum.
King's minimum. Wow.
That's a good read.
Definitely not.
Wow, we're not even going to get to sweat the run out. That's so sick. I thought he was calling the...
To be fair, if you look at solver solutions for spots like that, big overbet jams on the flop does tend to happen quite a bit in high-risk premium spots if you're out of position on like middling boards. Not sure if this would be one of them, but and I'm not sure if that was her reasoning. I think she's just playing gangster poker,
She's
and that's what's
playing
going on.
The most
But,
gangster poker I've ever seen.
But I don't think it's... it might look more ridiculous than it actually is.
Even covered.
With 10 million up top, she's just playing the most fearless poker I've ever seen. It's absurd. She's got, you know, a lot of new fans, that's for sure, especially here in the booth.
Problems for Binder if he connects to the flop here. He's definitely gonna defend in some fashion. Wait. Wait.
Yeah, what was that?
Huh? Huh? He knew?
I don't understand.
Do you have anything there?
I had a good hand. If you shoved, I was calling. Let's put it that way.
He must have had a good read on this guy that he's playing overly cautious. But he hasn't really even been playing overly
The
cautious.
same guy we saw min raise king 5 suited in the cutoff.
Yeah, that is very confusing to me. You have a lot of chips, you get to defend quite liberally there. That's very confusing. This one, I think we just send in the muck. Not the type of hand you want to be playing off 25 bigs. With this risk premium. Once you have decent risk premium, blocker effects become more important, and implied odds type of hands like pocket trees, 6-5 suited, whatever, goes down in value. So you'd much rather open a hand like ace-9 offsuit than pocket trees in this spot, you know. So I like that he found the fold.
This is not your spot, D'Souza. Good fold.
Yeah, this pot is JNT's.
We see in polar opposite of the previous hand.
Wait, I'm very confused with what's going on now. This seems like an easy fold. Queen Jack seems like an easy defend. They're playing opposite poker.
I agree.
They're doing it deliberately to throw you off. They're like, okay, next year we're going to get Espen to fire 7 bullets into this tournament.
This also just, I understand the idea of like, oh, I'm in the big blind against someone who gives action. Maybe I can win the big one, but then why Jack 6 off, right? Why not like 4 deuce suited or something?
Jack 6 is usually not a hand that can take all that much action. You're relying on 2 pair basically to be able to call down, right? So if you're playing against a guy who's like very likely to just give you 3 barrels to the face, you don't really want to have a hand that flops like some junky middle pair.
Yeah. You want to suit, you want to be connected.
Yeah.
Shout out Charlie Hook there, by the way, just helping J&T stack his chips.
That was nice. You think he's been the guy in the grocery store a few times who gets asked, like, sir, could you please help me grab that off the top shelf for me?
Hook's all class. Like, even in his winners interview the other day, like, he just, the entire interview was him giving flowers to, like, the tournament grinders and
yeah, he had just taken down his first bracelet.
Yeah, and like almost the entire conversation was about giving praise to other people. He's a real class act.
Wonder if he decides to get out of line here with a 3-bet bluff.
We could see it.
He calls, actually.
Yeah, call feels a little dicey.
Yeah, it's very loose for sure. Because, I mean, you still have 4 people left to act, right? And you're playing against the chip leader.
Yeah, by flatting, we allow something like King-Queen behind, something like Ace-Jack behind to squeeze us, whereas they probably just fold if we 3-bet.
This is problematic. Maybe.
J&T checks it on over. Charlie does the betting for him. What's that, 25% pot?
3.
Wow. This is so good, man.
Thanks for stacking my chips, bud. Here's the check raise.
Check
He's
raise
such a
click.
gangster.
I mean, look, I think Hook loses the minimum there. Just folds to the check raise.
Yeah, but why would you open yourself up to that when you have a hand that needs no protection and can't get value from much? It seems like a pretty inefficient bet, I would say. And very frustrating, of course, when you face the check raise. Even the min check raise.
Yeah, I'm sure the idea is like, I think I'm good, let's freeze the action, get a little value, but it backfires against someone as capable as JNT. Just finds aggression in every line, basically, right? Like, there's no line you can count on, oh, he's not going to be aggressive against this.
He's capable and unpredictable, right? He could just have, like, pocket 5-star or whatever and just be a gangster.
Yeah.
And now you've folded second pair, like, for no reason.
Controversy City saying, go ahead and stack those 2, mate. Like, after winning back-to-back hands. Savage. See if Hook can win some back here. It's J&T's big blind.
How much you playing?
Always a dicey proposition.
It's 1.
Blaze looks interested on the button. Asking for a count.
42, 40. 44.
It's the type of hand that could 3-bet bluff in a high ICM environment. Just a little bit dicey when Charlie's open from under the gun. But he is going for it. Poorly timed.
Poor timing, but as you said, I think it's a decent hand choice, yeah. Reasonable candidate for sure. This is posturing for pay jump, or?
We're 2 off of a 16-player redraw, 3 off of a pay jump.
Right.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen Martinelli do that, actually. I do wonder why. Haven't seen him waste much time.
Maybe he wanted a couple of extra seconds to look at William Blaze, see if he could pick up something, or...
Fair. Yeah, that is fair. Charlie wastes no time, rips it in, takes this one down pre. So for those of you just joining us, down to 18 in this 25K Super Main. We came back with 24. Everyone's guaranteed $415,000. Playing down to 8 today. Final 8 will all be guaranteed 7 figures. And tomorrow, be crowning a champion. Said champion's going to be going home with 10 million and a bracelet.
Bracelet looks sick as well. I saw a picture of it. It looks really sick.
Yeah. So it's different from last year then, because last year they just had the normal WSOP bracelets. So.
Yeah, they've got like a decked out main event style.
Nice.
Big old diamond bracelet.
Very nice.
Again, he's posturing a little bit here. He must have some idea about timing. Not sure.
Yeah, sometimes players will check out the clock situation, try to guess, you know, approximately how long do we need the next few hands to take to end the level on my button. Like, that's a reasonable idea to try and fabricate with your timing.
Wow, man. JNT just coming in, piece in, binder up.
He loves to 3-bet these small pocket pairs. I've seen it so many times from him. He really loves it. I think it's like the unpredictability factor. He feels like he can get a lot of value on low boards, because usually people 3-bet high cards, right? So if it comes like a really low board, people feel like they can play back at him. But against JNT, that's a dangerous proposition.
I think his overall strategy is very similar to what we saw from Gambledore in Monte Carlo, which was just a 3-bet heavy strat.
Yeah. And now he's going to see a bet and take it down, I reckon.
We might not even get the chance to see it. We're bouncing over to another table. What we got going over here? Jeff Platt's going to come over and call this one out for us. Wow, Ribeiro's up to 170 million. Now, well, Jeff's missing in action for this one, and Peter Chen is going to double up. Turns, trips. How did that go in? Was that just open jam on the button? Or was it open button, jam Ribeiro, call off king, queen? Doesn't matter. Chen's got 80 million.
Feels like it had to be min-raise call. I'd be surprised if he called off the 15 bigs with ace-3.
Ace-3 was on the button, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So he probably just open-ripped the button, right?
Yeah, must have.
Oh, my miss. I thought the king-queen was on the button.
It's a good problem. Of course.
There you go.
Peter at risk with the king-queen.
Used to throw away.
Yeah, Ribeiro in the big blind there.
1,300, right? Or
Covering stack.
1.3 million. Right?
Peter's on a huge spin. I mean, he started the day as shortest or second shortest.
That's right.
In the room. He's now about average.
I'm just finding out the reason Jeff Platt wasn't there tableside to call the action is because he's about to have a word with the 25K single day turbo high roller. JNT's got 250 million. Man, what a boss.
Hand that he could have open ripped with Hook and D'Souza just on 20 and 13 big blinds each. He seems to kind of see that here, just juicing it to 7 million. I doubt the plan is to get away from these deuces.
Yeah, I would for sure just have open ripped it. It's a hand that it's a strong hand, right? It just doesn't have much post-flop playability. Usually gonna see 3 overcards and usually just better off taking the pot down pre-flop. But this gets the job done as well.
Oh man, it's just cruising along right now. But he just has like final 6 average stack. Final 5 average stack.
What a boss, JNT.
The 25K GG Millions has come to a close. We have a first time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Yo Viral. What's it mean to you to win one of these?
Damn, that's so strange because, you know, I used to be like, I think 11 years full-time pro. I tried so hard to get one. I never got one. Finally, like 3 years ago, retired, playing like maybe 7 tournaments a year, few cash games here and there, and it's the time where the variants give you the bracelet. It's very, very funny because I got very, very lucky actually. I won all the 30-70 when I was all in. It's just the reality. So yeah, it's very funny.
It's something you've wanted your whole life, right? And now you have it.
Because it's a thing that you want when you decide to play poker for a living. What I decided in 2010 back then, and I never got that chance, right? And I came 3 times second, and I was every time very frustrated. And today, I was playing randomly. I mean, I didn't even think about the bracelet. Actually, Martin Cabrel came to me and said, "Oh, we're gonna make a picture of the bracelet if you win the bracelet." And I'm like, I didn't even know there was a bracelet. So that's how that was my mindset. I had no expectation, zero expectation. I didn't know there was a bracelet when I was playing the final table. And Martin Cabrel told me there is a bracelet. So yeah, so that's funny, right? Poker is funny.
He had Martin on his side. He had Nacho as his ICM coach. Well, with that, let's get to it. It comes with more than $1.5 million, by the way.
Yeah.
It is an honor of mine on behalf of the WSOP to present you with, let me just get it out here, your very first World Series of Poker bracelet. There it is. You can hold it up to those cameras right there. Let's hear it for our GG Millions champion, Johan Guibert. Yo Viral gets it done.
I have already 3 bracelets, now 1 more. Damn, it looks nice. I like it. I just don't know how to close it. Thank you guys. I don't know what to say. I'm very lucky, and I wish that feeling to many people because it's very, very cool feeling. And yeah, I'm super happy. I don't know what to say. Merci in my language.
Well, congratulations. Yo Viral taking down his first bracelet and the 1.5 million that came with it.
GG's Yo Viral.
A lot of money going back to Dubai from this trip. Back over here, Benny all in for his tournament life.
It's a good start.
King high flop.
About as safe as it gets.
Okay.
Not like this.
Not like this.
Sweat for a chop. Low card.
Sweat for a chop. Can he fade the 4 outs? He can. Dude, what a day it's been for both Benny and Daniel. I would love, I mean, they must have the most schizophrenic chip graph out of all the players. Benny with that massive hand against Natasha Mercier. Daniel came in as one of the chip leaders, I believe 3rd overall. He's now down to 10 bigs, just hasn't won a hand.
Yeah.
I want to see more of Natasha. What's she up to?
She's at this table. She was just, you know.
Took a break?
Took a break. She is hands down one of the most. You know, the thing is, I feel like with Natasha, she's either going to bag chip lead or she's going to be like out in 12th kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like there's just going to be some absurd spot against JNT with like 13 left.
There is some volatility with playing this strategy for sure.
Man. Tough day in the office. You come in 3rd in chips and, well, yeah, 18 left. You're just down to 10. Natasha's got 135 million. Let's go. Let's go.
Breakdown.
Haven't seen Leonard recently. I think he got moved over.
It's very cool to have players like that are willing to just
die.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. In such a big spot, it makes for good entertainment. Makes our job in the booth a lot easier for sure.
Yeah, I agree. It's so fun. Oh no, man! Lucas is down. There must have been some like pretty big pots that have happened over here because Lucas is down to 14 million. He was up to 55 at one point. He's going to run this with the 8s.
Yep.
for his tournament life. See if anyone in the blinds wakes up with something.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's going to have to go with it as well.
Hang on, we're just
Good
going to
luck.
have a three-way all-in between the short stacks.
Three-way is...
Reed gets out the way. I mean, this is dreamy for Lucas. He gets to see these guys are blocking each other. 46 million in the main pot, 20 million on the side.
All the shortest stacks involved here.
Try and think what some of the funny ways this one could play out. So Lucas holds for the main,
we'll knock out
Franco
again.
holds for the side, and then Daniel's down to just, what, 5 million? King of Hearts window card. Daniel calling for a temple. It's been a rough day in the office for him. Quite literally hasn't won a pot from the all-ins that we've seen. Our eights about to hold.
Sweaty river.
Ace or a queen needed for Franco. Jack or a 10 needed for Daniel. Anything else gives Lucas the pot. And the 46 million in the middle. Not like that. Ace of Hearts on the river.
Ay, ay, ay. That's painful. Barry Greenstein.
Lucas is out of here. Daniel's down to 2 bigs. God, how much was that river worth? 7 figures?
For sure. Franco was down to 11 million. And he spun it up to 25 bigs, 66 million?
Well, he's had 2 spins now. He had the spin with the 11 million, got it in with ace-7 against ace-king, spiked to 7. Then the hand after had the 6s against ace-queen, flopped to 6, dropped back down to 22 million, and now he's back up to 66 million. So this is how things stand. 17 players remain. Natasha Mercier, chip leader over on the palm table. JNT, chip leader over on the lagoon table. And Ribeiro, chip leader over on the reef table. But look at the chip leaders, you know, Natasha and Ribeiro, just 44 big blinds. I have to ask, you know, coming back, these short stacks, you know, they're gonna really feel the pinch. I mean, the blinds have gone up, and there's nowhere to hide when you're this short-handed.
No, and you get the sense that at that table, Natasha really turned up the heat, like after the pots that we saw where she was already really on fire. Just the chip distribution seemed to be pushing in her direction, and part of me wonders if those couple of hands that we saw against Terrence were her effort to just kind of like claim that table and say, I'm just going to win all the pots at this table until we go to 2.
What's your takeaway been from this last hour or so, Espen, that you've seen? I mean, it's been pretty mad out there.
Yeah, it's cool to see that people are willing to go for it. A lot more than a lot of people would be in this spot. You're playing for insane amounts of money. A lot of familiar faces left in the field, so that's cool. It's going to be a fun sweat for the last 2 tables with so many entertaining and familiar players left in the mix.
So we've got Daniel left with 2 big blinds. We've got 17 players left. There's a pay jump coming up in 2 spots' time. Are there any like strategic adjustments that you feel like we're going to now see, because these pay jumps are obviously becoming, you know, pretty damn meaningful? Some of the people in here from satellites, of course, like I feel like it's not going to be as crazy playing down from 2 to the final table, but I guess based on what we've seen, that might not be the case.
I think like first of all, it would be a good idea to stay a little bit out of the way from JNT, Binder, Natasha. 3 savage players with a lot of chips who are not afraid to just fire 3 bullets, barrels, put you to the test, you know. Getting involved in pots with them, opening into their big blind or defending when they have opened. If you're a middling stack, that's going to be you're going to get tested.
Yeah.
So,
and then from other than like the players to avoid, what can you speak of from the point of just trying to stay calm, composed, and stoic? Because that was one of the main things that people kind of praised you for. Your final table run was your ability to just mentally detach yourself from, 10 million up top, $1 million ladders. If you could give some sage wisdom to the final 17, like, well, what are some of the things that you would say?
Yeah, so for me, I was in a very lucky position at that final table, right? I didn't have many responsibilities in life. I didn't have a family to support. I didn't have a mortgage. I didn't have any of these like external pressures for money. So even though it was life-changing money for me, it didn't put any pressure on me. I was very much able to just focus on playing good tournament poker, I think, and just zone out from the amounts of money and the glory that comes with the WSOP main event champion and all of that. And I was just able to I think this is the right strategical ICM decision in this moment. I'm going to do that.
Okay.
So I think for me, I was very lucky in not having too many external factors pressuring me in that sense, because I could feel that from a lot of other players at the final table, where they kind of wanted to get like a couple of more ladders, and they were kind of like they could pay down their mortgage and they could do this and that, and for me, I didn't have any of that. So I think you have to be, if you're trying to maximize the amount of money you win, obviously you shouldn't think about the money. You should think about ICM and poker strategy.
All right, well, Espen, thank you for that. We're about to throw it back down to the main stage once more. 17 left here in this super main. We've got Daniel Raymer on just 2 big blinds after losing that all-in pot. We've got JNT, the overwhelming chip leader with 250 million. Second closest stack in the room is actually at his table. Bernard Binder, he's second in chips with 144.8 million. And then third in chips, rounding out the top 3, it's Natasha Mercier playing 45 big blinds. So they're 5-handed over there. And I guess all eyes are going to be on the palm table, because it is, the Dutchman, Daniel Raymer, with just 2 big blinds. What a heartbreaking day for him. Come in top 3 in chips. And
all right, players and dealers, welcome back from break here in the super main event. Our new level is 1.5 million, 3 million, 3 million. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. That's 1.5, 3, and 3. We have 17 players remaining. We'll have a 2-table redraw at 16, guys. Good luck.
thank you, Tillman. Kev, what stands out to you right now? I mean, I'm specifically looking over at the Reef table. You've got some very healthy stacks over there.
That kind of jumps out to me as well. We don't know how Ribeiro took that chip lead over there, but just a locked up group of 6 with pretty sizable stacks. I mean, Peter Chen now the short stack over there with 23 big blinds. Everyone kind of in a position at that table to make a run at chip lead, but of course with the redraw coming up, you don't want to get too locked into, oh, this is going to be the setup for a while. Seat draw going to be very impactful in a moment.
Yeah, we've spoken so many times about the hidden variances in tournaments. Like this final 2-table redraw, you just get JNT on your direct left, and you're one of those like middling stacks with 20, 25 bigs. You're in a world of hurt.
Martinelli facing cutoff open from Binder, who's second in chips. He might just want to rip this.
Yeah, I'm all in here.
It's a pretty big hand to 3-bet fold, you think, off of 20 blinds?
Yeah. I don't think you want to play that much of a flatting range here, probably. And if you're going to play 3-bet fold or all-in, I think this one is just strong enough for all-in. Ace-9 off, I would 3-bet fold here. Ace-10 feels like the bottom all-in for me.
Yeah, it's effectively jammed here.
Yep.
And King-Queen hitting the muck?
I don't know.
It's actually really close when you have King-Queen suited here, I think. Especially when you are the Giga chip lead and you are going to be opening... Well, I guess not Giga chip lead because he's opening into JNT, but he's going to be opening really wide here.
You're dominating some hands. You expect Martinelli to jam basically any suited Broadway. You don't expect any offsuit Broadways that you dominate. But King-Queen suited just has pretty good equity against a lot of stuff.
Yeah, like you're flipping against a lot of pocket pairs. You're up against Ace-Jack, Ace-10, Ace-9 suited. And as you said, you could even dominate him sometimes. He's going to jam like Queen-Jack suited, King-10 suited, King-Jack suited.
I'm even thinking back to that queen-jack fold in the big blind when Martinelli had queens. Like, if Binder has any hint of a live read on Martinelli, I wonder if there's some element of, you didn't look too confident about this jam.
Binder really chewing on this one. How sick is this as well, given that there's a 2 big blind stack on the other table, and we're just 2 spots away from a 100K ladder. Martinelli currently sat middle of the pack.
Important to not get too hung up
There's the jam.
On the 100K ladder at this point, right? When you're playing for 10 million up top.
That's
100K
true.
is a lot of money, but it's only 4 buy-ins in the end. While up top you have a lot of buy-ins.
Yeah. Quick math, 400.
Very good.
Is it?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right.
Eu acho que 2, confere, acho que 1,5.
Martinelli gonna take a bit of time. I don't think he's ever folding.
No.
And there would need to be multiple bust outs in order for him to
Tough spot.
ladder.
Tough spot. Could be flipping then. Like 7s or 8s.
Binder doesn't want to hear that. Binder's like, wait, have you got like ace queen, ace king? No, we could be flipping. It's actually a 60-40. What a huge spot for both of these young lads.
That's why I'm using all my time banks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he should be a bit... Because it doesn't gain him that much to use these time banks realistically, right? He would need like a double knockout on the other table.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the
Does he
upside
think
is
we're
here,
on a pay jump?
unless he thinks 16 is a pay jump.
He probably thinks 16 is a pay jump, right?
Yeah,
that must be it.
I'm honestly not sure. The floor came over earlier and said that this wasn't allowed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, on a different player, Peter Chen earlier
Chen.
was all in. He was burning time banks, and the floor came over to inform him, we're not going to allow this particular usage of time banks.
Oh, really?
But I think that is a floor decision, and I don't get the sense that the floor is here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always an interesting discussion, because you could also argue that the time banks are yours to use, and you have a limited amount of them. So if you want to use them for pay jumps, that's one thing. If you want to use them for making better decisions in big spots, that's another thing. You know, it's an interesting discussion around. Of course, if it's a non-time bank tournament, just letting people stall for 5 minutes like this for no reason obviously shouldn't be allowed. But when it is a time bank situation, I think you could argue both ways.
Good luck, gents. Cannot overstate how huge a spot this is for both.
Good luck.
Good luck.
120 millions in the middle.
Yeah. Martinelli
Close.
Just looking to hold. This is so sick. I mean, he's middle of the pack right now with this 20 big blinds. If he can double, he's going to move into top 5. Top 4, actually. Jack, 9-9. Safe so far, but does now need to fade 3
All-in
tens.
and a call. We're also going to have an all-in and a call on one of our outer tables. The ace-10 versus the king-queen on the jack 9-9 flop. So far, so good for ace-10. The turn, though, is a queen. Not over just yet. The open-ender is there. Ace live as well. River card, though, is a 3. Good game indeed. Out in 17th for 415.
Game. And there's a bust there as well.
We had
They busted
2
up.
eliminations.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Luke's standing up, taking off his mic, so.
They jump out of nowhere.
So Martinelli
Quite nice timing.
out.
It'd be quite nice.
Daniel Raymar also out, which means that these final 15 are going to be going on a final 2-table redraw. Natasha Mercier holding with the queens. Everyone now guaranteed 520,000 for their efforts.
2 very dangerous players just picked up more chips. This is not going to be fun for the people out of position for these players at the new tables.
Bernard Binder with heaps now. What a spot for him. There's Jeff Platt in slow-mo there, you know, just giving us the... Could see him in one of those dance movie videos. Right, quick look at the chip counts here. We are going to be having two tables merging, of course, Binder and JNT with heaps, Natasha with heaps, as we welcome you back to the break desk. Kevin Rabichal, Espen Jostad alongside myself. Espen, any final thoughts? You're going to be leaving the booth?
No, it's been fun. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I enjoyed the rail. I'm going to be railing once I depart from this booth as well.
It's been fun having you, man, and yeah, best of luck to you in any future tournaments, or, you know, back on home, and I guess we'll see you next year battling for some more bracelets.
For sure, for sure.
We'll see you guys in 10 minutes' time. Final two tables here in Paradise.
Oh my God! Stay loose, play 7 dudes.
So we already lost Taran Palmer and Felipe Ramos on the other table. Are we about to see Franco bust out here? No. 10-7-6. Spikes the 3 outer. The Argentinians going wild in the chat. Calling for a queen.
How much is it exactly?
Wow, what a life.
11-5.
What a moment to spike a 3 outer.
If you don't believe us when we say how big of a spot this is for so many of these players, just watch the way they handle themselves out there. 5 big blind double up, we're getting the fist pump. That somber bust out interview from Felipe Ramos. This is
20 exactly?
absolutely life-changing opportunity. And Garby is going to need some help.
Yeah. What do you think about this spot, by the way? 10 bigs, ripping it in. I mean, pretty flat until we get down to 15, right?
Yeah, I think I would have taken this spot as well. I want to say this is 7-handed potentially as well, or have they not lost anyone at this table?
I don't believe they've lost anyone yet. But here we go.
Bender asks for the rest.
Cards on their backs. Garvey is the all-in player at risk. He's got 2 bracelets. Looking to make it 3 here, but he's going to need some help from the deck. Queen 9 or a heart for a sweat, at least. Well, he's just dead on the turn. Bernard Binder up to 120,000, 120 million rather. Playing 60 big blinds. He's one of the tournament chip leaders. Might even be the tournament chip leader now.
The variance is in so many ways. Like
it's the most, you don't even think about it most of the time. Even sometimes like the board runs
GG's
out,
Garby.
you're bluffing, they have
He's going to head to collect $415,000 for his efforts. over here, Lucas, who just got sucked out. That's another thing as well, Kev. You're playing for 10 mil. How do you just like mentally reframe getting 3 outed? You know, it's so easy to fall into that like victim mindset. Okay, I should be playing 25 bigs. I should have 50 million right now. Instead, you know, I'm now nursing a 12 big blind stack.
It's hard to snap out of it. Really hard on this stage. By the way, I think Franco's going to take this spot.
He's going to be running it again.
Allez.
This could be quite the spin up for Franco if he can just hold here with the 6s. Go from what, 11 million to 48 million in just a couple of hands.
One for you, one for me.
Daniel Raymer just looks cool as anything. Franco
fishy, you know?
flopping bottom set.
Tough.
King, 10 or a diamond needed for a sweat.
Vamos.
Man, what an orbit for him. What a start to the day for him. It's up to 48 million. Is that Martin Cabral in the background?
One for you, one for me, huh?
Yeah,
Is there any doubt?
Hang on, JNT. What? Wait, what?
This is...
Guys, this is a 200 million chip pot. This is like 3 times tournament average. JNT's flop top 2. Thomas picks up outs on the turn. He's looking for a jack to win the main pot. There's a 140 million chip side pot between Charlie and JNT. Charlie's looking for a queen or a 10. He's got 6 outs, otherwise he's doubling JNT up. Oh my word. What is going on today?
How much do you have? Brutal.
Just the biggest flip of the tournament. Ace-King against Queens. JNT's your chip leader.
Kevin, I'm legit at a loss for words right now. We're like 30 minutes into the day and these guys are playing 200 million chip pots. Just 3 times tournament average. We got another all in over here. We're down to 20 players.
Wow, did Ribeiro call a jam? Blind versus blind, King 8 suited. Putting himself at risk here.
Certainly looks that way.
Pascal trying to KO another Brazilian and do it in brutal fashion. Here he has King 8 versus Pascal's King 7. Ace 4, 6, 2 hearts. Couple backdoor draws available. For now, Pascal looks for a 7. Turn, though, is a deuce. See if we have another dramatic river to eliminate. Brazilian. The river, though, is an 8. That's a double up for Ribeiro. Guess.
Okay, so he probably knows them to some degree.
Risk. Raise 5 million.
Lucas is going to get 7s back to back, and his spot's a lot closer now. 22 big blinds in the cutoff against the hijack open. What do you like here?
Does elect to pass, yeah. I think it seems very close as well. It's also, the guy opening is not overwhelming chip leader, right? If this was an open from someone with a lot of chips, where you expect him to open really wide, I do think I would just stick it in with the 7s, or do like a half stack jam as he did before.
Yeah, I think Natasha Mercier covers in the big blind.
All in.
Oh, Terrence Reed, let's go, man. 5 bigs, 5.5 bigs in a dream.
12 or so.
700k in live cashes on his Hendon mob. Typically a circuit grinder. One of the biggest spots of his life. We're supposed to remain impartial in the booth, but you know, for the people that still believe in the poker dream, it's hard not to.
Flat, we're all in.
To root for the ace king. That's dangerous. He's calling over
Brave.
Jeff Platt. That's
Brave,
very
man.
brave. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that.
Interesting flop.
Top pair, top kicker against an open ender would be a brutal way to go. Reed asking for a king. Fades the turn.
There is the set for our Lithuanian bro.
Stop it. 7 outs once for Daniel to break Terrence's heart. Doesn't find it. Reed up to 12.5 bigs.
Huh?
So smart.
The dream continues.
So smart. If king's on the turn, then he takes away his 8 outs. Genius.
Man, what a terrible start to
Insights
the
like
day
that.
for Daniel. Came in
Got me
third
ready
in
for poker
chips.
work, baby.
Sub 15 big blind stacks. If they keep playing at the pace they've been playing, really might not take us long.
Yeah, I've been pretty surprised watching the stream over the last couple of days of how willing people are. It doesn't seem like people are that scared, you know? Like, it is, as I said, like I would assume it's life-changing money for most of these guys. Not JNT, but most of these other guys, you know? And it doesn't seem like it's affecting people too much. People are very willing to go with it, it seems like.
Well, we're going to be going with it here.
For sure.
Benny's got ace-king. Daniel's got jacks. Already seen one of Benny's outs in Natasha Mercier's hand. We're going to be off to the races.
Dreamy spot when you get to squeeze jam here, when you have a caller as well. Some extra dead money in the middle.
All right, here we go. Deep old exhale there from Benny, understandably so. What a flip. 21 big blinds in the middle. Good luck calculating how much this one's worth.
Yeah, this is a massive equity spot. Not one you want to be flipping in. When
Right.
you get it in with ace-king here, you're doing so good against range that you're kind of sad when you see that you're actually flipping.
You're just like, how does the guy not have ace-jack, ace-queen? Here we
Yeah.
go. Massive flop incoming.
Wow.
King, 4.
I mean, Benny is not going to take this for granted just yet, though. I saw some absolutely brutal runouts he was playing yesterday. in
Don't
all-ins.
say that.
No, I mean, now he can.
Now he can finally
breathe.
breathe. He turns Daniel dead.
I don't think
And
I could have taken it again if the same thing happened. Yeah.
Daniel.
Exactly, he mentioned it as well, yeah.
He's scarred.
Came in as one of the tournament chip leaders. He's down to 20 bigs.
Tosh, look at that big smile on his face. He can't even contain it. Oh my God.
Using with aces, kings, queens, ace-king suited maybe, stuff like that. So you do need to have some raise folds as well to balance out that part of the range. And you usually want to take high card type hands that are just not strong enough to shove, right? King 5 might be stretching it a little bit, but not completely ridiculous.
Yeah. And it's not like it takes awareness to find bluffs. I think that it tends to look really strong to the average person. It's just like, oh, you got dealt aces in the cutoff, like trying to get cute.
I agree. I do think these races will outperform quite a bit.
And welcome back to Atlantis. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow and a man who needs absolutely no introduction. Not like that. Martin Cabrel, who's got a whole host of things here at the desk as day 4 rolls on. Current chip leader JNT, but current leader in terms of energy, I think, is Martin. Hydration, chocolate, a special mug, which is branded and available at your store, from what I understand. You
For
got
me?
it all working
Thank
here,
you.
Martin. Talk to me. Are you insisting? I've had some chocolate. Thank you.
This guy doesn't know what is good. Hello, guys. Thank you for invitation. I think I look great today, right? Everybody enjoying, and we are here to sweat the one and only Natasha for the win.
Okay, so you have a rooting interest, it would seem.
What do who you are rooting for? Be
Mercier.
honest.
I mean, listen, JNT is your current chip leader.
Sure.
He's a Triton legend. We call him Mr. Main Event. And I think a lot of people make presumptions because he's an invitee, not a professional poker player, that maybe he doesn't have what it takes. Yet here he is with a humongous 200 million chip stack and putting everybody on notice. He already had a double elimination. You've played with JNT. What do you think?
I think JNT is in the same category like me, VIP player, of course. So I'm rooting for him. If Natasha, for some reason, doesn't make it, then I am rooting for JNT. So I am Team Natasha, and if something bad happen, for sure JNT. The best thing for poker, but Natasha even better.
So I suppose the only thing left to do is ask Kevin whether or not he has a rooting interest. Professionally speaking, we're not supposed to, but Martin has opened the door. Kevin, do you have a sweat here with 15 remaining?
I mean, I said before we came on, I agree with Martin. Natasha Mercier, she played the hand of the tournament in the last frame. 3-betting Jack-7 suited, just all in, at risk, running a pure bluff against Terrence Reed. She's here to win it.
That she is. $520,000. That's the current on-tap payout. We're not going to get a jump until we get down to 11.
15 players left at the World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main Event. We have just completed the 2-table redraw. Let's show you what we have going on. First, at our secondary feature table, I'm going to work my way around here. We see TJ. We see Benny. Charlie Hook is here. Charlie almost had it all early. Lost a massive flip. Peter almost has it all. Started the day with almost 15 million and now has 146. Who do you have with you? Who'd you just tell on your rail that you have 146?
That's my wife on the rail over there.
I think she's still shocked. She said, "Excuse me?" And you said, "I have 146." And she's still stunned. She walked away
10 times more nervous than I am.
Okay, well, you have 10 times the amount of chips that you started the day with. Let's head over to the main stage. Mr. Main Event, still front and center. That would be J&T with 2 stacks of orange chips. Orange being those 5 million chips, and that is a very good thing. Mr. Spitali is quite the rail. I mean, these guys go bananas. That ace on the river, and they went by. It's pretty cool, huh?
We felt it before. We knew it was coming.
You guys knew. I genuinely believe it. That rail will get really loud should he run deep. We roll around the table. Pascal took that brutal beat with the jacks versus the tens. Really appreciate something that he did, sticking up for his guy, Peter, who is kind of sort of getting picked on. Anyway, we move on. I just wanted to say I respect that for sure. Mr. Main Event, J&T, Faraz, Natasha, and here we go. So I think with that, I'll send it back to you guys and we'll get those cards in the air. Let's do this.
Jeff Platt tirelessly working to bring us all the info between the lines, although there's not so many lines remaining. Some storylines, sure, but just 15 passengers aboard the SS Supermain. 4th day. Let's get a look at the lay of the land. Lagoon and Palm Tables, the only 2 remaining out of your original near 3,000 entries. JNT and Natasha both parked at the same table, but nothing the same about their stacks. Almost 100 million, the differential between the Frenchman and the American. Jaka in 3rd. Pascal Lefrancois, who bagged a huge stack yesterday, 126 million, now sat with just 500K. Kevin, you're furrowing your brow.
We must have missed something on that outer table. I know Pascal was on Reef earlier and we weren't covering every pot, but we had him pegged at 60, 70 million when we went to break.
I suspect JNT might have been the man responsible for his demise.
I mean, if Peter Chen was accurately portraying his chip counts to Jeff, I swear I heard him say 146.
He did say 146, and we're looking out at 69 million in the graphic.
They were
here.
next to each other, Pascal and Peter. I have a feeling there was a big confrontation there. We'll wait to see the chip counts when we're at the table to confirm. But JNT, we saw him accumulate that 250 million. Those were earned gradually.
Well, Martin, I confess, I am surprised at the degree of enthusiasm that you still have remaining after so many days of high-stakes, pressure-packed poker with all of the obligations that you have to your fans, of whom there are so many in the chat and obviously on your social media. You're still here, willing to come in and willing to soak this up alongside of us. Truly just passion for the game, or is there economic sweat?
I mean, to be honest, today I only come for you, Ali, because like it's a great opportunity to be with you, right? So that's it. So I just pack up my last energy which I have and enjoying that. But I'm really sweating. Like I think it would be so great for poker if Natasha gonna win this 10 million club first prize. It would be so cool.
I don't think anybody would disagree with you on that assessment whatsoever, especially when you consider how much talent there is under the hood there for Natasha.
I think it's a very good spot. It's like 7 and 7 people. I think there is a good chance that there will be some big confrontation, maybe between her and JNT, and whoever win that big confrontation would be clear favorite for tomorrow final table, right?
Well, the confrontation now, pardon the interruption, not quite as significant for Leonard Mawa as it is for Pascal Lefrancois.
Should be there at the final table at the beginning, but
all in.
I think you have good chances.
Final $500,000.
So I'd rather kill you now, sorry.
Yeah, I was already counting Pascal out, so let's see if I was right. But basically, if he busts, which is looking probably, then we are 7 and 7 if I'm not wrong.
Well, he doesn't have a lot of optimism, and I can't say I blame him on an ace-8-3 board where top pair versus king high is going to lock it up. No club in hand and no way to win this one. It's a wrap for pass. Team Canada loses a runner.
Started the day as the chip lead, Ali, with 120 million, I think.
Yeah, I confess, I'm fresh into the booth. Obviously, you guys were in the booth, and yet none of us are quite sure how it all went wrong for him. What we are sure, though, is there are 14 remaining now, and that he's going to take home 520K. Meanwhile, a pair and an open-ender on the turn here for Peter Chen, who is checking over to Bernard Binder. The ace-king opened, the big blind defended, and now as Peter makes two pair, Binder finds the wheel, almost 30 million in the middle.
Draw for it, don't I?
Yeah, Bernard is like, if I'm rooting for the two people which I already mentioned, but Bernard is like kind of like clear favorite because he's like, I know him, he's like not fear to gamble, and now he has a great chip stack, so he will be the first on the other table, maybe with Charles as well, but Charles is a little bit short on chips after losing a huge flip with JNT.
Short on optimism, perhaps, as Peter Chen, just given that he knows ace X's would very much be in the reasonable opening range if Binder is in line. But the trouble, of course, Martin, is his stack is so big he doesn't have to be in line.
In this stage, he's probably doing like a small bet fold, which is a very reasonable play, I would say. Yeah, hoping to be caught by like some overpair or something, but for sure Bernard find the race.
This doesn't count as small though, Martin. 22.5.
I'm very surprised. Yeah, I'm very surprised. I would say this is not definitely GRO approved, and we will see the GRO approved call only for sure, because against this sizing, it's call only for sure. So Bernard goes to like $250 million, and he can be a really big force on the tomorrow's final table. We can see that now clearly.
You know, I like the way you express 250 million in chips. I confess I've never used the billion term, but $250 million in chips does sound like a pretty damn big stack, doesn't it?
We're gonna have someone with $1 billion chips by the end of this tournament.
Charles is moving to the other table?
Yeah.
That's pretty good, actually. That will be like the fire-up table, the main table. I hope we only see the main table with Natasha, JNT, and Charles, my three favorite players in the remaining field. So let's do that. Okay, switch this table, please. This is boring, and this is action. Don't even show all-ins here, it's not interesting. Bernard will be raising every pot and winning every pot. Was will be folding till the final table. So, everything clear here. Yeah. Let's focus on the main table, okay?
I thought Martin was coming in strictly to do commentary, but directing is also now falling into the purview.
I can do that. James can go for a break, and I will take care of direction as well, if you don't mind, guys.
Pocket nines here. Terrence
Wow,
Reed definitely
Terrence
doesn't
has a
mind.
healthy stack now. I didn't know. I was speaking with him at the beginning, 16 big blinds. Now he's sitting at a very healthy stack after making very disciplined fault against Natasha earlier with his top pair.
For Eric Wasserson. That, of course, Martin, the man that eliminated you when it was all said and done. And you guys had a number of exchanges while you were out there. What's your take on Wass's game?
Yeah, we know each other for a long time. We are good friends, and basically we play like kind of like one pretty sick hand, and then my bust out hand where he called me with ace-5 and I had 7, so nothing to speak about the last one. And before I had like interesting spot with him where I think he has a very strong hand and I had probably even stronger hand, but who knows. But I'm happy with my fault, with my decision, so everything cool, and happy for Was to be at the final table.
Not so happy, I would imagine, is Terrence Reed, who's getting a dose of ICM pressure
You
here
see,
from
this is the play I was speaking about. He has like no fear, and he knows that Terrence calling range is probably like queens plus at best. So this is like easy snap fault, yeah.
Yep.
Even if you
Painful.
have jacks there, you mark the hand. It's pretty easy. So
hard. Assuming the role of the Punisher.
yeah,
I'm sorry,
he will be running all over the table, this Bernard guy, even with his mobile phone in his head. So yeah, these guys will be like suffering there a lot because he has now like close to 280 million. I think it's pretty ridiculous. And on the other table, it will be much more interesting because there are like middle-in stacks and JNT. So I am really strongly voting for spectators. Let's go to other table.
We'll get there eventually, fear not, but I think there is something to be said for observing the procedures of Bernard Binder here and the reactions from the remainder of the field, which includes the Brazilian Yuri Ribeiro, who has spun it up. 130 million in front of him. Wasserson with kings.
This could be the hand that he's not happy. He sees that, but he's probably played that.
Start with like 30, right?
26.
36? 26?
I guess we're focusing on this table because we know that like the big hand incoming. I think we know something, right?
I don't believe that we can look into the future, but we are looking up at an ace-10 offsuit, and if Binder tries to get abusive against Was, it is not going to work out well for him pre.
19-5.
Yeah,
very reasonable
This
free
is-
bet
this is
candidate,
like, yeah.
and just running into it.
Just mandatory free bet with his chip stack for sure, and was gonna go all in here, and he folds. Nothing to think about. Was would be happy to trap with aces probably, but with kings he's just gonna shove and preserves nice stack and wait for final table. So we can switch finally to the main table really. If not, then I go out and chat will be so sad. Like so sad. GRO is not a game plan, it's a lifestyle. This guy is so smart in the comments. So smart. Shout
Binder.
out to Cinegeist.
Binder smart enough to step away, gifting 20 million over there. Not by virtue of a mistake, but just running into it. Was top of range. Nice pickup for him.
Where are the hearts in the chat for me? Nobody put hearts to the chat? What is this chat? It's so amazing, really. I don't understand it.
Well, you know, maybe they're waiting on a promo code for the Martin Cabral merch store.
Are you
Do
right?
we have a holiday promotion?
Yeah,
that perhaps we can offer?
WSOP12 or not like that dot shop. You're right. Thank you, Ali. You
Is
are
there a
great
promo
guy.
right now?
Of course, WSOP12 for 12% discount. For you, 24. Okay, finally some hearts. Finally some hearts. Okay. And this
See,
table
all
is
you
so
have to do is give them a discount,
hey,
Martin.
Hey,
and
this
then
table is so boring. Can we switch to the final
listen,
table?
Don't come in here and throw shade on
You
this
know what?
group
I
here.
tell you something. I'm really done. So thank you guys. It was pleasure to be here, but I have better things to do.
No, Martin,
Don't
we
smile,
promise.
Kevin.
Hang tight. Believe in us. We will get over to the other
Okay,
table.
I
promise.
wanna see my girl Natasha. Okay. Oh, at least we have hearts now. It's good.
Well, we
the
have
chat
the 10
is going
of hearts,
crazy.
if we're Peter, along with the
He's
king of
not suited
spades. Enough for a little click up to 6 mil. Suited ace in the big
time
here
it's better than last
for
time.
Terrence.
I didn't have that.
Terran's gonna defend probably, which I would say is not GRO approved, because how can he win the hand except flopping the nut flush, right? There is like no chance to win the hand now, because this guy Peter, I think he gonna win the pot like always almost.
Set with himself, I think.
Right?
4 deuce,
What a
all
good flop.
clubs. Swing and a miss in both camps.
Do like Peter's chances on this flop. Nobody connects. Terrence probably just folds to 1 big blind.
Oh, like now, serious question. Why we don't switch the table? Because there is no action on the other table, probably? What is the reason?
No, I mean, just taking time.
Taking time?
At both spots, I think. Maybe the
Probably.
control room looking to tilt you
Sure.
also could be a thing, potentially.
I think so. I think so. But I hope we really switch, because so many interesting guys on the other table. Natasha playing GRO even, they say, people say in the chat. And they so much saying the Natasha Royale and all the hearts. It's good.
I mean, some strategic advantage to being off stream for a little bit, right? I mean, you don't necessarily want all of your players to see what you've been up to
Yeah,
at
but
the other table.
I just wanna see Natasha and JNT, you know? I just coming
for
for
the
that.
fans, I understand. But
Now, producer James stepping in to advise, indeed, there has not yet been anything of note happening at the other table, and rest assured we will flip over if there is. But right now, Martin, if I said you can have an average stack and you get to pick which of the 2 tables to be at, not from an entertainment standpoint, but rather where you're going to perform best, which table would you prefer to be at?
I would choose like the table with Master JNT every day in a week and 3 times on Sunday. Because with this chip leader on this table, I would be folding like a little baby, a little scare baby, you know?
Ah, okay.
So I would enjoy myself much more with Natasha Gale and Mr. Frenchman.
Peter Chen enjoying another open, this time courtesy of Queen 10. Ribeiro defends with the suited 9-6.
Again, very crazy defense, yeah? This guy just can't win it, except he flops the street flash, which he doesn't.
No, and in fact, he's got an issue in the form of middle pair versus
No,
top pair.
That's not a big issue in this phase. He just maybe lose 1 bet, but that will be all.
Chips are precious.
Peter maybe not even thrilled about the Queen 10. We'll see if he even bets this flop. It's not mandatory.
For this guy, it's more than mandatory.
Seems that way. 1 big blind again.
Yeah.
Wow, 5K more people watching now when I'm in the booth. Is it true? Or people lying? What is the number? How many people watching? Do you know, guys?
22,500
How much?
people
Sorry about it.
worldwide. 22.5K.
22.5? Yeah. I think I bring like half of the stream here. It's amazing, really.
You do have your fans, that's for sure.
So the hand is actually pretty interesting. So it will be check-check, like almost sure, because Peter, he's not the GRO player, so he will not find the bet now, which he should. But he is not definitely GRO player. I can see that from his face.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But you guys would bet there, yeah? Because you play close to GRO. Ali?
I confess, as a pre-flop opener, I find the ace to be a card I can leverage with another barrel, even if I didn't have the queen.
Okay, I underestimated Peter, but he made the bet too big. He's fortunate that the guy has flush draw, but the bet is way too big, like way too big.
11 into 22, the follow-up to a 3 million chip C-bet, and now Ribeiro with pair and clubs, not going to be finding the muck.
No, definitely not. He will be going to call. And then, if you know how to play GRO, then you miss the river, and the river is check-check, right? So pretty boring, and we need to switch for the Natasha table.
Listen, this one
Right?
could have gotten spicy.
GRO
We don't know
reads,
what
yeah?
the river holds.
No,
44.5 million, though, being held in the purse right now, which is going Peter's way, presumably.
Has to go check at this
Both
point.
players play this hand reasonable, except I don't like the call pre-flop from Mr. Brazil. And I don't like the big sizing with Peter. So only 2 mistakes per hand. It's nothing too crazy. I mean, it's only semi-final table of the biggest tournament of the year almost. So it's nothing too crazy. I think spectators need to enjoy. and Peter tank check and win the pot.
$10 million up top in this one, Martin, and I confess there have been a number of occasions on which all of us here in the booth have looked up at the screen and thought to ourselves, surely this isn't the Super Main, is it? It's not, as you put it, one of the biggest tournaments of the year. It's something else. But no, in fact, it is a 25K buy-in.
Yeah.
Where some are in for $250,000, you know.
Yeah, I already sent all my big congratulations to the GG and Wsop guys because this tournament is amazing. I was actually like predicting that it will be over 70 million, and that's really amazing tournament.
Really, you know, you were the exception because I think a lot of people thought to themselves, you know, scraping our way into that 50 mil guarantee last year, that this time around it was overly ambitious to add another 10 million, and yet the WSOP staff proved everybody wrong, and you believed in them from the beginning, it seems.
Yeah. I mean, after I bagged the chip lead on day 2A, I was pretty sure that it will be like crazy, and like my guess was 70 million plus, which is like pretty good, and very happy for that. I think like it's cool to have these tournaments which have 10 million prize because it's obviously like super cool even for mainstreaming media and so on. Because like, you know, for example, in my country, in Czech, Austria, or whatever in Europe, and I speak about poker and some business, people don't care too much. But when I say, hey, this girl, she was winning like $10 million prize, you know, people can realize something, okay?
Yeah.
It's very important that it's not like 6.7 million, you know, because like then
8
it's
figures
like,
is just another strata.
It's just very important, yeah. Numbers are important, everything is important.
Pocket sixes important enough for Spitale to take us upstairs. I don't know if you clocked it or not, but we're at the other feature now, Martin. Your efforts paying off. Leonard Mawa considering a suited Jack-10 now.
Yeah, he is gonna find a call because it's a very tough spot for him with like Natasha on the big blind and everything. And this I don't approve at all, but I understand what he's trying to do. He's just trying to make like chip lead stack for final table, which I don't blame him for. But it's kind of crazy play. But he knows his customer. Franco, as you can see, he is like not shy to open. So it's pretty good shove. But I mean, I'm still surprised.
The man is wearing a hat that says, "Enter if you dare." And I think you can get behind that.
Yeah. I think Leonard is like pretty lucky that this guy doesn't have like 9s or 10s, which should be fold anyway. But I would say that Franco would find a call with 10s or something, which would be pretty disastrous for Leonard. But I can understand the play, of course.
Still thinking about the sixes. I'm a bit surprised. Does hit the muck.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario, we anticipate we're up against 2 overs, spinning in a spot that's just worth too much to go into battle with.
Oh, sure. In this spot when there is like 7 and 7, like if you call all in, like if you are the guy who is calling all in, you really need to have strong hand. It's kind of obvious with all the pressure.
Well, these 2 hands here, as we flip back over to the other feature with one in progress, we're stronger on the flop than they are now on this 3rd diamond ace turn.
Yeah, it was probably limp pre-flop, so 9 million in the pot, then the Brazilian guy bet 3 million was called that. Now it goes probably check, and the river goes probably check again. Nothing too interesting, 5 big blind pot.
Feels river dependent. We could see one more bet go in on a clean card like this. I mean, a king is pretty strong hand given the action.
Yeah, we can switch again to the Natasha table because it's boring check. Nobody enjoying watching this, right? So let's go for the Natasha. Don't worry. I think everybody loves me in the chat. I don't know why. What do you think, Ali? Because I'm adorable? I think so, yeah?
I will say this, no matter what their opinion is.
What kind of bet is this? This is one of the worst bet I see through this tournament. I still love the Brazilian guy, but what kind of bet is this against the worst guy? He either has better... Wow. He bet like 9 million on the river. So you see, people don't play Giaro, even 14 people left in the biggest tournament of the year.
Well, you know, I mean...
Wasserson with the snap call. I mean, obviously he was expecting a king to be good there, so... You know, not unreasonable that he might get called by worse sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy bad value bet in my opinion. But I know you guys need to be polite, so no, it was pretty standard. This was pretty standard. I know, you know.
Be honest. We'll go ahead and be diplomatic, but
it's really bad value bet in this phase because the chips are so valuable and like against this rock. You see this Wsop guy? You see him? Oh my goodness. Really, 9 million just putting on the fire. But, no, it was pretty standard. Okay, let's call that standard.
No,
okay?
you don't believe that. Don't back off it. Don't be facetious. Keep it real with us here, Martin. What you're suggesting is the value of those chips when lost is far greater than the value of them when won, and you didn't really identify a world in which Wsop would be calling with worse.
Yes. Ali, I think even if I would be beginner, I would enjoy this commentary very much because I understand it. And now, Benny going all in with two ladies, and I feel it will be fault. Because if you go there, it's a very big mistake. Because what is Benny worst hand there? Probably 8.
In the hijack, you think 8's bottom of range?
Yes.
Well, if you got better than 8's, obviously, that would make you a caller. Queen deuce suited, not anywhere near that.
But I can give you very good advice or very good comment. It's very tough to get dealt better cards than 8's. It's very tough in no limit hold'em. It's very tough.
You know, as tough as it is, it feels like oftentimes people wake up with better when we're sitting there with the jacks.
Yeah.
I mean, Benny is. There was a stretch across a couple of days where he had pocket aces dealt 5 times by my count, and he lost a number of them.
Yeah.
He minimized the damages because he is such a solid operator, and I think you would agree about Glazer in that respect.
Of course, Benny knows what he's doing, and it was like funny because every time I look at the stream, Benny had aces. It was like funny,
yeah.
Is it true he also got 2-outed 3 times last night?
I think
like
so.
All in with overpair against underpair 3 times, and still in the tournament somehow.
But that's a testament to the fact that Benny is excellent at minimizing the damages and maximizing the gains, you know. And I don't find him, even though in the post-mortem after the hand is over, sometimes, you know, it's on his face. You can tell he's irritated. He's annoyed. He's so intense and competitive. He always wants to win every pot he enters. And I think that's a competitive edge. But he's not going to change. His cards don't tilt. His approach to the game is as even-keeled as I think you could hope to have. Pocket 4s now for Ribeiro.
I like that fold in the cutoff. Covering stacks behind, just not getting into trouble with the 2 4s.
I need to answer one question from the chat.
Okay.
You can find the merch on notlikeThat.shop. And last 2 days before WSOP finishes is WSOP 12 for the 12% discount for Ali Nejad and you guys.
Okay, now why 12%, Martin? Where does the 12 come from? What
Do you know what is the best number?
Apparently 12.
No.
What?
Hey, man. How can you even live like a nice life? You don't know what is the best number. Do you know, Kevin?
I mean, I would argue 42, but I'm
no,
open
but
to your
close.
answer.
Close. But okay, I don't know if I should give like this info for free.
It's not 6-9, is it?
Hey, you know what? I'm in a good mood today, but I don't know really. I should get paid like 12 million for like saying such a secret. Okay, to the chat. If the chat, majority of the chat says what is the best number, I will confirm. Not 67, definitely. Oh my goodness, this is like playing with the kids. Nobody knows what is the best number. How you can guys even live the life?
There's a lot of numbers, Martin.
No.
It's kind of hard.
Okay, it's 2-digit number.
Okay, that helps.
Nobody still has it there. Oh my goodness, so many numbers in the chat and nobody knows what is the best number. Unbelievable. There is even like some... Oh, now there is one correct answer already.
All right, which is it then? You said you would confirm.
Yeah, no, only one time. Oh, now that was close. It's going pretty quick.
Was it 13?
No.
I mean...
But okay, another advice, there is 3 in that number.
Okay.
Kevin, you can do that.
I think I saw it come through.
So what is that?
73?
Hey, Kevin, I think he's the second smartest guy in the room now.
Why is 73 the best number?
73 is the best number, but I think I will share that later on in one of my videos.
Okay, you're
for the
cliffhanging us
explanation.
now.
You know what?
What a
I give you
marketing
spoiler,
pro.
okay?
Okay, I
It's
like
not
it.
good explanation, but if you watch one episode from the Big Bang Theory, you can learn a little bit.
Okay, Big Bang
But then
Theory.
watch my next YouTube video and I will give full explanation, okay?
Well, watch what happens here as Debato's King Jack
73 is obvious the best number.
going to be confronted by William Blaze's Ace King.
Okay, it's boring game, yeah? William going all in and Yuri folding, yeah? So we can continue. Why is it WSOP 12, yeah?
Yes, why?
So, 73 is the best number, right? Now we know that, yeah?
That's established.
Let's
yep.
say that we like believe it, yeah? I mean, like I said it, so it's probably right, yeah?
Right.
Because I'm like mistaken sometimes, but only once in like 6 to 7 years.
Okay.
And I was wrong already 4 years ago, I remember that.
Okay, so no more mistakes remaining.
So,
for the next 3
73
years.
is the best number.
Because...
No, that explanation we leave to my next YouTube
Oh,
video.
you double cliffhangered us.
No, but we go, why is it WSOP 12?
Okay, so yes, why is it WSOP 12?
So, 73 is the best number. What is the kind of like second best number, Kevin? Guess. It's not that difficult now.
12.
Not really, but it's close.
I mean, is it 27 because
No,
100
no,
minus
no.
73?
I give you good hint. There is 7 and 3 in that number.
37.
Oh man, Ali is so sharp. Ali, maybe you are the second smartest guy in the room. And then when you have 73 and 37, then it's pretty obvious, right? Because
What's pretty obvious?
hey guys, so what is the 12th prime number? What is the 12th prime number?
Wow. Listen, I haven't thought
I would
about
say
a
it's
prime
37.
number in 40 years.
And 21st prime number is probably 73, right? Is this a magic or what? I think people enjoying much more than this boring game. So let's focus on the Eric Wasserson now.
Okay, that seems like a good
I
idea.
think he is folding. And why we don't see my girl Natasha, that's beyond my mind. Peter will be opening Queen Deuce City. That's my prediction. Because he's playing way too aggressive, but not that aggressive. I would open, by the way. And Bernard will be opening 8-4, almost sure. Actually, Benny is too short, right?
I think he has 10 bigs.
Is it like all in? I think it is all in, yeah?
It's going to be a raise of some kind, I agree. Could be small.
I don't even tell you what I would do. Oh, this is definitely not GRO approved. Guys, if you ever are in the spot, which you will never be, I'm speaking to the chat and to Ali, Kevin, possibility. And if you are ever in this spot, you are chip leading, 14 people left. Don't fold 8-4 on the small blind, ever.
Well, do you ever limp it, or you're always raising against the stack depth of Benny, who's very happy to get
If
the walk?
I tell you this, I would need to kill you, probably. Or you need to pay me my coaching rate, which is...
What is your coaching rate, Martin? Are
Guess.
you able to disclose it?
Guess.
73?
73.
100?
No.
What, per hour?
73,000 per hour is like from the beginning, and if you improve a little bit, then it goes up. But 73,000
73,000
per hour.
euros an
No,
hour?
no, only
or
dollars. Only dollars. Very cheap.
$73,000 per hour is your
Yes.
coaching rate.
Yes.
How many clients do you have?
17.
Stop it.
17 clients, but only like for 2-3 hours because I teach them so much that they enjoy.
Martin, can I be your agent?
I think you can. Actually, you know what?
10%
I
is
think
all I ask.
No.
if we have,
I wanted to ask you about it. I don't know if it is a good place to like speak the business now, but you can be my agent because I think you are very smart and very capable guy. So I was already thinking about it. I hope that WSOP don't mind that we have this discussion, but feel free to contact me, okay?
Listen.
You can be my agent for 12%. 10 is really boring.
What am I going to do? Push back on that? 12.
You know
I
what?
like it.
You know what? Show me how you can do my do the promo for my shop.
I mean, not here, not
No,
now.
you need to do
it's
that.
inappropriate.
No, you
Martin.
need to
We
do
need
that
to
like
be-
I wanna see like a passion, you know.
Listen, right off the top of the show, I will remind you that I did point out that not like that mug or thermos that you've been drinking out of. And what is the name of the website where people can go to buy Cabral merch?
Not like that. .shop.
Not like that. .shop.
I think you already buy a lot of hoodies there, right?
I have not.
Oh my goodness, because you are waiting for the code WSOP 12?
I guess I'm nitty.
Yeah.
Hey man, now you can buy with the discount code, yeah? You are so smart. Guys, now my alarm clock was ringing, so I have last 6 minutes. Because in 6 minutes, I need to do something much more important than commentating. So you have me for last 6 minutes. You wanna enjoy me or should I go now?
I think we'll enjoy you for another 6 minutes.
I'm happy to do that.
Right?
So, let's do something interesting.
Okay.
Eric Wasserstern raising UTG King 7 suited, which I'm surprised about
Why?
because he's such a nit. But it's a very good race, I would say. Very good race. It's definitely GRO approved. But Brasiliano on the big blind, I think this guy has something in you. He should fold 7-5 suited for sure. But I think he can defend because he thinks it's good.
And by the way, some of his chips are parked across the way in Was's stack after
so what
that
do you
King
think, guys?
7
Does he
versus
call?
King 8.
I think he's gonna call, yeah?
Yeah, and he's gonna be
This guy
dominated.
has it. These Brazilians, they are the best, I can tell you that. They just don't coming all the way to Bahamas for folding, right? I mean, they just don't coming for folding. Okay, 7-7 deuce, let's do that. Not like that. This is so embarrassment, this board, yeah?
Ace King
So
Jack,
it
one
will be
club.
boring check fold for 3 million and we can go to the Natasha table. Please, Mr. Director, one more time Natasha table before I go, please.
By the way, it was 6 million, so you're now on your second mistake in the last
I think
7
chat
years.
not enjoying me. People like written there that I should already, I should leave.
Are they really?
Yes, that I am annoying and I don't know what I'm saying and stuff like that. I really don't understand.
What do you have to say to those people who maybe are
I
not
think
so
I am
thrilled?
enjoying myself a lot, and I was kidding. I
just
think
had some big
like
hands, I think.
98% people are really enjoying.
Very jolly.
Am I right?
I think he was joking.
No, not stay longer because Ali is like.
Don't
really-
blame me. You're just mad that we're not at Natasha's table.
Yeah,
Plus,
yeah.
you have somewhere to be that you said is more important than
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Are you allowed to share with us what is so much more important than being in the booth?
When you will be my agent, you will know for sure.
That's a
And
great point.
actually, you will be going for that meeting for me, and I can save my time and enjoy my time with Kevin in the booth.
Oh, yeah, you know, that's interesting. So are you saying that if I go to whatever this is in 5 minutes and leave the booth, you will stay with Kevin?
Now you can't do that instead of me. Okay, but it's a great question. You are such a sharp guy. Okay, I will play with the chat for last 2 minutes. So chat, hearts to the chat. I want to see how active it is. No hearts. Okay, what is the best number, chat? What is this? It's boring, yeah? Brasiliano folding. If he doesn't fold, he's my new hero. Hey, these Brazilians, they just don't have fold buttons, guys. This is so embarrassment, this call, I can't even breathe. And Eric, he has actually such a nice raising hand, and he checked like a... I don't even know how to be polite anymore. This is so embarrassment, this hand.
All right, couple of gut shots, though, as things could get interesting. Limp blind versus blind. Queen 9-6.
Okay, 73 is the best number, chat knows. Yeah, this game is very interesting. Yeah, what is it? Bet and fold, yeah? I think so.
Not necessarily.
No.
Hang on.
He will bet like 3.5.
We could confirm with floor.
Less than that.
I think Eric will not be floating.
To get us to play faster would be like...
No, just checking if you play soft for hand or not.
No, if he was joking.
What do you think? You think he's gonna float?
Yeah.
I think not, Ali.
No diamond on board obviously makes it difficult. But
No way. No way.
Raising chips.
Raising chips, that's a better option, but he should raise pre-flop like almost sure. But now he's gonna win as well. Okay. So now flag of my country to the chat. Guys, this chat is so slow, I can't believe it. They don't
Does
even know
Mars have a flag?
Huh? Sorry?
You suggested that the flag of your country should be in there, and I don't know whether or not
People don't know what is
Mars
that. Wow,
has a flag.
and the guy's already explaining why is 73 the best number. Because in binary, it's a palindrome. 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. Imagine this magic. Oh, this guy call? I love this Brazil guy.
Oh my gosh, and they both find an 8
Hey, guys.
here.
This guy is my new hero. Look, he's sitting there playing for 10 million and doesn't even realize that that's true.
But
It's
I will say,
unbelievable.
this is consistent with the way this event has played out. You've had a front row seat to so many of these situations, and why it's important not to necessarily make presumptions about a hand playing out in an interesting fashion. Ribeiro limp, Was check back. The bet from Yuri, the raise from Was, Jack 8 stays intact, now checks it over, having improved to third pair and having the best hand.
I tell you guys, I'm really now unhappy that I will be leaving. Maybe I will be back if you want me, but I tell you something. I wanted to say, if Was let this guy win this spot, it's beyond my words, because I love Was, but it's beyond my words, and looks like that he let him win the pot, which is like ridiculous. 25 million of the pot.
Listen, it is an interesting river card here. After the check back for Ribeiro to find jacks and 8s, there are certainly combinations of hands, Kevin, where Was is going to show up with a 10.
Yeah.
So you think he will turn it to the bluff or not?
I'd kind of like to see a check from Yuri. I mean, like Was raised flop and then gave up turn. How does he have a good hand? How does he have a calling hand? If he has a good hand, he probably made a straight on the end.
I mean, Yuri check 100%, right? It's obvious. Oh my goodness, blocking, but okay, it's not that bad actually. And what do you think? Does Was find the bluff?
Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it?
I thought he would maybe find it on the turn, like after raising.
I mean, I would never be in this spot, but if I would be in this spot, you know what I would do?
Talk to me.
I would go double all-in, not all-in. I would go double all-in for the bracelet, you know? But Was, I think he can find some small raise and like win the hand. But I mean, this hand is the best misplayed hand in whole WSOP Super Main Event ever, right? I never seen such a misplayed hand. You agree with me, Ali?
I don't necessarily. I mean, I understand your philosophy is governed by a lot of considerations that I'm sure these two are aware of, but they are willfully deviating from. And this is why you find yourself in interesting spots.
Poker is great game. Poker is great game, I tell you that. It's very difficult to play. And such a misplay hand, it makes me laugh, yeah? But...
Oh, he pays off?
No way! This is one of the worst call in poker history. Shout out to Was, my friend. I still love him, but one of the worst call in poker history on the river, right? Because the guy, like, bluffing there, not 0%, but like minus 17% bluffing frequency, minus 17.
Kevin, I don't know if you're going to go to minus 17% frequency, but it did feel like a low probability that 8-5 was going to be a winner there, didn't it?
Very hard for that to be a bluff
Guys,
on the end. Of
I
course,
really need to go. I'm sorry. I need to say hello. Chat, I enjoy with you. I enjoy with you, Ali. I enjoy with Kevin. Horrible that we didn't see Natasha table, but I enjoy myself a lot. See you guys later. Ciao, ciao.
Right, so 6 million.
Yeah, the whole table is. Yeah.
Peter raising the 8s up front. Terrence is just going to flat with 2 9s in the cutoff. He didn't want to get in 25 big blinds here with 9s against the under the gun raise.
No, he didn't. I'm back, by the way. I got caught up in the whirlwind that was the departure of Martin there as cables were unplugged. Nobody plugging into a bet on the flop. Board pairing 4 rolls off.
Yeah, neither player thrilled about their hand on this board. But the 4 might encourage either Peter or Terrence to take like a small stab at this and try to fold out some Broadway cards. Maybe occasionally get called by a weaker pocket pair.
Still no post-flop deposits. Oh, Jackson Pollock comes with 6.5 million.
96. Ah, blind passou. Abri, foldei para restil.
Yeah, no way to get away from this one.
Peter just recognizing that as played, the temptation too great for Terrence to take a whack at this cheaply.
And probably check now. That seems like a satisfactory pot for Reed's hand.
Yeah.
Sometimes no good against the bigger overpair. Underpair. You know, queens, kings.
We get it. As does Reed. You know, things cagey out there by and large. And you can understand. I mean, not to belabor the point, but $10 million is what the winner is going to earn. There are 14 remaining. One of these players across these two tables is going to have an 8-figure payday. Potentially life, certainly career-changing, one would think.
Okay, let's go.
No pay ladder on tap. It will be about $146,000 once we get to the divide between 12th and 11th.
I mean, you talk about the life-changing money. I was looking at a few bios from these players. Yuri Ribeiro, 125K in lifetime earnings.
That's a lot of hands to be ahead in only like
poker
30
tournaments.
Yeah.
He's already locked up his biggest lifetime cash in this event, all up from here. TJ Reed, we mentioned earlier, he's got 700K in career earnings. He's very close to matching that in this tournament alone. Peter Chen also at this table, less than 500K in career earnings.
He talked about his wife being not far offset when Jeff brought us into the day's coverage, being even more nervous than he is. But he's felt pretty steely for the most part. I mean, he did have a significant L hung on him yesterday late by Pascal, which is why Lefrancois, who is no longer with us, bagged the chip lead coming into the day with that 120 mil plus. Queens versus kings, a nasty way to hit the pillow.
Wow.
For Peter. Stone cooler, but
just no hesitation. King 3 offsuit just goes after the cutoff open. He's playing with a lot of confidence.
Be induced that no more post flop.
Glaser. Queen 9 suited. One of those sorts of combinations that we saw opening a great many pots by big stacks in early position.
Yep.
As we alluded to, the caginess of these current circumstances, especially off of Benny's stack depth, not affording him such choices as Peter once more will be afforded participation. Small blind ace trace suited.
Binder to his left with the chip lead. I think we just have to start with limp every time, and Binder's got kings. In the big, raise will be incoming.
You know, the brutal thing about Binder's raise here, if you're Peter, is you just expect it at such high frequency versus your stack depth. In this situation, Kevin, leveraging some of the pressure.
You do, but 130 million chips is so many. I think this is just the time to, you don't want to get ahead of yourself playing some massive pot out of position. We just limp call and hope to limit the damage.
Queen 8-4 is helping Peter to do just that. One club on board, no pair.
Yeah, Peter's hand is good enough to continue versus small bet, but not a large one. And Binder has options with 2 kings on a pretty dynamic board. Let's see what he chooses for bet sizing. That looks like a healthy 2/3 pot should end things. Ace-3 of clubs, just the kind of backdoor that sticks around against small bets. It's almost a bit greedy from Binder, just hoping that Peter has like Queen 10 and loses a giant pot here.
Would you be critical of a fold?
From Peter?
Mhm.
Oh, I think he should absolutely fold.
Yeah. Especially with this touch greediness on the sizing, as you pointed out, and wading into very murky water now is Chien, and you can see a world in which we level ourselves into thinking that Binder is just being abusive, but he has the goods.
Oh.
And now this is a sopping wet deluge on the turn. This 5 of clubs giving him the wheel gutter and the nut flush draw. Escape is not in his future with 55 million in the middle. And perhaps a bad beat is, but it's going to cost him.
This could easily lead to a 250 million chip pot. I mean, Binder, I think, will continue to value bet on the 5 of clubs, and Peter's got a huge draw, the exact type of hand that you would think about check raise all in with.
35.
That 35 million.
Now that we're here, I just don't see a path. I mean, you probably beat bluffs in Peter's shoes here, so check calling is also an option. He doesn't have to go all in.
But listen, if Binder arrives at the river with lighter than ace tray, you can't just make the assumption he isn't going to blast into you on the end.
No, you likely lose the pot when you don't improve. And Binder could absolutely just have 7 deuce.
Call.
Call announced.
And Binder very much is thinking this is a good queen that's sticking around more often than not.
Yeah.
Of course, we know it's far from that. It's a hand that threatens these kings, and he's made the backdoor flush.
Wow.
Now, how do you approach this if you're Chien?
We can
Do you
absolutely
want to
lead.
induce against maybe something super dusty? Because there's a 4-liner out there, too.
Yeah, and I think the 4-liner is quite relevant. Peter's weaker hands are going to be stuff like 8-7, 8-6, maybe 5-7. And those hands have improved to something worthy of lead jam, or at least lead small. So I think leading's a big part of the strategy now. Understandable check with very top of range. That's going to limit this one, but that's a chip lead changing pot at this table.
Bernard quietly putting kings into the bin. Very happy with the size of that pot. Not hunting thin value. And Chien's wife might be fainting somewhere offset at that vista.
Where's everyone else?
So what, wifey's not good enough, Peter? Come on now.
So that felt like the equivalent of "Are you not entertained?"
It
Like,
was a little. It was a little bit of that, wasn't
where's
it?
the rail? Give me some cheers.
Brought that gladiator energy, as Natasha has very much been front and center in the Colosseum. She's got some dark sorcery vibes. Not just talking about the ace-4 of spades, but just her demeanor. And she's gotten down here deep. Leonard Malva with no appetite for the 9-3 offsuit, understandably. Natasha, by the way, a phenomenal open-face Chinese poker player, unbeknownst to some. Just in case you ever find yourself on what seems to be an innocent receiving end of an invitation to rumble in those streets. Not to blow up her spot. Perhaps she'll cash enough in this one where such opportunities don't need to be pursued.
Kind of
Or maybe
feels
she's
like-
just going to kick it up.
I think you blew up her spot.
I did blow up her spot. I'm a bad agent. Maybe Martin should reconsider.
I mean, he kind of showered you on that. I mean, it may be.
What do you mean? I asked for 10% and he offered me 12.
Yeah, but then you asked if you could go to that meeting, and he said, well,
Well, we're not officially
maybe next,
contracted yet.
Maybe next time.
He just said, you know, not yet. Don't, you know, I think I'm drawn live, Kev. You know, to perhaps having one of the most unbearable jobs I could think of is El Clasico. Takes shape here. Hook piling over the top of JNT. Those two guys rumbled a lot the other day. And look how fortunate this is for Bellarmino de Souza, who might have otherwise espoused this ace-queen in the big. He is still asking for a count. Hook covers, but we're talking about 7 and then piles. Do we really want to dig in with an ace-queen? I don't think so.
I mean, I think with no live information, ace-queen is a call here.
Is it?
But
even with all the ICM pressure, even with 10 million up top, just hijack versus cutoff these two guys?
But I wonder if he gathered that little bit of... I thought I heard JNT even asking for a count during the pot, like a little bit of interest shown. I don't know if D'Souza's going to be able to read into that. Because it's so easy to just see the chip leader opened. JNT plays a lot of hands. There's going to be so many instances of Broadway opens, small pair opens. And Charlie's going to have ace-jack sometimes. He's going to have worse. Okay, nice fold.
So the ace-queen finds the muck, and JNT once again finds himself in the ace-king versus two queens race.
It's exactly how Hook decimated his stack earlier. JNT the winner that time. Let's see if it evens out. Let's make it fair.
Poker's far from fair. King 9-3, and the unfairness is front and center here. Hook fading. And perhaps we are down to 13. What says the river? Is Lady Luck on tap? No, she isn't.
Good luck.
And Hook can live with that one, as JNT's life grows stronger in force. And the field thins out. But the booth re-thickens as Martin returns. And, well, Cabral, how did your meeting go? It feels like it was short. Did you storm out?
What's bothering you today, Ali?
Well, nothing. What are you talking about?
Ali, are you happy I'm back? Be honest.
I don't mind it.
No, don't say that. Just say you love me or that you...
No, don't make me do that. I'm not going to say I hate you because I don't.
I think you are very happy.
I'm not going to say I love you because the jury's still out. Hang on.
Charlie Hook, what a week it has been. Cash, you go deep in Tritons. You win a 50K PLO high roller. You finish 14th in the Super Main. How would you sum up what this week and a half, this whole WSOP Paradise has been like for you?
Yeah, it was awesome. The tournaments ran great. It was fun. It was good competing. I ran well, played decent sometimes, and yeah, just feel fortunate to have some deep runs.
You feel like you put yourself in a position to win the whole tournament today?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, that pot that we played early on, I mean, what's that average with 3 left or 4 left? It's like, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to win, so yeah, I lost 2 big coin flips, and there's not much you can do about it.
I feel like we talk about this every time I talk to you. Will we see in some more tournaments in 2026?
No, but again, I have so much respect for the tournament guys. I mean, maybe I'll go to Montenegro, but in a little bit of World Series, but no. Sticking to cash.
Oh, okay, that's fine. As long as we see you here and there, I'm going to send you back to your family. I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
GG's Charlie. He really did bring the thunder on multiple occasions. You can tell he's a go-for-broke kind of guy, and I would imagine, just based on some of your assessments of him prior to stepping out of the booth, Martin, that's what makes a fan out of you, is somebody who's willing to live and die by the sword.
Sure. Charlie is a great guy, from my opinion. We are not like super close, but I really enjoy playing with him. And yeah, he's the guy who doesn't care about like second place in this tournament. Maybe he even knows that the worst place in this tournament is second, of course. And yeah, definitely he was unlucky that he lost like 2 big flips with JNT. I'm very happy for JNT, but I would be happy for Charles as well. So yeah, nothing he can do. That's poker, baby.
Very happy as Leonard Malwa to have picked up the Ace-King, which is what helped propel JNT to this near 300 million. But the Ace-8 open not durable enough to fade the 3-bet as he steps aside and Team Germany snacks. Speaking of snacks, walk us through these chocolates that you were forcefully trying to put down my hatch at the top of the day. Bockelsen? What is this? Is this from Austria?
They're
Did you
pretty
pack
good,
your
Ali.
own?
Yeah, it's a European brand. Very good
Okay.
one.
Is this the secret to all the energy that you seem to always have, Martin? No? By the way, you really shouldn't have eaten the entire biscuit
Just
at
went
once
for
there.
it. That was
That
strong.
was a really... Good luck with this.
Yeah.
He's really overestimated his...
I learned from Mr. Helmut.
On-stream eating very much became an on-brand sort of thing for
Good
Phil
that people,
Hellmuth.
good that people only hearing us, that they don't see me. Eh? Imagine if they see me, they would love me even more.
Listen, if we ran a DNA test, a little bit of chipmunk possible based on the cheek elasticity that I just witnessed.
Hey, Ali, I think your commentary is great. My personal opinion.
Oh, well, I appreciate that, bud. And I will say this, regardless of what anyone says, the one indisputable reality about everything that you do, all of your antics, is that you do entertain. I've caught myself laughing on many occasions when I've been here in the booth. You do have a good sense of humor
Me
and
too.
a wit.
Me too.
For sure.
I think we have like similar favorite poker player.
Do we?
Yes. Myself, right? Or not? I am my favorite poker player.
I will
Who
say
is
this.
yours?
I appreciate that you do make our jobs a little bit easier because you do carry the burden whenever you are on camera. I got a little nervous when you started doing the, sorry, sir, no cameras, whatever. I was like, no, don't tell me. As JNT has got the cameras on him with this 6 million open from under the gun. King, Queen dominating D'Souza.
Yeah, I'm actually happy I come back after my meeting. I can tell you how the meeting goes, but like I am very happy I'm back because now we see finally the Natasha table, and yeah, JNT is doing what he's supposed to do. Basically, will be raising almost every hand.
Is Jaka doing what he's supposed to do?
for us is all in.
With Queen 10 of Hearts, guys.
Yeah. This is like very close play. I wouldn't use Queen 10 of Hearts because it's so defendable hand. So I would like to play post flop with JNT because because I would enjoy that, and it's definitely GRO approved. So this is not GRO approved shove, but I can see the logic, of course, because it puts a lot of pressure. But yeah, I would say that it's not good because JNT is the guy which, if he sits there with sevens, I think he doesn't like to fold sevens for 20% of his stack. So I would say Faras is lucky that he has only king high.
I think he was lucky that King Queen folded. I thought JNT might just flick it in.
No. King Queen would be really too light there, but like I would say it's like real aggressive from Faras. But again, I understand why he's doing it in a way, because he understands that like building the stack in this phase is very important.
Yeah.
But definitely I would use this beautiful hand for post flop because I'm trying to play GRO.
You know, a number of people may not be as familiar with the acronym as you and your legions of fans are. For those that don't know, GRO stands for...
Yeah, I would ask the chat, just like splash the GRO there, and whoever has the good explanation what the GRO means, please put it there. If I see the correct one, I will again like acknowledge that, okay? Like with the 73.
Pay jump looming. Clear fold for D'Souza. A little bit of liberty being taken on the time before Natasha gets to raise her button. We'll see a clash here with JNT, no doubt.
I'm good. Can you hear me? So Natasha raising ace-4, which is very much GRO approved, and JNT finds the 3 bet, which I like a lot. He's playing really good poker, guys. And Natasha will find the fold almost for sure.
At this price?
Yes. She can't call. The one thing which she can do is 4-bet. I would be proud of her, but I will think that she will not find the balls for that. Oh, no, no, no. Don't do that, Natasha.
She's got that look.
Don't do that. This is very bad hand for post-flop playing, so I'm not recommending calling here.
Given the time she's taken, it really looked like she was going to
Fold
four-bet.
is much better than call. Fold is much better. Nothing too crazy about this hand.
5.
Is this your time bank?
Yes.
But I find it pretty fascinating, Kevin, that JNT can play like this.
Yeah.
When I will be 80 years old, I wanna be like this. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the dream, is it not? He's
That's the
Mr.
dream,
Main
yeah?
Event in the biggest tournaments in the world.
Enjoying himself, free betting King Jack like a boss. I mean, like, what else you wanna see?
We've been talking about him a lot, as you can imagine, and mostly just about how he ruins other people's days in these events. Like, he just plays this style that forces people who are not that comfortable to put all the chips in, to either put all the chips in or hand him a good chunk of them by folding.
And like so many of the other recreationals, gentlemen, who do come out with regularity and square off against world-class opposition, each time we see them, they seem to have improved a little bit. Martin, I think you would agree.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the word recreational, I don't like the word pro, because I don't even know who is the pro in poker. But basically, yeah, JNT, you know, when you play a lot of poker, and like he obviously does, you get some experience. He's obviously super smart guy, in my opinion, which helps a lot. And obviously, like, maybe some of his moves are not even like, yeah, not so approved by whatever, not even maybe Jaro approved, but he's know what he's doing, and you can see that he's enjoying, yeah? Imagine this, yeah? Imagine this. This is so beautiful, yeah? He's just enjoying the game. Poker is a great game, and again, he's raising like 6 million from the small buy with Queen Deuce suited, which is a really good play. And Franco, because Franco is a little crazy in my opinion, just defend, which I don't like at all, but let's see.
So if you're Spitale, this 5-4 offsuit goes into the muck?
I would muck it with smile. I would muck it with smile.
Well, the smile...
And I would congratulate to Jean-Noel for a beautiful race.
Well, the smile, not going to be broad, but it is going to be tethered to bottom pair, which it's difficult to make. That's a pot here. You see the queen-eye flush draw, though, following through and doing so
I think he said 1 million, but he meant 10 million. But it's obvious, so I hope it will be ruled like 10 million.
10.
Yeah,
yeah,
he made mistake.
wasn't
because
one
his English
motion.
is not so perfect. I hope that the dealer confirmed that he meant 10 million, obviously.
In that situation, technically, by the letter of the law, Martin, if you do deliver physically enough chips, even if you declare something less...
That's not true. By the rules, it should be ruled like the minimum bet, which is 3 million, because the verbal declaration is over the amount of chips which you are
so that's
putting.
more important. Whatever you say verbally takes precedent over what you deliver physically. Okay.
Yes, I'm very good at the rules. Unfortunately, some guys who are running poker, they are not that good with rules, so, you know, sometimes we have discussion, but I'm pretty good with the rules. But the intention was pretty clear, so I don't mind if the dealer or tournament director overrule even the written rule of poker.
And by the way, there was no need for such things as you see the muck from the 5-4 at that price point, 2/3 pot. And the players, I think, also very accommodating and understanding that, you know, JNT, listen, he's not 20-something, he's... almost 80.
But actually, it would be funny if the guy insists on the ruling. I would think he would call 3 million, but still, it would cost him more chips because I'm sure that the JNT would be bombing the turn.
Yeah.
So good for him that he bet like 10 million, which is pretty funny.
You're a believer in ball don't lie kind of situation. If he enforces the 3 million, he just lose the pot anyways.
Yeah. You know, karma. Karma is a karma is a bitch. Karma is a real thing, guys. Don't even underestimate it. You know. When you are not nice, it's happening. Wow, Natasha, great open, 10-8 suited, and I think she's gonna win the pot for sure. The German guy on the big blind, Mr. Leonard, maybe will be defending. Not really. So, shout out to Natasha for winning huge pot.
Now, when did you first meet Natasha, and what has made you such a big fan and friend?
Yeah, we know each other for I would say like ages. I really don't know if it is like 10 or 20 years. I don't know.
Okay.
So yeah, I know her a long time, and yeah, she has great energy. We are like friends, not like super close friends, but like yeah. And I'm definitely rooting for her, as I already said, in this field for sure. It would be great for poker if the girl like her win this beautiful tournament. And yeah, again, second option would be JNT for sure.
Well, great for an under-the-gun open off of the 69 million is the ace-10 offsuit, deems the Canadian. Now, Glaser chewing on black eights off of 14.
Yeah, it's pretty easy shot.
Yeah, only 5
He
big
has like nothing
blinds.
to lose with this like 5 big blind stack, and like sometimes you have to die, and this is the hand where you can definitely die.
Yeah,
Eric,
but it might be Wasserson that kills you, not Blaze, because this ace-king brings him all in. Departure imminent.
Kind of good result for Benny. I mean, now there's the overlay of the first 6 million going in, and an ace has been folded, so 8's improving.
That's a great analysis as well.
Thank you.
38.5 million chip pot, and it's got to go Benny's way. He was enjoying quite a bit of a sun run, making the most of his situations. Obviously, even though card distribution favored him, outcomes didn't always. He sat on the chip lead for quite a bit
But
of his
this time
day 2 and
he's
day
like
3
drawing
time.
that, right?
I don't think so.
What do you think?
No,
You
Queen
think
9,
he can
7,
survive
8s
this?
are okay. It sure looks like that.
No.
71% of the time.
No.
Not like that.
How can you have such a bad reads when you are commentating for so long?
You think ace and king are just
I mean,
coming?
like, it's obvious, no?
No.
There-
The
you
queen
know?
would be a dirty way to do it, as now he can get counterfeited, given the arrival of a second 9. You know what Was is rooting for?
What is he rooting for?
Ace, king, or queen?
No, I think Was is rooting to be that the day is over already. Not like that. Is this real life? How can ace winning against ace king? Have you ever seen that, guys?
Yeah, I have many times.
No way.
Smart.
No,
Come on.
it's not the first.
I think Eric did like a great mistake there, because like he didn't use like the hippo power and the GRO skill.
Okay, let's talk about this hippo. I'm glad you mentioned it, Martin, because it's your card protector, and apparently, guys, he's got it on him in his pocket, reaching in.
But they don't see that. We need camera here. Unbelievable.
Well, let's leave him out so that when we come back before going to the break, we'll see this little hippo. What is the story behind this animal that, as I understand it, once upon a time in Rozvadov at the King's Casino, Leon Sukernik bit the head off of? Is this the same hippo
No.
reassembled?
It's another, and he didn't beat it because hippo is too strong. So no. I have many hippos actually.
He didn't decapitate your hippo?
No.
Be honest.
He was trying. He was trying,
So
but
he was unable?
Yeah, he was unable.
Okay. But that's not the same hippo?
No.
Why did you have to replace the hippo that he tried to bite?
No. I have like 73 different hippos, and I'm like, choosing whoever is on fire. Whoever
Binder.
hippo is on the fire.
Binder has been on fire for the bulk of the last couple of days here, spinning his stack up way
I think
toward the top.
I think Bernard is very comfortable now with his chip position, and like it's actually I can feel that this is the guy who knows how to play this chip lead. Yeah, you can feel that. Yeah, he's not leaving not one spot which he can do, which it's like strongly recommended, and I think he's enjoying playing at this table very much. I'm actually surprised that he is not over 200 million mark, but he will be there soon.
He did well not to lose more with kings versus that ace-3 suited that Peter Chen took a big bite of him out of.
Wow.
I think I glitched there. Peter Chen took a big bite out of him with, is what I meant to say.
We have even like super smart people watching, because somebody in the chat put like that, because hippo is the most aggressive. I wanted to ask you, Ali, what is the most aggressive animal, but you wouldn't know, right?
Not aggressive. The deadliest animal in Africa is indeed the hippopotamus, although some people took it a step further when we brought this up during this festival in the chat. When we first saw your hippo, and they said the mosquito. But I said the mosquito needs malaria as an assistant to become the most deadly, whereas the hippo does not need such
I think this is the most educative stream of all, like through whole Bahamas streams, right?
There's only
the most
one
educative.
stream.
We already know what is the best number, and I get it for free, which I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised, but unbelievable. Really unbelievable.
Well, surprise might be the reaction that many are having to this performance turned in by Jean-Noël Torel. You see this massive stack that
It's
he's
so
cobbling together. And by the way, let's just touch briefly, Martin, on the idea that stamina and kind of, you know, physical endurance is also required to get down this deep in an event where day 2 was not necessarily the second day of poker that you played. It could have very well been the 6th.
Yeah, my jokes, trolling, and fun aside, when I see this guy, I'm truly like putting my head down, because it's already this is such a great accomplishment, because for the people who were maybe not experiencing these long days and everything, like being at day 4 is really hard. Even for me, I'm like old enough, even for 25-year-old guy, it's not that easy task. You sleep not well, you need to like rest and so on. And like imagine this guy in his best ages, but like, yeah, he's probably a little older than me. It's like amazing, really. And like now really fun aside, oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Faraz,
not so amazing. Forgive
Faraz
the
is
interruption.
out, yeah?
Is Faraz's plight with 9s versus 10s here.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, this is like just like mandatory all-in, and he's out of the tournament, because like if you know the GRO, you know that there is like no outs. So there is like we have even the mistake in the graphics, because 9s doesn't have 18%. They have like -2% to win the hand. So I don't understand, guys. So I think we should correct it. Yeah, this is not cool. Maybe spectators don't understand that.
Well, whatever it was, it's worse now on an ace-4 deuce board, as Jaka has no way out of this.
Yeah.
Oh, other than the red 9 ball on the turn. Ay, ay, ay.
But wait, there is always possible that the 10 is coming on the river, right?
Yeah, well, good luck with that. You want action? I mean, come on.
You don't believe in fairy tales, Ali?
2 outer versus 2 outer.
You don't
turn and
believe?
river. Oh my
Not
God!
like that! I didn't know that. You knew that?
No, of course we don't know it,
Hey
Martin.
guys, if you use spoilers, I didn't know that, but I predicted. Wow. What kind of joke is this? Is this real life? I think
set over
I
set,
think, guys,
turn and river.
This must be Matrix. This is not real life. Unbelievable, yeah? Unbelievable.
What an emotional roller coaster for both Jaka and Maua. Unfortunately, the ride is over as Faraz exits the amusement park.
But at least he get good game from the German, so I think he's good now.
Martin, I confess sometimes it feels like you lean on it too heavily, but not like that.
I mean,
was as appropriately deployed there as it will ever be.
You know, this is tournament poker. Faraz already played so many tournaments, so he knows it goes. So let's see what he's talking
Well,
saying
Faraz,
about
what
that.
runs through your mind after a run like this, a day like this?
Yeah, you know, I couldn't get too much going today, so pretty straightforward. Yeah, I don't know, not too many thoughts, to be honest. I was definitely, you know, focusing on the spots that I knew well and the ones I didn't, keeping track of them in my head that I want to review later. So yeah, just kind of been very process-orientated through it.
Respect that. With that said, if we take a look at the result, do you allow yourself to take a little bit of pride at how well you've done in this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I haven't even, like, looked at how much the cashes are. Like, I'm aware where the jumps are, but I literally just don't even think about the money until, like, probably, like, 2 days from now. So I'm sure I'll be happy with the score, yeah.
Just another great run by you.
Yeah.
We appreciate the time here.
Thanks
Thanks so much for
All right.
us.
All right, bye.
GG's to Faraz Jaka, as the violence has broken out here in this super main as we break down to 6 and 6. Someone will be pulled from the palm table over to the lagoon table to fill the void left behind. How? That was wild. Well, I never thought that the 9 would hit the turn, but once it did, I most certainly didn't think the parlay of 2 outer versus 2 outer was coming, and yet, boomby.
Yeah, poker is funny game, but I think Faraz can live another day, so I think all good.
That's a tough one. Nothing to hang his head low about, as he does pick up 520,000. Still one more of those paydays available before we enjoy the jump at 11 players to 665 and change. Kev, you were the most muted in your reaction to the 9-10 bang bang.
I'm still processing.
Yeah.
No,
I don't think I've ever seen, like, I don't remember the last time I saw that in any poker tournament.
But I mean,
and that
in
just
a
happened
super main.
Yeah.
with 13 left in this
Imagine
tournament.
for how much money was that 10. Yeah, it was for real money.
That's
I would say
unbelievable.
like $1.5 million in Farah's hands. So
Yeah.
it's pretty unlucky. But you know, this is poker, and this is what we all love about poker as well. Yeah, you know, anybody has chance. So I think it's all good in the hood.
Have to live with the heartbreak.
That's tough. Pausing, by the way, to get that rebalancing sorted right now. Unclear who it is that's going to be yanked elsewhere. I would imagine Peter Chen is hoping very much it isn't him. Same story for Binder. Might not want to have to deal with the newly minted 156 in front of Leonard Maua, let alone that now north of 300 million in front of JNT, good for 108 bigs. As the cards are back in the air and Chen is still in his seat, but he's there up against a 6-high straight. It was a flopped wheel for Binder, who's looking over going, some of those chips belong to me, young man. Top pair.
Wow, this is like, whatever action was it, this is like very tough spot, because against the guy who will be probably trying to get you out of the hand in the blind versus blind situation, it can be incredible tough fought for sure. And yeah, he's calling.
Yeah.
Huge pot, 183 million in the pot.
Wow.
Speaking about the pot of $2 million
right?
equity, this could be one of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Looked like they might have been pulling Terrence to the other table.
Binder. Healthy pickup there as you see Chen doing some accounting in the aftermath.
So now we are 6 and 6, I would say. So now it's like really that for the middle stacks or short stacks, it's like really that bubble pressure, like final table bubble pressure, because obviously everybody wants to be on that 9 and then 8-handed final table. But 4 people needs to go out, so it's not that easy task how it looks. Yeah. Obviously, the chip leader on this table will be like going bonanza.
You know, I confess, I sort of felt the way that you do, Martin, about, you know, the speed with which we could anticipate getting down deep into this one. And yet the pace that we went from 24 to 15 earlier today, and now from 15 down to 12, even yesterday, you know, it was faster than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's because the field on average for the 26K is, I would say, a little unexperienced, so it was like too quick. And my estimate is that these 12 people play down to whatever 8 people finish the day will take a long time. That's my prediction.
Okay.
Because now people realize, okay, really, the spot is like that, and maybe except the Brazil guy who doesn't mind to dance a little bit, I think that the action slow down a little bit, and I'm pretty sure that the chip leaders will do their job, but still people will preserve the stacks because it's pretty deep now.
Well, Peter Chen's stack not quite as deep as it was once upon a time. This coming courtesy of the 65 million chip payday that he gave Binder on the river. He did open this one from the button. His ace-high is unimproved on a 9-7-6 board where we expect the big blind to be much more on top of this texture than we are. Terrence Reed defended, and without a club on board, he's going to stay involved for the 3 million chip C-bet. Pot grows to 22.5 million.
Yeah, I would love to see check raise with Terrence's hand, but it's obviously for him hard to find it. But like the check raise on the floor would be such an like very, very natural and very easy play.
Hard to find the check raise, but apparently easy to find top pair as the Queen of Diamonds says hello. I would imagine we can say goodbye to Peter's enthusiasm for this exchange.
But saying what I was saying before, 86 million, which Peter will have after this spot, it's still like, even for next blind level, 20, 25 big blinds, it's a very healthy stack. So with like, again, like this big final table on the line, there is no need like to panic, and like, yeah, he can stick there for another 4 hours, which we will probably going through before we reach final 8. So yeah, there is like no like emergency in this way.
Well, both players thinking there is no need to bet on the turn. And let's see if Chen wants to bluff.
Yeah, the king might convince him to put out a bet here, and these chips, I think, are gone. I mean, Terrence checking over a pretty strong hand in Queen Jack.
Yeah, this is not enough, probably.
11.5.
Yeah, snap call.
Show me. And Peter always knowing that what he's going to show isn't going to earn him the pot there, as ace tray just hopeless.
I think if I would bluff in Peter's shoes, Terrence would snap fold, because as you probably know, guys, I never bluff. Like never. In the big tournaments, I like never bluff because I like to play safe poker. So this is another like GRO advice.
But Kevin, if all of a sudden Peter finds something like an overbet, on that river,
I think the bet was too small. It almost looked like Terrence could have been chopping.
Wait.
Well, this bet not small, guys.
Pot.
It's an all-in from Benny Glaser, Natasha Mercier with the king, queen.
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago.
Fingers crossed for Natasha, but again, if you play GRO, you know that king queen is much stronger than sevens. You know that, Kevin, or not?
King queen is a great hand.
It's like a much stronger hand than sevens. Ali, are you aware of it, or?
I mean, I'm looking at Jack 9-3.
No,
I do see the gut shot and the 2 overs. Right now, it's just 39% for Mercier to spoil the party for the sevens. Not happening. Glaser already found a double, guys. Easy going to find another one.
I mean, there are like no outs for sevens. There are like no cards in the deck that doesn't help Benny. Oh, maybe this one, yeah?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. How is this even possible?
Stays warm.
How is this even possible?
Best hand won, buddy.
I mean, like, I really don't understand. Normally, king queen always wins against sevens. Something is weird here. But
wasn't it pocket sevens that spelled your undoing in this very event, Martin?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm telling you. Sevens are hard to win. You see that?
Yeah.
Sevens are hard to win. But this guy, he has another god, I think. How can he win this craziness against king queen? That's beyond my mind.
All in at risk for like the last 3 hours.
Very
89, wow. It's actually now most chips I've had all tournament. Exciting.
It flashed.
So very unlucky for Natasha. I think everybody were rooting for Natasha, definitely me, but it's not over until it's over. But yeah, huge flip for 100 million chips. Again, 100 million chips in this tournament, it's worth millions.
200 starting stacks worth of chips. This is a crazy tournament.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You know, it's starting to dawn on me more so than at any other point. And forgive me, because there's been some way stations along the way where I've kind of had that moment of realization. But that electricity that I think only reaches that voltage level during the specific main event during the summertime is being flirted with here. You know, the payday, just the amount of interest, you know, viewership going up, excitement levels going up, the rail filling out. It's all happening, and it's a great way to cap off the calendar.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Yeah, there's like so many tournaments played, live poker booming in general, but like that tournament which you really feel and enjoy even from a like spectator point of view. Okay, you have the WSOP main event obviously in Vegas, and I would say this is like another one which you really feel the energy and the tension. I think like it's really helping this 10 million crew prize for the first. It's like really helping, and obviously we all rooting for the last woman standing.
And Glaser helping himself to that double at the expense of Mercier, who is off of her high water mark now, playing 111 million as we give you a glimpse at the Lagoon and the palm tables. We are going to be stepping aside. I'm going to bid adieu to both Crab, Kevin Rabichow, and Martin Cabral. Our thanks to you for joining us. Don't go anywhere. In just 45 seconds, we're going to come back here, and we're going to be joined by Randy Liu and Faraz Jaka. Stay close. And welcome back, as that was a hot swap here in the booth. Abracadabra, all of a sudden Crab turns into Randy, and Martin turns into Faraz, who unfortunately turned in his final performance out there here in the Super Main not long ago. You saw it, nines, found the set on the turn, and then the bigger set on the river for Leonard Maua, as we're just a few moments away from getting back to the action, absent you, Faraz. But emotionally speaking, I know you're even-keeled.
Yeah.
You approach the game without any of that stuff kind of weighing in on your decision-making, but certainly that had to be one of the bigger gut punches you've experienced.
I mean, honestly, no. Like, I'm actually really proud of myself. Like, I don't feel like I feel super calm. Like, I was just laser focused on, am I playing each spot correctly or not? Am I aware what to do with the stack size versus these players? And I was just so laser focused on it that now I'm just kind of coming out of that. So yeah, I was just doing my thing, you know, and I got to maintain that composure if I want to play my best game till heads up.
Well, that's the kind of composure, Faraz, that you are not the only person that possesses right now. And Randy, as you look at the remaining field out there and you're zeroing in on somebody that you think has the right temperament to bring it home with all of the kind of big swings that we're seeing at this blind level, stacks being diluted, is there a name that comes to the top of your mind?
You know, the name that comes to me is actually J&T, because J&T, he shouldn't be fazed by the stakes. You know, he knows there's a lot of pressure on everyone. He can just do his thing, and he's building stacks right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a big boss stack out there. I come back to you, Faraz, for maybe your take now that you've kind of stepped away and you're thinking back to everybody that you've played pots against, what you've observed on the streams, if you were doing any scouting, kind of what you're hearing, buzzing about. Who are the players that people are kind of choosing as the favorite from this point forward to maybe take this one down, regardless of stack depth?
Yeah, I haven't really heard what anyone else has said because I haven't talked to anyone in 4 days. But just playing like Leonard, who's at my table, like I know he's one of the sharper players out there.
Okay.
And we played a lot, so yeah, I think he's one of the favorites there.
Yeah, the Brazilians, of course, still have a few delegates in the running, Ribeiro and De Souza. And the Brazilians did cap off the Triton Festival in the 150K by sweeping the podium. First time any nation had done that. Third, second, and first. They did come out en masse. And is our read that these guys are more aggressive than your typical delegates, right, in your experience?
It's funny, I was just talking about that. These Brazilians are sickos. Like, they're just so well studied.
It's a compliment.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many schools out there and stables, and they do a good job, teaching and sharing the information. And they really like play with no fear at the table. Like, they know the optimal play, they do it, they don't hesitate. So yeah, it's some great players out of Brazil.
But that's easier said than done when you're on day one. Maybe when you're in a spot that doesn't include an 8-figure payday up top. Randy, they have not shown any hesitation or any caginess the deeper we've gotten down.
It's the heart.
It's the heart, and that's the thing. Deep in the tournament, they're still willing to go off their gut and make the moves.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. As we sharpen things and send you back down to carry on, as casualties have numbered many thus far. We began with 24 on the day. At present, we sit here with 12 players. An immediate pay ladder is available. 100.
All right, players and dealers in the Super Main, well, welcome back from break. Continue with our new level. 2 million small blind, 4 million big blind. That's 4 million big blind ante. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. 2 million, 4 million, 4 million.
$146,000 I was about to mention as we play 6 and 6. The ladder, if you can crack the top 11, and people are going to be looking to crack a lot further than that as they can smell this 10 million wafting through the air here in the Bahamas. Blinds up. Andy Tillman, your tournament director, advising that it costs $10 million every 6 hands. I say dollars, I mean tournament chips, but real value assigned to those chips now.
I mean, that's 20 starting stacks in orbit. 20
Pretty
souls.
Crazy. Yeah. Were you shocked at all, Faraz, at just how deep some people got themselves in terms of buy-ins in this one? I mean, rumors of 20 entries, I think. Someone flirting with, I think, Jun Obara of Japan, 18.
So I was surprised last year. I ended up in for 9 last year, which felt crazy.
Yeah.
And then I realized that, it's just the structure of this, late regs open a little bit longer than most tournaments. So, this year I was basically prepared for that and knew what to expect. So yeah, not surprising this year.
I don't think anyone expected to look up at an over 300 million chip stack sitting in front of Mr. Main Event himself. That's what we call him within the Triton ecosystem here in this collaborative festival that has now turned its attention to the WSOP portion of the program. So many events, by the way, taking place in the backdrop as this Super Main has raged on across multiple days. There's a 50K 9 game going on right now. There was a 5 million guaranteed 25K that was going on last night. And here's JNT, got it going on with an ace queen. Leonard Maua defending with the suited connector. Queen 4-4 is a delight for the Frenchman. Chalk this one up to the Allied powers.
I'm curious if we're going to see a check raise from Leonard here or not. He's got some connectivity to the 4. JNT is quite aggressive, could have a wide range here.
Keeping an eye on the 4 spades in particular in terms of motivations and not just the fact that it's a paired dry flop.
Looks like chips are going to be gone for Leonard.
Yep, there it is.
Axis speaks up, slathering an extra 10 mil.
Yeah, the beauty of this hand is you unblock a lot of his, bet folds. A lot of his, king high, jack high type hands. Then you could turn to 5, a 3, a spade. A lot of hands to continue with.
I think it's also important to note the sizing. He opted to go for a very small, expecting JNT to just bet fold everything that just whiffed.
Yeah. But JNT is a battler, so he might call some hands or even click it back with stuff you don't expect him to. That's the hard part about check raising him specifically.
Well, things getting a little bit harder on this turn in terms of excuses to carry on. When JNT does call the extra 10 million, you start to presume there's enough under the hood for him to continue in the face of another barrel. Leonard acknowledging that with this check, and look at zero hesitation out of Torel to barrel, and in turn for Maua to step aside. One and done.
Something I'll add there that I hear from a lot of students that coach is they're scared to check raise those spots because they don't realize it's okay to just give up if a bad card comes. They feel like once they tell the story, they have to stick with it.
Yeah, good
it's
point.
Totally okay to check raise and give up if the wrong cards come out.
Yeah, abandon ship if you hit the iceberg. It's all good. Meanwhile, Blaze, Broadway gutter on this ace-10-6 board. Defended his big blind. Terrence Reed, same stuff, heart version. Both of them interfered with by the kicker for Chien. Tethered to top pair. The ace-queen follows through for 7.5.
This is kind of annoying given how many chips he's got behind. Yeah, I can't even chase the gut shot.
Boy, both king jacks dispatched there. Nice outcome for Peter. His chip graph has been frenetic on the day. Got there with an ace-3 of clubs versus 2 kings for Bernard Binder. And then Binder clawed it back by flopping a wheel on an ace-5 deuce board against top pair. That was just before the break. 65 million in value on the river.
Even at the end of the last day, the very last hand, he got in queens versus kings against Pascal Lefrancois,
who's no longer with us. And that's in spite of bagging the chip lead yesterday.
It's a good start for Binder.
Red queens taking us upstairs. Ace jack now for Debeto.
What do we do here for Oz? Well, what are we thinking about?
I mean, mostly going to be 3-bet folding here. Oh, he only has 6. He only has 15 bigs.
Correct.
Okay.
How much?
Ooh, ace queen.
Yeah, I think if you're a little bit deeper, you'd just be 3-bet folding, but 15 big blinds. How many handed are they here?
Should be 6-handed, given there's 2 tables of 6, right? 12.
Yeah, I think as long as you think the under-the-gun guy has a wide enough opening range. If you thought it was super tight, maybe you could pitch it.
Must we call now for Blaze, given we only have 29 million back? Ace queen suited, or is it scary?
That's a tough spot. Ace queen suited.
Going for it.
I win call.
We might just have a double elimination.
Wow.
Open, jam, a call off, and then, of course, the bad news revealed as the ace highs interfere with each other's prospects to improve.
This might be a quick one, gents.
Double elimination possible. We have seen so many wild things already, though. 57 million on the side, 9 figures in the main. Golden opportunity for Binder to spin it all the way up to the top of the charts and knock 2 players out.
Pretty insane.
If it is a double elimination, by the way, given that Ribeiro started with more chips, he'll end up securing the pay ladder while Blaze will be left with the final 520K haul. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Flop will bring focus, and we focus in on nothing of interest for either the ace-queen or the ace-jack. Ribeiro could end up drawing dead on this turn. Yeah, he's wrapping the rail. He knows it's all over for him. But for Blaze, he could hit an ace.
He's got him covered. With
How's he not dead?
There's only 2 available.
Good game, boys.
That ain't it. And Bernard Binder of Austria
the field thanks you.
drops 2 people out of this one to bring us to 10-handed action. Again, Blaze with the shorter stack will take home 526.65 and a tickle for Ribeiro as the Brazilian delegation and Team Canada both
What else do you want to see?
lose a runner.
That's like the dream.
Yeah.
Ace, queen,
10 remaining,
ace, jack.
Ali.
That's pretty fortunate.
Just like that.
3 ways you got to wait.
1 in 10 people here is going to win
King
10
7.
million.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
What do we have here?
Hang on, are we going to get down to 9 maybe?
We are. Potentially,
It's going to
but
take a snapper.
Ace 4 contra Rei 4.
As De Souza's in a good spot, but Team Brazil again with its back up against the wall here. 39 million chip pot.
No,
yeah, just all in blind versus blind for 4.5
que está
bigs.
cortito va ganando.
Looks standard to me.
Yep.
Natasha channeling all the spade energy she can.
4 big blinds.
De Souza with the limp trumpet.
4 big blinds, small big.
She called blind.
Trey, he sits pretty. No spade to be concerned about. The king, the only threat. Jack is cozy.
Vala 3-9. Falta o river só.
We know what stops the samba. And that is Nit. Carnival carries on.
That's right, up to 10 bigs now.
Il y a eu 2 busts à l'autre table. Ouais, 2 busts sur la même main. Donc,
two busted.
c'est peut-être
Yeah.
c'est bubble à ta finale.
What a hand.
I guess to burn it. I'm curious.
So for us, I assume players need to play extremely snug given we're on a direct pay jump bubble now, right? 665 to 850.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm moving?
Except at the same time, you have, what's his name, J&T? Is that what it is?
Yep.
You know, sometimes you got a guy like him playing crazy and people might think he's loose, so they're going to try to 3-bet him light, and sometimes you get these kind of click wars that happen because of that. But yeah, and generally, everyone's incentivized to play really tight, you know, try to make that pay jump.
I mean, if J&T is willing to play big pots, he might be able to bust someone who's a middling stack and maybe a short stack you just squeeze into the final table.
Yeah, I will say here's something that's not as intuitive to people, though. So yes, you're supposed to play tight because there's a big pay jump, but it's relative to how wide the guy's opening. So let's say you have a 25 big blind stack opening under the gun. You're going to play really snug against them. Let's say you have a chip leader opening under the gun. You actually need to still shove surprisingly wide for some, you know, some suited aces, suited broadways, and that part's a little counterintuitive to people.
Yeah, and it's tough to conquer that fear,
Yes,
you know?
absolutely.
Chip leaders hold the fate of all in their hands.
And that's where you got to put the work in and study the spots so that when you're in these moments, you're prepared.
Knowledge is power, no question about it.
It is okay to fold Queen 4 on the button for 10 bigs, right?
Try telling that to a Brazilian.
It's like above average for him.
He's fresh off a double, my boy.
All right.
But we'll sit it out.
Yeah, and these are spots where like you might open something like, you know, a king 8, king 9 as your bottom, but if you feel like people aren't going to shove wide enough on you, you know, as an exploit, you open wider. But it seems like both of these players in blinds have been playing pretty aggressive, so probably not the people you want to be too wide against.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, the playground bully, JNT in the big, not the guy you want to target right about now.
Let's see if he attacks with king 5 offsuit. Oh, this is good. Just knows that Natasha isn't supposed to have something to call off with.
He really has grown into quite the player, Randy, since we first laid eyes on him.
5 million.
Do you find your blade getting sharpened throughout the course of a deep run, even in the micro sense, as you get the reps in day after day and you're playing against stiff competition?
For me, absolutely. I don't know what it is, but just when I get deeper and the moment gets bigger, I just lock in and zone in even harder. I just find it easier to like get rid of distractions, whereas on day 1, day 2, it's a little harder. You know, I'm also, you know, I'm running a business, I have a family, so I have a lot of different priorities other than poker. But once I'm deep, it just like everything's zoned out.
Yeah, Randy also has a lot of distractions he has to deal with, namely the credit department here at Atlantis, trying to get those markers paid.
Hey, please, it's private information.
We kid. Randy's got the family out here. I haven't seen him in the pit. And believe me, I would have, because I've been in there.
And I will say, you know, having been in these moments, you know, over the course of, you know, almost 2 decades now, it really is a huge advantage, that experience. You know, I've sat down, you know, even in this tournament with players that, you know, they're way more studied than me. They're stronger players than me, but, you know, I'm throwing some curveballs at them and it's throwing them off. They're not used to all the pressure in the stage. So, you know, there's definitely an advantage to that experience.
Yeah, I mean, some of the ways in which you can mitigate, perhaps, you know, somebody who might have you pipped in the study department, you've got them pipped in the live tournament under the lights experience department.
Absolutely. It's very true.
Even just, you know, net worth, is this life-changing? Is this career-changing? Or is this another day out, you know? These things matter.
And some people are better and worse than that, you know what I mean? Some people, no matter how much of their net worth it is, they don't care. I'm actually one of those people, like, I can completely ignore how big the money is.
Now, you were talking about re-raising with short stacks. Is this the one we want to re-raise? Big blind versus button against a 20, 2 big blind open. Looks like he does go for it. Be happy with that?
This was a 20 big blind jam?
A7 off of
Well,
60,
no, that was 11
15.
big blind rejam, but the opener Natasha had about 22 big blinds when she started the hand.
Sorry, she had king
6 offsuit.
King 6 off. Yeah, that's a notch wide. Like, I'd probably be opening like maybe king 8 off. But again, if the big blind or small blind's not rejamming wide enough, I'm gonna go a pip wider or 2. Or maybe your image is tighter and they might not reshove wide enough because of that. That's another reason you might open wider.
King 4 suited here in the hijack. Also worthy of note the fact that we are playing now 5 and 5. You saw Benny Glaser get yoinked and brought elsewhere. And 5-handed poker range adaptation required.
Hijack's next big blind. You know, I mean, that is the new under the gun.
8.
Queen Jack suited. Finding the raise as Spitali finds Ace Jack.
Seems like a no-brainer all in from the small blind off this stack.
Yep, absolutely.
Big stack opening. Small blind versus button.
All in.
There it is. Truck getting backed up.
58.
50 million more to call. This hand not durable enough at that price, I would imagine, for us.
Yeah, again, would be throwing that away. I didn't see how deep the big blind is, but you know, these are some of these spots where you could even just open jam your queen jack suited if you're up against, you know, 2 sub-20 big blind stacks. That way you take away the power of them, you know, reshoving something like an ace-4 suited on you.
Right. But I guess in that spot, he'd still call.
Yeah, and that's why he would still call, but...
Let's flip it on over.
What have we here? Queen Jack offsuit for Binder, as once again him and Chen are embroiled. Familiar looking ace-5 deuce board. Of course, this time it is not top pair versus wheel, but rather king high versus queen high with 4 to a wheel out there. Just 12 million in the middle. This one was limped pre and checked across flop and turn as we await Peter's river decision. Both parties feeling like they got enough showdown.
I really enjoyed Peter's table presence. He was just a killer. Like, always knew what he wanted to do right away. Was playing quick, playing very confident. He was tough. He's a battler.
I don't know whether or not I'm enjoying it, but I am
You're Canadian, right?
acknowledging it in terms of Peter's cleavage here. Just
I knew you were going that direction.
island vibes have very much taken root there.
I didn't notice till you mentioned it. And I believe he used to be a long-time pro, but he's not playing professionally anymore the last few years, is my understanding.
I remember
So am
you
I
were
drawing
playing
live to
West
Gigolo? No, he's married. Come on. I'm sorry, Mrs. Chen. I didn't mean it.
we've come, I guess. It's fine.
I don't know where the boundary is sometimes.
When you said that, I thought you were going to say, I'm sorry, Miss Jackson, for a second.
What, outcast? What's going on here? Wasserson casting out 8 million. Ace-9 offsuit, running into the ace-queen of Glaser. He's the new arrival at this table.
Let's see if he wants to jam or 3-bet, not all in.
And if it's not all in 3-bet, is it to call off? Or
yeah, at this stack.
Like, could you ever 3-bet fold this or no?
I don't think so. I think it's a little too strong.
With these positions 5-handed?
Yeah. I mean, if you were suited here, I would prefer the 3-bet, small 3-bet.
Okay.
Because it plays well post-flop, but these offsuit hands, sometimes you're a little more incentivized to just jam if it's on the border.
All in.
Like you might want to play all in with ace-queen off, ace-king off, but 3-bet ace-king suited, ace-queen suited.
Count, please.
And just the suited attributes making that much of a difference to the decision for Glaser. How much of a difference do they make for Reed in the face of 8 to 86.5? How do we perform against the range of Glaser's jam if we're Terrence?
This is where I'm using my time bank right now, thinking this through. They're both shallow.
I think my first instinct was fold. I don't know about you, for us. Final table bubble.
Yeah, I'd need to see the other stack sizes here to make a decision.
I believe there are shorter stacks out there.
Benny is going to be jamming wide though, right? Like he's going to find like the queen jack suiteds, the king queen suiteds.
He's going to be very happy when
sees this. If there's anyone I'm calling this against, it's against Benny.
Okay.
You
Keep
know?
it friendly, Chop.
Just someone who's going to find all the thinner jams.
Right, so a tighter player, you probably consider folding.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I had 2 black cards.
But this is very close. Like I'm still not 100% sure.
I think. Actually, I have no idea.
You can see some uncertainty on the faces of both players here as they should chop.
Oh boy.
But now Glaser on a free
That's club spade, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what they were, but
I think I had a black card.
Now Benny looking a little more relaxed. He can't lose this one.
He
but
called
he
for a
can
friendly
scoop
chop.
it.
When you call for that, you cannot take the whole pot. Oh my God.
Oh no.
And somewhere Martin Cabral is teasing not like that. This would be a filthy way for Reed to be dented deeply. And instead it's a club 4. And he can hardly take it.
You jumped out your feet.
So I'll tell you what would be going through my mind if I was Terrence pre-flop with an ace-queen suited. Go for it. How wide is Eric opening? Because the wider he's opening, the wider Benny's going to be rejamming on him. And that would probably be a big part of my decision. Or does Benny think Eric is going to overfold if that's going to dictate how wide he's rejamming?
I would have
Shout out to Ryan DePaulo, who has entered the YouTube chat, says he's home in Jersey, but it's like he's still there. And just a few hours ago, he was indeed right here in your seat, Faraz. Really getting the candy store vibes out of him despite no longer being in the running, just based on the electricity.
You know, I'm still okay with a chop.
Same. I appreciate you being okay with that. If you really wanted
that would have
it, I
been
feel like you
brutal.
would have
That
got
would
it.
have been a very expensive ribbon.
Glaser and Reed both profiting modestly. Ace-4 of hearts. Could very well be seeking profits for Chen.
One notch north.
Suited and connected is Was. Hearts are smothered unbeknownst.
You have a good hand or good vibes?
Vibes.
That's scary.
Good vibes.
Yeah, good hand. Now,
We
top
get
pair,
more
gut shot.
time backs, funny.
No heart on
We
board.
get more time backs on the final table.
Checking with the
Button
flow.
line or-
Seems tricky immediately. Big blind texture. Peter doesn't seem concerned. It's a min bet for us.
Yeah, when stacks are this shallow, we're going to be betting a lot smaller. But that's probably, you know, smaller than what the optimal bet would be, but, you know, he must think he's not going to get check raised enough or something like that. So he could be doing this as an exploit.
What about check call or fast play to 9-8 on this texture?
Yeah, like there's a lot of 7x, 8x, and 9x
16.
that Eric's supposed to be check raising, and if he thinks he's not going to do that enough, you know, you could as an exploit still bet here and bet small. Could be what he was doing. Eric did find that check raise though.
Nice.
I like it.
Good vibes, bro.
Yeah.
Prompt takedown for Was. They're jousting and they're
Or you can
jockeying
have
out
a good
here.
hand right now, or you can hit runner. So
Doesn't matter, yeah.
yeah.
Occasionally we've seen some big knockout blows, but can kind of understand why the action is incurring some.
You know, it's interesting. Like
Seizure?
Chip or a
the
logo?
experience in this is so different than the WSB 10K main event.
No, trust
Okay.
me,
Because that one is just like, you know, all the recreational players in the world, anyone who could fork up 10K, you know, people who like been saving up coins for years.
Okay.
Everyone's like super excited at Pump Deep, whereas here it's more like the elite of the elite, the top players, and then not just the top poker players, but the top performers, you know, outside of poker, you know, athletes, celebrities. So it's a very different experience, and they're both really cool for completely different reasons.
Well, this hand's performing well in poker.
Yeah, and they're completely different hands. Sevens, the sticks for Reed. About to take a whacking, one would think, from the needles of Was. Button versus small.
3-bet small to induce.
Looks that way.
Gloucester's got ace queen. He might just go with it, right?
Yeah, when you said induce, you were talking about Reed sevens, but all of a sudden,
Yeah.
Benny awakening to something that could put him to bed.
How can you not, Faraz? Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this, if you think Eric is not 3-betting enough, you could get away with this, but otherwise it's very difficult to get away from.
Ouch for Glauser.
He backs up the truck,
89.5.
and unfortunately, it's about to roll right back over him in all likelihood. Was asking for a count. This
Well,
does
shouldn't
feel
he call ready?
a little bit
Well, I
a
don't-
little bit gnarly, boys.
What?
I think you're supposed to just snap. This is.
He asked for a count.
I don't
And
really get this.
He
Is there-
double checked his hand.
Maybe is there a pay jump he's
No,
wants
we're-
to take some time for anything? No, there's,
Well, hold on. We're at 10 players. Yeah, there is a ladder between 10 and 9.
okay, so he probably wants to,
665 turns into 850.
This is ridiculous. No.
But I don't think Benny's going to be amused when he sees aces here.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that's why he was waiting. So I don't know.
This
what
is
that was
not
all
real,
about.
is it?
Yeah, I don't know what that was all about.
But why? Why, Ali?
Well, I mean, listen, I don't know if there's a history there, but you see Benny.
Need a lot of help. Queens.
Understandably demoralized. He's already staved off elimination on a couple of occasions.
Couldn't let it go.
I'm glad he did that because
I just couldn't let it go. Okay, now it's starting to feel pretty clearly less associated with a pay ladder and more associated with a pound of flesh. And it is Glazer's flesh that rates to be grilled in short order here. Could draw dead swiftly, absent a queen on the turn.
Give him a chance. I want to see a queen.
You have him covered. Pocket sevens.
Not a queen.
Good sevens?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
But a 7, and in turn, the departure of a World Series king in Benny Glazer, 3-time bracelet winner.
Aces.
That applause there likely associated with the revelation of his demise, and it's at the hands of this villain here, Eric Wasserson.
Okay.
So sick.
I'm covered.
Really nice play.
GG's, Benny.
GG.
Yeah, if the positions were earlier and it was like low jack, high
I
jack,
had to do it.
then ace queen's actually not a great 4-bet jam hand. And you'd rather have something like king queen suited. But from those positions, you got to go for it.
I think he missed the handshake.
Yeah, I don't think he missed it. I think that was intentional.
10th place finisher in the World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main Event. I want to get this out of the way first. I want to be doing my job if I didn't ask what your reaction was to getting slow rolled a bit there with the aces.
Obviously not very classy. It's not a very good human, not a very nice move, but it's more the standards of busting, obviously.
Sure.
Just part of me almost like expected it a little bit from him, but it just happens as tournaments.
We were pretty unfamiliar. Was there any kind of history between you two?
There was a little bit from the summer that he went off at me at one point. Don't really want to get into it.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to ask, wanted to cover that. 10th place in the Super Main. I know it has to sting in the moment. How much pride do you take, though, in this kind of a run in this big field event?
Definitely some pride. I'm hoping I'll feel some more pride after this when
Yeah, of course.
pain kind of wears down a little bit, and then happier. Some like hands that will be on my mind today that I'm not necessarily super proud of, but yeah, hopefully we'll be feeling better after it soon. It's a huge event and a huge spot, so yeah, I'm happy overall.
It is 8 bracelets for you in what has been an extraordinary career so far. How much would you value a 9th?
It would be big for sure. This was not the situation I would have expected to get it for sure. Either, I guess, one of the smaller fields events or in Vegas. But yeah, 9 would be amazing. Like everyone just adds to the amazingness. Yeah.
But we know we'll see you in Vegas. We genuinely appreciate the time and you coming back to chat with me. Thank you very much, Benny. Yes.
Class act is Glazer. Obviously, you could feel the disappointment, and, well, it was added to by some of the shenanigans there. As D'Souza thrilled to make it down to this final table of 9 players, 4 blinds in front of him, work to be done, but obviously pay ladder secured, as everybody now guaranteed $850,000. There it is. The final 9 payouts in this Super Main, day 4 action. We're playing down to 8, just one more bust away from calling it a day. Back here at the desk, Randy, Faraz, yours truly, Ali, here with you. And prior to the interview, Jimmy Bluffett, our super mod out there in the chat, hats off to you, Jimmy, working tirelessly across so many hours to keep things under control. I know it can be a handful. Stating 100% Ali, there's bad blood there. When he saw the slow roll, Benny alluding to it. Fair or foul?
I'm not a slow roll guy, so foul.
Yep, Randy?
I think that was pretty foul, especially in this spot. Super main, final table bubble. It is pretty brutal.
I've known Was a while. I feel as though there's no world in which, certainly from his perspective, that is an opening salvo. My guess is that was a vindictive move, a reaction to maybe something that he took umbrage with, and apparently he had already gone off, according to Benny, on him this past summer, but everybody kind of recognizing in short order there that was personal. Don't often see things like that out there, but what we do see, of course, is those bust-out interviews, and increasingly painful is each one from this point forward. But 665,000 reasons for Benny to hold his head up high, as I hope he does find time to take pride in the performance. We're going to step aside for 15 minutes, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's the final table as just one bust-out remains before we call it a day from here in Paradise. Stay close.
Oh my God!
Stay loose, play 7 dude.
Basically any suited Broadway. You don't expect any offsuit Broadways that you dominate. But King-Queen suited just has pretty good equity against a lot of stuff.
Yeah, like you're flipping against a lot of pocket pairs. You're up against Ace-Jack, Ace-10, Ace-9 suited. And as you said, you could even dominate him sometimes. He's going to jam like Queen-Jack suited, King-10 suited, King-Jack suited.
I'm even thinking back to that Queen-Jack fold in the big blind when Martinelli had queens. Like, if Binder has any hint of a live read on Martinelli, I wonder if there's some element of, you didn't look too confident about this jam.
Binder really chewing on this one. How sick is this as well, given that there's a 2 big blind stack on the other table, and we're just 2 spots away from a 100K ladder. Martinelli currently sat middle of the pack.
Important to not get too hung up
There's the jam.
On the 100K ladder at this point, right? When you're playing for 10 million up top.
That's
100K
true.
is a lot of money, but it's only 4 buy-ins in the end. While up top you have a lot of buy-ins.
Yeah. Quick math, 400.
Very good.
Is it?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right.
Eu acho que 2, confere, acho que 1,5. 2.
Martinelli gonna take a bit of time. I don't think he's ever folding.
No.
And there would need to be multiple bust outs in order for him to
Tough spot.
ladder.
Tough spot. Could be flipping then. Like 7s or 8s.
Binder doesn't want to hear that. Binder's like, wait, have you got like ace queen, ace king? No, we could be flipping. It's actually a 60-40. What a huge spot for both of these young lads.
That's why I'm using all my time banks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he should be a bit... Because it doesn't gain him that much to use these time banks realistically, right? He would need like a double knockout on the other table.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the
Does he
upside
think
is
we're on
here,
a pay jump?
unless he thinks 16 is a pay jump.
He probably thinks 16 is a pay jump, right?
Yeah,
that must be it.
I'm honestly not sure. The floor came over earlier and said that this wasn't allowed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, on a different player, Peter Chen earlier
Chen.
was all in. He was burning time banks, and the floor came over to inform him, we're not going to allow this particular usage of time banks.
Oh, really?
But I think that is a floor decision, and I don't get the sense that the floor is here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always an interesting discussion, because you could also argue that the time banks are yours to use, and you have a limited amount of them. So if you want to use them for pay jumps, that's one thing. If you want to use them for making better decisions in big spots, that's another thing. You know, it's an interesting discussion around. Of course, it's a non-time bank tournament. Just letting people stall for 5 minutes like this for no reason obviously shouldn't be allowed. But when it is a time bank situation, I think you could argue both ways.
Good luck, gents. Cannot overstate how huge a spot this is for both.
Good luck.
Good luck.
120 millions in the middle.
Yeah. Martinelli
Close.
just looking to hold. This is so sick. I mean, he's middle of the pack right now with this 20 big blinds. If he can double, he's going to move into top 5. Top 4, actually. Jack, 9-9. Safe so far, but does now need to fade 3
All-in
tens.
and a call. We're also going to have an all-in and a call on one of our outer tables. The ace-10 versus the king-queen on the jack-9-9 flop. So far, so good for ace-10. The turn, though, is a queen. Not over just yet. The open-ender is there. Ace live as well. River card, though, is a 3. Good game indeed. Out in 17th for 415.
Game.
And there's a bus there as well.
We had
They busted
2
up.
eliminations.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Luke's standing up, taking off his mic, so.
Don't blame me. You're just mad that we're not at Natasha's table.
Yeah,
Plus,
yeah.
you have somewhere to be that you said is more important than
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Are you allowed to share with us what is so much more important than being in the booth?
When you will be my agent, you will know for sure.
That's a
And
great point.
actually, you will be going for that meeting for me, and I can save my time and enjoy my time with Kevin in the booth.
Oh, yeah, you know, that's interesting. So are you saying that if I go to whatever this is in 5 minutes and leave the booth, you will stay with Kevin?
Now you can't do that instead of me. Okay, but it's a great question. You are such a sharp guy. Okay, I will play with the chat for last 2 minutes. So chat, hearts to the chat. I want to see how active it is. No hearts. Okay, what is the best number, chat? What is this? It's boring, yeah? Braziliano folding. If he doesn't fold, he's my new hero. Hey, these Brazilians, they just don't have fold buttons, guys. This is so embarrassment, this call, I can't even breathe. And Eric, he has actually such a nice raising hand, and he checked like a... I don't even know how to be polite anymore. This is so embarrassment, this hand.
All right, couple of gut shots, though, as things could get interesting. Limp blind versus blind. Queen 9-6.
Okay, 73 is the best number, chat knows. Yeah, this game is very interesting. Yeah, what is it? Bet and fold, yeah? I think so.
Not necessarily.
No.
Hang on.
He will bet like 3.5.
We could confirm with floor.
Less than that.
I think Eric will not be floating.
To get us to play faster would be like...
No, just checking if we play soft for hand or not.
No, if he was joking.
What do you think? You think he's gonna float?
Yeah.
I think not, Ali.
No diamond on board obviously makes it difficult. But
No way. No way.
Raising chips.
Raising chips, that's a better option, but he should raise pre-flop like almost sure. But now he's gonna win as well. Okay. So now flag of my country to the chat. Guys, this chat is so slow, I can't believe it. They don't
Does
even know
Mars have a flag?
Huh? Sorry?
You suggested that the flag of your country should be in there, and I don't know whether or not
People don't know
Mars
what is that. Wow,
has a flag.
and the guy's already explaining why is 73 the best number. Because in binary, it's a palindrome. 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. Imagine this magic. Oh, this guy call? I love this Brazil guy.
Oh my gosh, and they both find an 8
Hey, guys.
here.
This guy is my new hero. Look, he's sitting there playing for 10 million and doesn't even realize that that's true.
But
It's
I will say,
unbelievable.
this is consistent with the way this event has played out. You've had a front row seat to so many of these situations, and why it's important not to necessarily make presumptions about a hand playing out in an interesting fashion. Ribeiro limp, Was check back. The bet from Yuri, the raise from Was. Jack 8 stays intact, now checks it over, having improved to third pair and having the best hand.
I tell you guys, I'm really now unhappy that I will be leaving. Maybe I will be back if you want me, but I tell you something. I wanted to say, if Was let this guy win this spot, it's beyond my words, because I love Was, but it's beyond my words, and looks like that he let him win the pot, which is like ridiculous. 25 million of the pot.
Listen, it is an interesting river card here. After the check back for Ribeiro to find Jacks and 8s, there are certainly combinations of hands, Kevin, where Was is going to show up with a 10.
Yeah.
So you think he will turn it to the bluff or not?
I'd kind of like to see a check from Yuri. I mean, like Wsop raised flop and then gave up turn. How does he have a good hand? How does he have a calling hand? If he has a good hand, he probably made a straight on the end.
I mean, Yuri check 100%, right? It's obvious. Oh my goodness, blocking, but okay, it's not that bad actually. And what do you think? Does Wsop find the bluff?
Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it?
I thought he would maybe find it on the turn, like after raising.
I mean, I would never be in this spot, but if I would be in this spot, you know what I would do?
Talk to me.
I would go double all-in, not all-in. I would go double all-in for the bracelet, you know? But I think he can find some small raise and like win the hand. But I mean, this hand is the best misplayed hand in whole WSOP Super Main Event ever, right? I never seen such a misplayed hand. You agree with me, Ali?
I don't necessarily. I mean, I understand your philosophy is governed by a lot of considerations that I'm sure these two are aware of, but they are willfully deviating from. And this is why you find yourself in interesting spots.
Poker is great game. Poker is great game, I tell you that. It's very difficult to play. And such a misplay hand, it makes me laugh, yeah? But...
Oh, he pays off?
No way! This is one of the worst call in poker history. Shout out to Wsop, my friend. I still love him, but one of the worst call in poker history on the river, right? Because the guy, like, bluffing there, not 0%, but like minus 17% bluff.
Being used to no more post flop.
Glaser. Queen 9 suited. One of those sorts of combinations that we saw opening a great many pots by big stacks in early position.
Yep.
As we alluded to, the caginess of these current circumstances, especially off of Benny's stack depth, not affording him such choices as Peter once more will be afforded participation. Small blind ace tray suited.
Binder to his left with the chip lead. I think we just have to start with limp every time, and Binder's got kings. In the big, raise will be incoming.
You know, the brutal thing about Binder's raise here, if you're Peter, is you just expect it at such high frequency versus your stack depth. In this situation, Kevin, leveraging some of the pressure.
You do, but 130 million chips is so many. I think this is just the time to... You don't want to get ahead of yourself playing some massive pot out of position. We just limp call and hope to limit the damage.
Well, Queen 8-4 is helping Peter to do just that. One club on board, no pair.
Yeah, Peter's hand is good enough to continue versus small bet, but not a large one. And Binder has options with 2 kings on a pretty dynamic board. Let's see what he chooses for bet sizing. That looks like a healthy 2/3 pot. Should end things. Ace-3 of clubs, just the kind of backdoor that sticks around against small bets. It's almost a bit greedy from Binder, just hoping that Peter has like Queen 10 and loses a giant pot here.
Would you be critical of a fold?
From Peter?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think he should absolutely fold.
Yeah. Especially with this touch greediness on the sizing, as you pointed out, and wading into very murky water now is Chien, and you can see a world in which we level ourselves into thinking that Binder is just being abusive, but he has the goods.
Oh.
And now this is a sopping wet deluge on the turn. This 5 of clubs giving him the wheel gutter and the nut flush draw escape. $15. Broken hearts litter the hallways of the Atlantis as we bring you back to paradise, and 24 players have become 9. Final table time here Ali, Randy, Faraz, still with you at the desk and still at the top of the leaderboard where he has been for some time is Jean-Noel Torel. On the bottom, De Souza with just 4 big blinds. And what I want to talk about as we are a couple of minutes away from the action, gentlemen, is how beautiful that spot is for JNT in particular to throw the shackles on just about everybody who doesn't want to miss out on this 250K ladder between 9th and 8th.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he gets to run over the table. People, even if you have a strong hand like Jacks, like you're going to want to flat and just play it safe. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this dynamic plays out. And he seems like the type of guy who would take advantage of it.
So, Randy, I mean, this isn't going to be a function at all of pressure, lights, I'm scared. It's just proper poker in terms of ICM, what we expect to see unless De Souza finds some spin.
Yeah, and all eyes on De Souza for sure. Everyone in the middle knows they really can't play any hand. Perhaps Binder can probably play some hands, given he's very deep with JNT, but it should be just a lot of raising from JNT right now.
And it's a lot of chips required to take an orbit. 9-handed, of course. We were playing 5 and 5 before we got here. Some range adjustments are going to need to be made as we restore order to our poker universe and play a ring game. And now we are about to play the final table. Just one bust out remains between now and when we're going to call it a day, but who knows how long that might take as we send it down to Andy Tillman for the reset.
All right, players, welcome to making it back to the final table for the super main event, guys. Congratulations. We're going to continue here with the final 9, playing down to 8. Small blind, 2 million. Big blind to 4 million. Big blind ante, 4 million. Good luck, players. Shuffle up and deal. 2 million, 4 million, 4 million.
All right, anything that you guys want to do? 2 more million blinds.
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to channel my inner Andy Tillman right there. Did anyone catch the top of that? It's been a long festival. One wouldn't fault Andy for maybe being a little bit lean in the tank, but we've got not just one bust out here today, but another day of poker tomorrow before we crown a champ and award the bracelet here in this super main. 10 million up top, over $70 million prize pool. You see it there, 72.2 and a tickle. And well, boys, it could be a short-lived stint here at the desk. And I confess, a lot of times you might both be looking at me late in an evening thinking, don't jinx it, Ali. I'm trying to make the cutoff when the kitchen closes at Nobu. But we still got a lot of day here remaining, and I confess I would be a little bit, in the words of Teddy KGB, unsatisfied if we didn't get at least a little bit of run out of this De Souza stack.
Well, De Souza is opting to min-click with Queen Jack suited. Talk to me, Faraz. What's happening?
I don't know what the min click's all about, to be honest. I mean, he's getting it in either way here.
It seems
maybe I guess he wants to put people in a position where it's weird to call because someone could reopen it back up.
And I guess if there's some crazy mistake where someone goes all in, Binder goes all in, he preserves 5 million instead
he can
of
fold. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that makes sense.
But he couldn't just flat because then he gives the big blind a good price.
He's basically treating it like a half stack all in. Yeah, makes sense actually. I like it.
Well, the very first hand of the frame, and De Souza finds himself behind. Queen Jack suited versus Ace 3 suited. Binder, 349 million. 44 million chip pot. Is he going to get the boost and bring us to the end of today's coverage? This flop suggests not. Top pair for Bellarmino.
Dama 4-6.
There's the rail.
That's got to be a relative, just putting a read on it.
Dama 4-6-7.
5 would do it.
Turn, yeah, all of a sudden nickels and pennies would ruin De Souza's day.
Ooh.
Instead, a board pairing 4.
Thank you.
Nice, Sam, but we would have preferred the pay jump.
Randy, what's going on? You're a villain now, too?
No.
You're channeling your inner Wasp after the slow roll?
I did talk to Benny in the hallway on the break, and he was in good spirits, and I told him I thought he handled himself very well.
I thought so, too.
Yeah.
Even in the interview with Jeff, just diplomatically,
Yeah.
I'd rather not talk about it.
Yeah.
Onwards we marched. Jeff, in turn, obviously not pressing.
Yeah, he was not fazed about it.
I guess, by the way, that suggests that Jeff isn't really going to pivot into TMZ anytime soon. His willingness to just let Benny leave it as it was. Whereas that news outlet would probably have been like, oh, so you don't want to talk about it? What really happened? Mike, right up in your face.
Yeah, we want the inside scoop.
We need tabloid journalists out there. So the scoop for D'Souza now has him playing 44 million. It sounds like a lot, guys, but when you're playing 2, 4, and 4, it just isn't. 11 bigs. For a while, Faraz, I remember, you know, Action Dan Harrington had put forth this idea of M, which is actually the cost of the orbit, not simply the size of the big blind, and that became very much in focus as the better way to express.
That's what we all used to use for shove
you know?
ranges. It was what's your M?
Yeah. And then suddenly I don't hear about it anymore.
Yeah, you know, it changed to big blinds at some point. Just, you know, people realized that was going to be more accurate. You know, the ante's not the same all the time and whatnot.
I don't know to what to attribute the reversion.
Yeah, I'm trying to think when it changed.
I gotta confess, I've never read this book by Dan Harrington.
Randy, I listen, the follow-up question I beckon is, what was the last book you read of any type?
I did read Super System.
How long ago? Was that the last book you read?
Might have been.
Randy, for real?
I've never
And
read
that
a
was in
poker
my
book.
early days of poker.
That's wild.
I've read like 20 to 30 pages out of Super System and maybe another 10 pages out of Mike Carroll's Book of Tells. But that's it.
Wow, Mike Carroll. You're going way back.
Old school.
Dude, Mike Carroll's the man, dude. I loved everything he said back in the day. Like, I just remember this one line. He was like, sit down at a cash game, take a $100 bill out of your pocket, light it on fire, and play like a net. That really resonated with me. Except the play like a net part.
Yeah,
Doesn't seem like it worked out very well.
As Randy pointed out the other day, your screen name was The Toilet.
Given, not chosen.
Just, you earned it, I guess, right?
No, in college, I would just play any two-suited cards. I just assumed they were good. I hit a bunch of flushes, and my roommates would be like, damn it, the toilet flushes again every time I hit a flush.
Ah, that's why. I thought it was just because the fecal nature of your combo. It's just, you know, but it was flushing. See, Randy didn't know that.
Yeah.
He took us down that path, as we see Binder taking.
He did jam
opposed
ace
to giving.
deuce in that spot. Got the a6 to fold because short stacks are out there.
Well, shout out to Daniel Negreanu, who is here in Paradise and apparently here in the YouTube chat as well. Good to have him aboard. Just goes to show you that we're not blowing smoke when we talk about what an exciting final table and event, for that matter, this one is for somebody like Daniel, deep into his career, such a veteran, great content creator, obviously, and one of the most recognizable, if not the most recognizable personalities in all of poker. For him to watch, you know, he could easily roll his eyes, go to the beach, do whatever he wants, but he's watching out there, and good on him for doing it.
Yeah, Daniel does it all. It's impressive. He's able to, you know, do heads-up matches and get back into lab. He's able to do content creation. It's really impressive.
Yeah.
Just the evolution of Daniel.
He's got the energy of a young man, for sure. Says he's tuning in for any new slow rolls, by the way. That's what he's here for. Binder with an opportunity, potentially. I don't think it's in range.
This one's going to come in as a call.
9-7 off, defense from Maua. Again, everyone's still very mindful of D'Souza there. 11 bigs, $250,000 pay jump on tap. You don't want to end up in a weird spot, and this is not the flop that suggests Maua will. Straddling that 8 of diamonds, nothing further to have any measure of affinity for this board texture. Top set will follow through.
No slow play.
And the reason that we opt not to slow play is because when all of a sudden we bring the heat on a later street, after checking back such a dry board, it's tough to kind of get any value, right? Whereas the C-bet is going to be tethered to full range often on a board like that.
Yeah, I mean, in general, you're just betting your whole range there, so you're trying to stay consistent with that. Versus some weaker players or people you might have a read on. Like, I played a weird spot the other day where I 3-bet ace-king, someone cold called, and the flop was ace-king X, and I checked it back. And I've actually done that exact same play a couple times throughout my career in big spots where the person just like took 9s and 10s, just like blasted, like literally just like bet all in.
Just thought you're on queens or something.
Yeah,
like
exactly. And I just thought that this was the type of player that would do that. And he did bet turn, and then he shut down on the river. But yeah, you know, sometimes, you know, you'll take a bet range spot and play differently as an exploit versus the right player. And poker is so very situational. You hear a lot of people like, you know, on X talking about hands and this is the way it has to be played. Like that was a dumb move, and just without the context of the dynamic and the player types, there's a lot of variables.
And it's so important to keep tabs on those variables, by the way, because they're not just going to scream at you sometimes. You got to realize after an exchange, wait, you know, stack dynamics. What's going on? Are we on a pay jump or not? Obviously, from this point forward, every bust is a pay ladder, and a big one at that. So easier to be mindful of those things here. As we see Maua once again entering versus Binder, King, Queen, Ace 3, 24 million in the middle. Small blind call, narrowing the range a little bit as opposed to big blind defense. And we narrow our focus onto the King as Maua outflops the Ace high, checking it over with the flow.
Yeah, so this type of texture tends to favor the pre-flop raise. It does opt to check, feels that small blind range. It's got a lot of hands that would check call. Hands like king, queen, king, jack, some pockets.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people just play against the small blind the same way they would against the big blind, just betting everything. But the small blind's range is extremely strong compared to a big blind's flatting range. So it's going to have, you know, this type of hand, king jack suited. It's going to have some 6s and 7s here, all that are going to continue on this board.
And the
some
strength
5s and 8s.
of course, heightened by some of what you were talking about earlier. The variable that is D'Souza, 250K ladder, him sitting with 10 bigs roughly.
Yeah, actually, that's an interesting point. That was something I learned from Sylvain Loosely, who's a coach on my training side, actually. He did a lesson for us on post-flop play in ICM. And something very interesting was when the big blind flats off like a 20, 30 big blind stack versus, you know, a chip leader opening, his range is actually so strong that there's boards you normally would bet your whole range where now you're actually checking a lot. Like king high, queen high boards become actually very dangerous because of how strong that big blind's flatting range is. Very, very different than, you know, when you're playing early in the tournament.
Napkins around to Binder, who again will be involved. Ace jack. Stephen 40 in the YouTube chat, by the way, suggesting it was Paul McGrill who came up with the M concept as opposed to Dan Harrington, but I do believe Dan's book popularizing it.
It reminds me of the rule in 2 and 4 for figuring out your equity. One of my best friends and bankroll partners in college, Ben LeFew, made that with spreadsheet, and we figured it out, or he figured it out, and then years later we saw in a book, we're like, hey.
In terms of outs, percentages, 4% per out on the turn, 2% per out on the river, yeah.
Yep.
6-4 here as Terrell improves to 78%, trailing mightily pre-flop versus the ace-high, which doesn't follow through. Of course, these guys are the gorillas at the table, and they're fighting over 22 million in bananas.
Yeah, so we've seen back-to-back spots where Binder hasn't opted to c-bet. As played, I would like checking down ace-jack.
And you need to play so passively against the other big stack in these spots, so you really should have a high check-back frequency on a lot of different boards.
6.
Well, other corrections need to be made as I'm catching up in the chat, and apparently D-Nags is already on his way back home or home. He said he was on a flight, so not quite back in Vegas, but certainly a beach, not an option unless there's going to be an oxygen mask and brace, brace, brace. I don't think between here and Vegas, though, there's beach. I don't think, yeah. Maybe the hop over to, anyway, I can step away from this. Plane crash humor is not my finest work.
No.
You're sick.
Yeah, confirmed, you know, for us. I had a friend who missed a connection and pinged me, needed a private flight in order to get to Nassau from Miami, where they missed the last commercial flight of the night.
I had to land in an ocean once. I was in Fiji. We're on you know, a smaller plane, and it was one of those planes that could land on water or.
Okay, this is a key point. I had to land on an ocean once.
But
in a seaplane.
we were supposed to land on land. We didn't even know it was able to land in the sea, and then like they said there was. I don't remember what there was an issue with, but there was an issue with something, and they were like, we could land on land, but it would be safer to land, you know, on water. So I literally have my like carry-on, and I'm like, I have a picture like walking out of it, like off the plane with my luggage.
In shallow water.
Yeah.
Okay, that's also a key.
There's a lot of information being withheld.
Yeah, and a lot of hand here.
You know, I wanted the clickbaity headline first.
Yeah. Well played, by the way. Ace 10 of spades. No further play from Binder. Nice. As he's snacked on by Natasha. I was going to say, they said, hey, you know, I said I can get you, you know, a King Air, which is a twin turboprop plane to Nassau, and they were like, well, what is that? And I sent a photo of clear blue water with a King Air submerged under it in like a wreck. I go, this is what it looks like.
I'm the only one without a rail.
No, I don't know anyone.
The response was simply,
a
you're a dick. I was like, okay, sorry. Sometimes I don't know my comedic boundaries.
My friends are grinders.
Sixes now for Terrence Reed.
This is really cool to see Terrence here. This is a much, you know, higher buy-in than he normally plays. You know, he works for Poker.org, you know, plays part-time. He's a content creator, YouTuber. Just kind of popped into this thing. And now he's here, playing for life-changing money.
Did bin to sixes under gun. Makes sense. Short stacks out there. Very healthy with 30 big blinds.
Yeah, I like the fold with the sixes.
Oh, Wasserson's got ace-jack and snap calls. This might be it.
Okay, D'Souza took the worst of it with queen high against ace high, found his first double, finds his way to his feet again, trailing. Portuguese updates being delivered, 76 million in the middle.
How you guys all know? How you fold? Great fold.
I wasn't supposed
Very good fold.
I wasn't supposed to believe.
Así es Camicha.
Is Was going to bring us to the end of today's coverage? Sure doesn't look that way on this board. Top two for D'Souza.
I can't believe that just happened.
It's a good flop for King 4.
Yeah.
Hot take.
Así es Camicha.
Hold turn.
Así es Camicha.
Lock it up, sir.
A deuce would have been enough, but a king works too.
Nice hand.
So 2 doubles for the 4 big blind stack. Got a real game of poker now.
Well, that's got to be really annoying if you're the rest of the players. You think you just got a cakewalk to the final table and a pay jump, and now all of a sudden you got to play poker.
Yeah, he should no longer be the short stack of the tournament. Probably belongs to Spitali.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're no longer in the mode of just sitting around waiting for that guy to bust.
Thank you.
Well, boys, we have, I'm not going to say a new world order, but certainly a different lay of the land than the one we outlined at the top of the day. And with that second double, Randy, the depth of D'Souza is in a territory where poker can be played.
That is true. District 9 and District 8, they're kind of battling a bit.
That was a good movie, District 9. Did you see? Well,
I
never
have
mind.
seen it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's aliens in it.
They called them prawns.
Oh, that's
Unless he
right.
knew a full house was coming.
Shrimp prawn toast.
I don't think he did.
So it was not shrimp toast. It was prawn.
Yeah.
Peter Jackson, I think, the director of that one.
I won't lie though, I was going more the Hunger Game route when I went District 9.
Oh, yes.
But yes, prawn toast.
Understood. So we see the direction for Leonard Malwa, north to 8 million, courtesy of Queen Jack.
If you did want to take a light 3-bet spot, these kind of King X suited hands are sometimes some good options. King 8 suited, King 9 suited. And depending how out of line you want to get, even King 5 suited.
Must we defend here if 6-5 suited as the shortest stack? Is it dicey?
Yeah, I think I'm probably defending here.
Cool. You got like 40 behind.
Does make the call. 40 behind is right.
Jack 8-4, a gutter and a backdoor flush draw versus top pair here for Franco, who checks it.
You know, and every time you ask these kind of defend questions, it depends so much based on what all the other stack sizes are, and just how easy it is to kind of make pay jumps right now.
Yes, Spitali is the shortest stack of the tournament now.
4 milli. Min C-bet. Pot laying 6.5 to 1 on that sizing, so Franco will proceed with caution, of course, and now with a pair of sixes.
No flush draws out there.
And this is likely going to go check call again.
Check.
Yeah, Malwa with enough hand to fire again, and regardless of Spitali's response, he's holding durable enough.
Really curious what sizing he opts to go for. North of 1 SPR.
Yeah, it's nice to, you know,
All in?
use a non. Oh, we did use all in. I was gonna say it's nice to have a non-all-in size here because that just allows you to have some more bluffs.
I guess you probably expected all-in size more if there was a flush draw present at some point.
But you know, sometimes these sizings are invoked precisely to make it look like a bluff, because if you had value, why would you do this and risk losing me?
True. That is very true, Ali.
Well, also, Leonard's probably just thinking about how much protection his hand needs. You know, there's a lot of like pair and straight draw combos out there. Maybe even some rivers that he can get bluffed off the best hand.
Missed out on a little value, though. There's a size I think that 5-6 sticks around for us.
For sure.
Keeping it simple, though, with that jam.
Doesn't feel good to be the tournament short stack.
Never does. In some ways, there's relief because you know all eyes are on you and it's time to find one and go with it. And others, of course, the discomfort of being in the on-deck circle for elimination.
Raise 8 million. Fold.
Look at pocket 4s and pocket 8s into the muck.
And notice how you could raise hands like King Jack from under the gun, but you might not want to be in there with hands like pocket 6s that we saw Terrence fold earlier. Some of that has to do with stack size, but it's also just these blocker hands do way better in these ICM situations where there's not a lot of flatting. You know, the beauty of playing small pairs and suited connectors are, you know, to have board coverage post-flop, but there's not a lot of post-flop play here. People are mostly folding or 3-betting.
I mean, if he's getting 8s to fold, what about 10s now? Looks like it's a flat for Was. Different operator.
You know, you talked about at the top of the frame for us, things like jacks maybe taking a conservative line, 10s obviously by extension, also doing the same here for Was. In particular against Binder. He finds a jack in the window. Good news for Wasserson is the ace behind it as well, though.
I mean, you could even flat, you know, jacks and queens here versus under the gun open like that with a bunch of short stacks.
I think Was is lucky that an ace-side texture likely saves him from losing more chips, or maybe a very small bet at some point.
Yeah, this is likely just going to get checked down here unless he decides to turn his 10s into a bluff.
Seems pretty risky with short stacks out there. He's got a healthy 150. But he is going to do that, it looks.
Yeah.
10 million.
Is this a one and done, or is it going to be a full double barrel? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I don't like it as a one and done. But if you are going to continue, it's going to be hard for, you know, him to call down with ace-x suited or queens or kings, the second barrel.
How much ace-x would assume this posture post-flop from Binder?
I mean, his ace-x suiteds, he should be, you know, opening quite liberally. Now, on that card, you know, all his ace-x spades hands are going to have flush draws now, so it's going to be harder to get, you know, some of those ace-x suited hands to fold. Whereas if this was, you know, a deuce of diamonds, you can more confidently bet to get ace-x to fold here. And you'd have to put in a big bet. Because you're really polarizing yourself saying you have jacks, ace-queen, ace-10, 7s.
Ross does decide to check back. Doesn't find any improvement. Could he credibly, provided that Binder gives him the opportunity, which seems like he would rate to do unless he wants to block, could Eric credibly rep in position despite checking back the turn, the ace?
I mean, he could. I don't think he will.
Yeah, my opinion, not really.
Yeah.
No. I just think if you had a weakish ace, you probably wouldn't open the door on the flop immediately. You'd probably just check it and go turn and river, or maybe just one street.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, good tricky players are gonna make sure they have some hands they could call back on the river with, just to protect themselves there. So it, you know, depends on the player. Like, you know, you might take your, you know, your ace queen and ace 10 and, you know, bet them, but take your worst aces and, you know, decide, hey, I'm going to bet them on the flop, check the turn, or check the flop and bet them on the turn. That way you have a little bit of ace in your range, you know, across all the lines.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
8.
Raise 8 million.
King, queen for JNT. Goes to work. Has D'Souza pipped.
Fold.
Bellarmino makes no meal.
Fold.
No developments. Binder. Offsuit 9-6. He's not supposed to want to get involved with JNT, but I would imagine his perception is that opportunity lurks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a very loose call. But, you know, if you think you have a big edge in a player and they're going to make a lot of mistakes, you know, that's when you maybe want to pip wider.
Gut shot. Checks it over, and one acquired in turn by JNT, whose king-queen is still the leader.
Another thing that's also a little counterintuitive is when the stacks are this deep, you actually do get to flat the big blind. Quite normal, you know, just because the chance of getting all in is very slim.
Love this bet from JNT. Aces in his range, check back flop. It's got a gut shot, 2 overs to a 10 at my hero call. 7 probably just pitches it now.
Yep. Yeah, it's so hard to continue here with you know, just any pair under a 10.
I like that activation there out of JNT on that turn, just recognizing opportunity.
5 millions. Ah oui. 5 and 500. Ouais.
Remember the staff on hand just to ensure JNT is able to delineate between his chip denominations and is well aware of his stack depth. And you might be wondering, well, what is this? JNT not short in the tooth up there, did develop a debilitating eye condition recently. That is why you see the bright light that is positioned on the rail just to kind of help him see his cards properly. He does have some trouble at times, especially under the bright lights of the feature tables, reading the flop and sometimes reading chip denominations. So every effort being made, not just by the staff, but I think almost everybody who he plays with, to kind of ensure that he knows what's going on.
It's been really cool just seeing how helpful the staff was. I was sitting next to him and I was like, this is awesome that he's able to do this. And yeah.
You know what's not awesome is him just raising and taking off their chips right now.
Yeah.
Pocket
Yeah,
threes.
He's a legend.
He really is.
It's like, help me out and let me take your chips as a fee.
And like, you know, I can't understand anything he says because I don't speak French, but, you know, he's always just seemed to be, you know, calm, chill, nonchalant guy.
He's a gentleman.
Yeah, definitely a gentleman.
Guys, calm and chill is not generally the adjectives that are assigned to me, but if I were to have a fraction of the net worth of JNT, I assure you that I would trend in that direction. It's
that's not true for everyone.
It's more of a reflection of my financial instability by virtue of things like what took place last December when we were here, Randy.
Yeah,
my net worth was, I don't think I played a hand in the pit last year, and somehow I was more buried than anybody could have possibly been.
You were looking for treasure.
Hashtag Tesla short. Oops. It's a rite of passage in the markets for us, getting run over by the freight train of a meme stock moment. I've got
calling it a meme
badges.
stock, buddy.
It was last December, my boy, when they sent it from 300 to 480 something. That was, I'm over it though. That's the good news.
I would hope. It's been a year.
Not financially, bro. I haven't recovered.
Don't bet against Elon. That's the phrase, right?
Yeah. I almost shorted it again yesterday. If I'm being honest, I don't know what it is about December and Tesla, but it hit the all-time high.
Right now.
And I stared at it and thought, you know what? No way it breaks 500. This piece of dog poop. Come on.
This piece of dog poop. Is that what we just said?
Crap. Get out of here. King, queen suited. This isn't scat. It's the goods.
Yeah, not scat. Correct.
King, jack, offsuit, release.
Binder's got 8s.
I assume he's probably going to flat here.
D'Souza plays 19 bigs at the start of this hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty early position, so that's why I don't think he's going to 3-bet.
Right,
Yeah,
you don't wanna,
yeah.
You don't want to get it in, right, for that much?
Yeah.
I mean, D'Souza's stack is big enough to be mindful of the dent he could leave behind at this point, unlike when he embarked upon the FT with 4 bigs.
I mean, what you could do is if the blinds were shallow, then you could potentially jam here, and that's nice. Kind of force him off some overs that would have jammed.
Did you see King Jack fold from the big with Leonard?
What do you fold?
King Jack offsuit.
Oh, wow.
With solid stack and...
Wow. Now, he would have had top pair, but just look at what D'Souza's got on the stovetop. Open-ended straight flush draw versus gut shot, and what is technically the leading hand right now with 8s. The 9 would be no good for Binder. Only we know this, as D'Souza chooses to check as opposed to c-bet into the Reaper.
Should go check here.
He's gonna really wish he checked the opposite bet this one because King Queen suit has lots of reason to jam.
Yeah.
There's the check through.
Free turn card now placing D'Souza in the lockup position with the king high flush. Binder does have a club working, and Bellarmino is going to give rope. Do we like this?
I think he is thinking that Bender with the big stack is more likely to bluff at him than call with worse.
I mean, he has a lot of, you know, 8s and 9s and some 7x that aren't going to bet, but they'll call a bet. So I probably would have.
Oh my God.
Probably would have bet.
He doesn't find the barrel in position on the turn, and now he has involuntarily found the jack high straight, which is absolutely payoff territory here. Let's see how greedy D'Souza gets under the presumption he does do his own bidding.
I mean, you could expect, you know, pocket 9s to also bet here. So it would have been nice to if he could get the check raise, but let's see.
9 million.
9 into 26. Binder not going to muddy these waters, right, Randy?
Yeah, I think he just calls because you need to think about what hands can call a raise. And on this texture, you know, if D'Souza was betting thinly with like aces or kings.
Yeah, it's like
I don't know if it's
9s
gonna
is, you know, like 9s is the one hand that's going to maybe call you, but.
Well, he's going to raise it still.
31 million.
And he's going to be very upset when the re-raise comes in.
Yeah, I mean, D'Souza's never thinking ace-high clubs is what I've run into here.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, I feel like I would have definitely just bet the king-queen on the turn. I just feel like there's just so many hands that call a bet that aren't going to bet. You know, even potentially some underpairs, like pocket 6s might call you once.
Time bank's being slid forward here, and I don't think it's genuinely with any thought on his mind, but rather posturing before the jam comes in, or does he feel as though...
I think it's just how many time banks do I invest to make it look like I might be playing back at you.
Well, he's been also, you know, doing that exact same thing in tough spots, so I think he's just trying to balance his range here.
Okay. And Binder knows that he's stepped in it here.
I just don't see how he can be good in this spot.
Yeah.
What, some bet, 3-bet, and all of a sudden changing your ace of clubs into a bluff?
I mean, there's not a lot of ace of clubs hands the button even has here. Because like ace jack probably would have bet already. You know, ace 10 maybe bets, maybe checked. But like what other ace of club hands does the button have? And he wouldn't have checked back a flush. So it's like, I don't even know if you need the ace of clubs here to make this bluff. Just kind of attacking a capped range.
But if that's the assessment, which direction does it skew Binder in?
I mean, how often is a player bet 3-betting all in for his tournament, like practically 9-handed, super main, 10 million up top, you know? Like sometimes people...
There's been some sick plays. I saw the Jesse Lonis one the other day, just yesterday, right?
True, but you know, it's a little different
Yeah, no,
now.
for sure, yeah.
know,
It's so hard to find bluffs here, yeah.
I like what you said there, Randy, because we can be very guilty of getting too granular and then not seeing the forest through the trees in an exchange. And, you know, Randy's point very much on the macro side of the assessment, where you're like, is this dude, let me just pause for a second. Is this dude ever lighter than a jack high straight as played? Just in general. You know what I mean? Like where we're at right now, 250K pay ladder, what I know about his makeup.
Wow, he's called in. D'Souza.
Wow.
He's got 158 million.
4 big blinds.
Oh, yeah. Rail's loving it.
What a sick comeback.
Vai Brasil. He had 4 bigs, boys.
I know. 4 bigs is what, 16 mil?
I mean, you know, the proverbial chip in a chair for all intents and purposes. And I don't know how I feel about that river raise out of Binder. I don't want to be results oriented, but it did feel like it lacked upside.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's unclear. Much can call you. You open yourself up to that happening.
I feel like if you raise and you went for thin value there, you just got to pitch it when you get re-raised.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. If you are going to step out, you've got to have the capacity to raise fold. And if because otherwise what you've done is pretty catastrophic here as Binder. Never mind stack dynamics, now leaving J&T all alone at the top where he can throw shackles on you potentially, but also D'Souza, who, you know, you could have kept a little bit of a thumb down on him. Instead,
I mean,
you've sent
D'Souza
him
is
up
threatening
Binder.
now, too,
Yeah.
with 40 bigs.
Bigs, but no appetite for the ace-9 offsuit in early position as he continues to do a little housekeeping. Binder has been the most involved party over here, and despite the contusions a moment ago, he is still at it. King 5 of clubs in the cutoff. King Jack offsuit in the big.
I'd probably call in this spot. I don't know if you agree, Froz, mainly because there's a 30 million stack out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see a reason to jam this. You're keeping in a lot of kings who dominate as well.
Oh, look at that. Oh, top 2.
Could not be
Not
any
bad.
sweeter than this for Mercier. Top 2 versus top pair. 1 club on board.
I mean, Binder is just going to continuously be in the blender.
5.5 million chips C-bet. No fault in it.
And this is one of those type of boards where, you know, it seems like it's way better for the opener's range, but again, her range is very tight here, so it actually hits her more than it normally would. She's not so centered around those 4 through 8 big blind cards anymore. She's centered around King X and Queen X.
Guys, terrain is beginning to fill the windscreen on flight Binder as the deck pushes further forward on the yoke. Case King giving him trips. Mercier has it locked up with the nuts. Slips it over to him once more. Size-wise, boys, we go up or we go down?
I mean, here you want to size it at this point to get it all in easily on the river.
16.5 the figure.
Yeah, so he thinks that Natasha is never folding a jack for this price. Seems like the max. Just got the nuts right now. Your opponent's betting into you. How sweet is this from Natasha?
Yeah, and this year you're kind of, it depends how you want to play. Or like, you want to use a size where you could potentially bet other things than a king, like betting an ace jack or something.
She's trying to sell the story that she's got a tough call with jack, and maybe Binder tries to move her off of it on the river.
The toughest thing Natasha's dealing with right now is curbing her enthusiasm for this delightful situation she finds herself in. Rates to double. I think that is a foregone conclusion. Ace on the end, slightly pesky for Mercier just in case all of a sudden that ace-king, ace-ace stuff was actually present, but we will live with the outcome with 42 million effective left to play for.
It's a good card for Binder because his kicker would improve in case he was up against a bigger king.
And he's not so worried about queen 10 or at that price on the turn, which you have still stuck around despite the pair on board and spades.
Yeah, I don't think
Probably
there's
not,
much
yeah.
queen 10 that plays passively with check call.
I mean, unless she had a spade and was going to bluff on some spade rivers, but probably unlikely.
Wow, look at Binder's stack.
Well, gentlemen, most of the piñatas I've observed throughout the course of my life have been Mexican in origin, but right about now, we're looking at the first Austrian one.
And I like that she just check call the turn there. Some people get a little jam happy, worried their opponent's going to check back, but you know, you want to give them rope in case they're bluffing.
A lot of chips in that pinata.
Yeah.
I have a time bank.
You can do a little tap and a lot comes out. You know, I once went to a birthday party recently for my daughter. And
Okay.
This dad, he's a little bit clueless, and he bought a pinata, and then the kids start hitting it, and there's no candy coming out.
He thought it was preloaded, bro.
It's preloaded.
What a scam. What did you guys do? Did you have to pivot and just go into like the freezer and find some ice cream bars or something? Like
Everyone was lost.
Holy shit.
The kids were sad.
Poor execution down under.
No, king jack something and then king on the turn.
You're not going to get any empty pinatas in Cali. I'll tell you that where I grew up.
Sick.
What a great spin up here for Mercier.
You think the
Nice hand, Tasha.
You think Jason's
Very
happy
nice.
at home?
was a great
that is?
call.
I don't think he's anti-sweating,
Very
I
good
can
call.
tell you that much. Ace, queen, D'Souza under the gun open, king, queen offsuit now for Reed.
I'd probably just pitch this one. It feels like he's in the earliest position under gun opening. We just got to respect the 30 million chip stack out there. Yeah, I like that. Nice and tidy. It's all right.
You're on fire.
Well done there by Reed. And this is where it requires so much precision, so much ICM awareness. You can get exposed in a hurry in terms of espousing hands and spots that under other circumstances maybe would feel correct, but would be objectively catastrophic as decisions in moments such as these here at this FT. Ace. Not good enough for Chien, and a better one emerging on the button for the newly minted 147 in front of Mercier.
Raise 8 million. Fold.
Jack 9 offsuit for D'Souza. In the big versus the button min raise. Slightly covering stack.
Call. Jack 9 defends.
Some trouble here.
Ace is up for Peter Chan. Had he gotten involved and made it to this flop, instead it's just top pair for Mercier versus middle pair for D'Souza.
A lot of min bets so far at this final table.
Yeah, she's nibbling.
Changes things a bit.
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder to get away from a 9 here now.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty poor development for Bellarmino, who hasn't really found himself in bad spots of late. Granted, all in and behind, he found the doubles. But here, he rates to lose some more. 14 million on request, just south of half pot from the trips of Mercier.
And again, here that sizing, you know, kind of helps you bet something
Great
like
fold.
10s, jacks. Wow, that is a very good fold. He
Boys,
didn't even hesitate.
Feast your eyes on a whole lot of what is involved in winning decision-making poker at an FT. Sure, he knows he could be wrong. He knows that he might have just got moved off of one, but he also knows what's going on out there as he's clocked the rest of the stacks. He knows what the pay ladders are, and he's just performing the way he's supposed to. Fair, Faraz, or no? You like another call there?
I mean, he's folding there thinking that she's not going to have enough bluffs. So, you know, it's just for me, a spot like that, I'm folding based on, you know, game flow and what I think the other player's capable of in that spot. So sometimes you just feel like you had a read, the way they threw the chips out or something, and I might throw it away as well. So it just means he's locked in.
Phil Hellmuth, for me, the name that always comes to mind with respect to things that could otherwise make you shake your head and go, what did I just witness? But it was correct a lot of times.
Yeah, I think he knows what he's doing. You know, I believe he used to play full-time MTTs online just until a
We're
few
talking
years
about
ago.
D'Souza.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't think we needed affirmation for Hellmuth there.
Yeah, so I think he absolutely knows what he's doing. So he understands that that's a call, and he's deciding not to.
Oh my God! Is Mawa just out of here?
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think that's a sketchy call, Randy, on your part, as Bernard started the fire, but I don't think he's going to end up in the inferno. Mawa pours kerosene to the tune of 28 mil. JNT with the stone cold cooler. Here comes the icebox. Fourth scoop application.
And I think we might see a click back here from Leonard.
Yeah, the ace-jack withers.
To try to get some sort of, you know, ace-x hands to jam it back into you.
He's looking down, and yes, it is 2 kings. Is he really going to be the one that gets in for 160 million? There's short stacks out there, but it's kings.
He's just going to jam, boys.
Wow.
And here comes the toast.
Oh my God, 337 million.
Was there room to click there?
Oh my God.
Holy shit. I can't speak, I'm speechless right now for us.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't believe it.
Oh. It could be off Peterson. German Mawa. And nobody would blame him for it.
Nice. Welcome back.
Somehow we have found the Arctic in the Caribbean. What we haven't found is a king. JNT's camp elated here. Trying to ward off the kings. That's the only available evil.
One more shot.
Success on the turn. Can Mawa find the miracle? We've seen 2 outers hit turns and rivers already on the day.
Look at Natasha holding her head.
JNT.
Agent Tukao, agent of chaos.
And you literally see the other players feeling stressed about that all-in just because they get the page up and finally get to make this final table.
I mean, they feel the pain on Leonard's behalf, by the way, as you see him walking off. No reason to hang his head. He knows he's done nothing wrong. He's just been victimized.
It's a reoccurring nightmare for life.
Down to 8, gentlemen, as day 4 ends abruptly and understandably in the face of the dirtiest of pre-flop collisions.
Indeed he did.
That is one way to reach into the lungs of a man and take all the oxygen out. Leonard Mawa. $850,000 richer, but Boy, he had designs on much better outcomes when he looked down at those two kings. Franco Spitale slithers in to the final 8, south of 10 big blinds for him, and obviously performances turned in by the short stacks there that found the spins. We find you back here at the desk, Ali, Faraz, and Randy here with you just to put a little bit of a cherry on top of the Sunday. 24 played down to the 8. We're going to come back tomorrow and crown the champ for 10 million, boys. But final thoughts there with respect to what we witnessed? I mean, obviously the coldest of spots, and then some nice kind of ICM respectful behavior as well.
I think it's just a reminder of how quickly you could run it back up, right? We saw the 4 big blinds. You know, you don't just double to 4 to 8. You know, you double to, to 10 or sometimes even 12, 13 if there's some dead money. So yeah, don't lose hope when you're deep in these tournaments and short. Things can turn around real quick.
Yeah. Chip in a chair, or 4 bigs in a chair, as it were, in the case of De Souza. And here he is, and he's going to have some fight. We know Brazilians always bring it.
Yeah, he is definitely going to bring it, but I just still can feel the pain, Like, Leonard, he is one of the strongest players at that final table. Had an opportunity, got 160 million chips in. Remember, the shortest stack coming to final table only had 16 million, and he's out first. Just 850K.
Look, anybody who plays poker long enough, be it tournament or cash, you're going to find yourself on the receiving end of those spots. It's just, why do they have to happen here and now? Give it to me on day one. I go up to the reg desk. I plunk down another 25K. I've got another 3 days that I can make the effort. But here we are at the FT, 10 million up top. The 850 would otherwise be something that would plant a big smile on his face. But that's savagery, and it's also no fault of Leonard's. Just some days you're the windshield, some days you're the bug, and some days we end a little bit earlier than we would have otherwise anticipated. Don't have a start time yet for tomorrow, or do we, Producer James? 1 p.m. local time, that's Eastern time zone here, so wherever you happen to be on the marble, set your watch, because what we do know, gentlemen, is that based on the performances we saw from our remaining 8, this is going to be a very exciting final table. But it's one that we're not going to get to until tomorrow, so until then, thanks for joining us here today, and we say goodnight from the Bahamas. Hasta mañana.